Chapter 1918. Vying with the Master for Spirit Medicine. Chapter 1918. Vying with the Master for Spirit Medicine. The stall owner was a middle-aged man wearing a felt cap, looking somewhat weather-beaten. Seeing Master Chun Chong flying off the handle, he said with an indifferent look, "I already said this earth Qilin can only be exchanged for a divine-grade, exquisite jade heart recovery pill. Lower than divine grade. Not exchanging altogether." Chun Chong felt exasperated. Pointing at the nose of the middle-aged man with the felt hat, he said, "You go out and inquire this use True's gold great imperial capital, apart from me, Chun Chong. Who else can refine a peak heaven-grade exquisite jade heart recovery pill? Unless Lord Flutterfeather personally takes action, otherwise, even if you wait 10,000 years, you might not be able to get divine grade 2. Exquisite Jade Heart Recovery Pill was a level 9 difficulty, rank 5 divine pill. It could be said to be a rank 5 healing holy medicine. The refining difficulty was not at all inferior to the Sun Moon Azure Sky pill. Even for Chun Chong, this kind of alchemy master who was known far and wide, wanting to refine divine grade also had to depend on luck. Peak heaven grade and divine grade were only separated by a thin line, but this thin line was as hard as ascending to the heavens. That was the difference between knowing and not knowing. With Chun Chang's strength, if he kept on refining, there would always be hope of refining a divine grade. It was just that this way, disregarding whether or not there were that many spirit medicines, the price was also too high. The middle-aged man in the felt hat said coolly, "Then I'll wait until a divine grade one appears." Chun Chong could not help choking when he heard that, an enraged appearance from disappointment surfacing on his face. Why are you so stubborn?" The middle-aged man in felt hat saw that Chun Chong was anxious. The expression on his face eased up slightly, and he said with cupped fists, "Master Chun Chong, I know that your alchemy Dao strength is exceedingly formidable, but my brother's injury must use a divine-grade exquisite jade heart recovery pill. This earth Qilin, I really can't sell to you. Please forgive me." The moment Chun Chong heard it, his face involuntarily revealed a depressed look. One could tell that he clearly coveted this earth Qilin immensely. "If I can bring out a divine-grade, exquisite jade heart recovery pill, can this earth Qilin be exchanged with me?" The two people were currently at a stalemate when a voice sounded out by the side. The two people glanced over, but saw a young man in white robes walking over to this side. This young man was naturally Yi Yuan. When Chun Chong saw the situation, he flicked his sleeves grandly and said with a frown, "Where did this little imp come from? Don't cause trouble here." When a middle-aged man in the felt hat heard this, his eyes originally lit up, but seeing Yi Yuan's young visage, he immediately lost interest. "Young man, don't come and make fun of me. I can't bear being made the target of amusement. Go back to where you came from." Although Yi Yuan's strength was pretty good, it could not enter their sights at all. In this U.S. True's gold great imperial capital, 7th firmament celestial deity martial artists could be described using as plentiful as oxen hair. Why would they pay any attention? Let alone Chun Chong, a late-stage True D-realm top powerhouse, high-level 6-star alchemy G.O.D. This middle-aged man in the felt hat also had first firmament True G.O.D. cultivation. Yi Yuan did not mind and said smilingly, "I don't have time to make fun of you. This earth Qilin is very important to me. If you need the exquisite jade heart recovery pill, I can refine it for you right now. Let's hand over the money in one hand and the goods in the other." Yi Yuan's words immediately attracted quite a few people's attention. Where did this kid come out from to actually dare to see spirit medicines from Master Chun Chong? He even said that he's going to refine a divine-grade, exquisite jade heart recovery pill on the spot. This trumpet is blown really hard. Truly shameless boasting. Even Master Chun Chong has to take a chance when refining the exquisite jade heart recovery pill. Could it be that he, a measly little 5-star alchemy G.O.D., can refine it? Chun Chang's reputation was clearly very resounding. Quite a number of experts present were very familiar with him. a celestial deity realm that popped out from G. Oh, Dinos were said that he was going to refine a divine-grade exquisite jade heart recovery pill. This kind of spectacle was really rather funny. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Chun Chang's face fell, and he said, "Young man, do you know who this old man is? To actually dare S and A T C H something from this old man?" Yi Yuan looked at Qin Chong and said with a smile, "I naturally know your master Qin Chong. But this exquisite jade heart recovery pill, weren't you unable to refine it? Since you can't refine it, you can't very well let this earth cheelant be wasted here, right? Master Chun Chong, you enjoy high prestige and command universal respect. If you can take out a divine-grade exquisite jade heart recovery pill, this child naturally won't fight with you." When Chun Chong heard that, his face could not help turning black. How could divine-grade exquisite jade heart recovery pill be so easy to refine? If he could take it out, why would he still need to talk rubbish here? Humph. Punk, you also got to come up prepared when bragging, all right? It's not that this old man is boasting, but in this U.S. True's Gold Great Imperial Capital, apart from Lord Flutterfeather, no one has absolute confidence in being able to refine a divine-grade exquisite jade heart recovery pill. As for the other few people, their strengths are almost on par with this old man, a hairline away from this old man. They naturally have to depend on luck too. You say that you can refine it? Who will believe? Qin Chong said with a disdainful look. When the others heard this, they all secretly nodded their heads, and they mocked Yi Yuan for overestimating his own ability in their hearts. Master Qin Chong was naturally not boasting. He naturally had his confidence in saying these words. No one would feel that there was anything inappropriate. But the words Yi Yuan said, that was boasting. For some time, mocking voices sounded out all around, ridiculing Yi Yuan one after another. Yi Yuan looked at the middle-aged man in the felt hat and said smilingly, "Senior, please hold out on packing up the stall and wait here for a moment. Missy will be right back, okay?" The middle-aged man in felt hat looked at Yi Yuan with a suspicious look and said coolly, "If you can really bring a divine-grade, exquisite jade heart recovery pill, this earth cheelan is naturally yours." As he said, the middle-aged man in the felt hat actually did not take it seriously at all. He was naturally aware of Chun Chang's reputation and was not willing to overly offend too. Hence, that was why he said those words. To say that Yi Yuan was even more formidable than Qin Chong. He would not believe even if he was beaten to death too. Yi Yuan nodded his head and immediately turned around and left. Chun Chong snorted coldly and naturally thought nothing of it. Forget that it was just a 5-star alchemy God. Even if a 6-star alchemy God came, he also had sufficient confidence to feel that the other party would be inferior to him. A celestial deity realm brat whose skeletal age did not exceed 1,000 years old could refine a divine-grade exquisite jade heart recovery pill. A fantasy tale. After Yi Yuan left, he went to inquire about the spirit medicines needed to refine the exquisite jade heart recovery pill. Disregarding other things, his actions still aroused quite a number of people's attention. Some people did not believe in such heresy and actually followed Yi Yuan to move around within the 100 Herb Gathering. Although the exquisite jade heart recovery pill was a level 9 difficulty medicinal pill, compared to the cleansing rain dream reverting pill, the medicinal pills needed were much more common. Various major factions all had some stock. Yi Yuan gathered them very quickly. Of course, this also cost quite a bit of his divine essence stones. But the present Yi Yuan already obtained the Purple Extreme Hall's inheritance and also sat on the Southridge 10 cities. Even if he reduced quite a bit of tax, he was also an out-and-out nouveau riche. Purchasing these spirit medicines was naturally not difficult. Within this 100 Herb Gathering, quite a few people were all exchanging for medicinal pills. Pill refining rooms were naturally equipped. Yi Yuan gathered the spirit medicines and rented a pill refining room and started refining the pill. Outside the pill refining room, a group of people surrounded there, clamoring to get a word in. This boy really went to refine pills. These spirit medicines that he bought, he probably spent no less than 1 million middle-grade divine essence stones, right? Goodness gracious. Don't look at how this brat is young. He's really a wealthy guy. Yeah, reckon that he's a wastrel. Just the likes of him also want to refine a divine-grade, exquisite jade heart recovery pill. Chapter 1919. Where's Your Family's Grown-Up? Chapter 1919. Where's Your Family's Grown-Up came out. This boy came out. Just how long has it been? He's already done refining. Refine my ass. It's naturally a failure. Just this short, while can refine a level 9 difficulty medicinal pill. The moment Yi Yuan came out, it immediately caused a commotion. He came out too quickly, using only less than 4 hours. Logically speaking, the higher the difficulty of the medicinal pill, the more troublesome it was to refine. Exquisite Jade Heart Recovery Pill, this kind of medicinal pill, the time expended would naturally be longer. Even for a master like Chen Chong, spending 8 to 10 hours, 12 to 14 hours was a normal occurrence. Yi Yuan entered the pill refining room for less than 4 hours from start to finish. What could he refine? Did he really take level 9 difficulty medicinal pills to be cabbages on the streets? Anyhow refined? Toward these meddlesome people, Yi Yuan naturally could not be bothered with them. He divided the crowd as he walked right over toward the stall of that middle-aged man in the felt hat. When everyone saw this scene, they could not help having stunned faces. This kid really went? Asking for trouble? Amen? This kid can get back so quickly? A large group of people pouring over naturally attracted the attention of Chun Chong and the middle-aged man in the felt hat. After Yi Yuan left, he hounded the middle-aged man in the felt hat and prattled for a long time. But the middle-aged man in the felt hat did not commit himself until success was certain and insisted on seeing the divine-grade exquisite jade heart recovery pill before he was willing to let it go. Seeing Yi Yuan come over, Chun Chong said huffily, "Stinking brat, you really dared to come. Don't tell me that you already refined a divine-grade exquisite jade heart recovery pill in this short while?" When a middle-aged man in the felt hat looked at Yi Yuan, his eyes revealed an impatient look, but did not speak. That's of course. Otherwise, would I, a junior, really dare to make fun of you two? Yi Yuan smiled and said. As he said, Yi Yuan took out a small bottle with a seal and threw it to the middle-aged man in the felt hat. The middle-aged man in the felt hat received it and took a look. His expression immediately changed. Not just him, the expression on Chun Chang's face also became serious. Through the small bottle, one could see that the color of the medicinal pill was extremely pretty, giving people a refresh. Plussing feeling. Needless to say, the quality of this medicinal pill must be very high. The middle-aged man in the felt hat sunk a wisp of divine sense into the small bottle. The expression on his face became more and more shocked. Following that, it was a look of wild elation. Looking at the color was one thing. Whether or not it was really a divine-grade medicinal pill still needed to be tested. Everyone stared at the middle-aged man in the felt hat. His expression infected the people around him, making everyone's faces likewise becoming shocked. Could it be that inside this small bottle was really a divine-grade, exquisite jade heart recovery pill? Yi Yuan looked at the middle-aged man in the felt hat quietly and did not say anything. With his present strength, even refining a vast spirit exquisite jade heart recovery pill was a cinch, let alone talk about a purple spirit divine pill. Suddenly, the middle-aged man in the felt hat lightly pushed the jade box containing the earth qilin, pus. Plussing it in front of Yi Yuan, and said, "This earth qilin is yours. The quality of the medicinal pill is even better than I imagined. If you need any other compensation, feel free to open your mouth." One sentence shocked everyone. It's really a divine-grade, exquisite jade heart recovery pill. My eyesight must be failing. Could it be that this brat's alchemy Dao strength is even stronger than Master Chen Chang's? Master Chen Chong pushed for half a day here, and this middle-aged man in the felt hat refused to loosen up. Now, he actually gave the earth qilin to this young man, just like that. The impact that this scene brought to everyone was too intense. In great imperial capitals, divine-grade medicinal pills were not rare. But divine-grade level 9 medicinal pills, that was seldom seen. The difficulty of level 9 medicinal pills. It could be said that each one was as hard as ascending to the heavens. Heaven grade was easy to encounter, divine grade was hard to find. But now, Yi Yuan took out a divine grade, level 9 medicinal pill. How could they not be shocked? Plus, there was Chun Chong, this master for comparison by the side. This shock became even more intense. Yi Yuan reached his hand out to take the earth Qilin, but he heard Chun Chong shout loudly, "Hold on." The middle-aged man in the felt hat frowned and said, "Master, now that the transaction is done, could it be that Master wants to wreck the deal?" In the 100 Herb gathering, the transaction of things was given by one and accepted by another. Ruining deals here was a very serious crime. Even for an existence like Chun Chong, he could not bear it too. Chun Chong did not answer. Reaching his hand out towards the middle-aged man in the felt hat, he said, "Let me take a look at the medicinal pill." The middle-aged man in the felt hat hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he still said the small bottle over. He was not worried about Chun Chong destroying the medicinal pill, because he could not bear the consequences. Chun Chong received the small bottle and also sunk a wisp of divine sense inside. Very soon, the expression on his face became complicated and astonished, just like the middle-aged man in felt hat earlier. "Brat, where's your family's grown-up?" Chun Chong asked Yi Yuan with a solemn look. "Grown-up?" Yi Yuan was stunned when he heard that. "Stop feigning ignorance. Looking at your bone age, you absolutely won't exceed 2,000 years old. If you can refine an exquisite jade heart recovery pill that infinitely approaches vast spirit divine grade at your tiny age, wouldn't this old man's many years have been in vain?" Chun Chong said. Hearing this, the surrounding people all revealed a look of sudden realization. Yeah, this boy must have come from some great alchemy family. There must be an extremely formidable high-level alchemy G.O.D. behind him. That high-level alchemy G.O.D. strength was at least by no means inferior to Master Chun Chong. He might be even more powerful than him. Otherwise, Master Chun Chong also would not take it so seriously. As for Yi Yuan spending 2 to 4 hours to go refine the pill earlier, that was merely to pull the wool over people's eyes. Hearing Chun Chang's words, Yi Yuan's face revealed a strange look. Could it be that his performance was too astonish? Plusing? This Chun Chong actually did not believe that the medicinal pill was refined by him. If he refined a vast spirit divine pill, would Chun Chong speculate that the powerhouse behind him was Lord Medicine Ancestor? "This medicinal pill was refined by me," Yi Yuan said nonchalantly. Chun Chong looked at Yi Yuan and said in earnest, "Young man, wanting to become famous is a good thing, but you have to rely on your own ability. With the way you are, even if you really become renowned under the heavens, if other people really came to find you to request for pills, what will you do? Your background isn't bad. Don't harm yourself." Clearly, Chun Chong did not believe Yi Yuan's words at all. Yi Yuan went out and walked one round, and only spent less than 4 hours and then took out a purple spirit divine pills. In Chun Chang's view, this was merely Yi Yuan exposing himself unwittingly by trying to cover things up, hoping that others would believe that this medicinal pill was refined by him. In reality, in his mind, Yi Yuan merely just happened to have a divine-grade exquisite jade heart recovery pill on him. If he came from a powerful alchemy family, carrying a few healing holy medicines on him was all too normal. It was just that this kind of vanity made Chun Chong very disdainful. By the side by Chun and Ning Tianping seriously could not listen anymore, and was just about to refute with a few words, but was stopped by Yi Yuan with a hand gesture. "Master Chun Chong lectured well. This junior has learned my lesson. However, my family's grown-up isn't following by my side. I'm afraid that I'll have to disappoint Master," Yi Yuan said smilingly. Yi Yuan understood in his heart that no matter how he explained, this old man probably would not believe it, so he could only go along with his words. Chapter 1920, Obscure Medicinal Pill. Chapter 1920, Obscure Medicinal Pill. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Chun Chang's face revealed a hint of pity. An alchemist capable of refining such a high-quality, exquisite jade heart recovery pill was absolutely an extremely formidable figure. Reaching his realm, being able to exchange pointers with such a character was much more important than an Earth Qilin. Chun Chang looked at Yi Yuan and said with a nod, "Lad, following such a formidable figure, you have to cultivate well. Being able to learn 10% to 20% of his abilities is sufficient for you to benefit for life." Yi Yuan's attitude of acknowledging his fault made his impression of Yi Yuan become a little better. A fault confessed was half redressed. It was just that he did not notice how odd the expressions of Bai Chun and Ning Tianping behind Yi Yuan were. Yi Yuan smiled when he heard this and said, "Yes, Junior will definitely work doubly hard from today onwards." "Then, can this Junior put away this Earth Qilin?" The corners of Chun Chang's mouth twitched slightly. Waving his hand, he indicated for Yi Yuan to keep it. This Earth Qilin was too precious. It cannot be bought just by having money. If not obtaining it this time, then no idea when he would have the chance to encounter it again next time. Yi Yuan naturally would not be courteous either. Lightly flicking his sleeves, he put away the Earth Qilin. "Lad, I wonder what's the name of your family's grown-up? Where are you from?" Chun Chang clearly did not give up yet, wanting to inquire about Yi Yuan's background. It was just that how could Yi Yuan go and make up a background? So he just brushed it off by saying, "Master, my family repeatedly exhorted that I mustn't reveal my background when traveling outside. Otherwise, I'll be served with family punishment. I'm really sorry." When Chun Chang heard that, he could only heave a sigh with a helpless look, turned around, and left. The middle-aged man in the felt hat kept the medicinal pill and said to Yi Yuan, "Little brother, although this middle age wasn't personally refined by you, it's a great help to me. The value of your medicinal pill already far surpasses," said the Earth Qilin. "Whatever conditions that need to be added on, feel free to speak up." Originally, the value of a level 9 difficulty, rank 5 divine pill naturally far exceeded a rank 5 spirit medicine. It was just that an Earth Qilin was too rare. That was how the middle-aged man in the felt hat could hike the price on the spot, using it to exchange for a divine-grade exquisite jade heart recovery pill. Although he was a true D powerhouse, if really made him by divine-grade exquisite jade heart recovery pill, even if he smashed his iron pots and pans to sell his SCRAP iron, he could not afford it either. A divine-grade exquisite jade heart recovery pill. Even Chun Chang could not refine it. It could be imagined how valuable it was. Yi Yuan clasped his hands and said, "No need, just a medicinal pill. It doesn't count as much. Just take it as making a friend." The middle-aged man in the felt hat was slightly taken aback, clearly not expecting that Yi Yuan was actually so generous, but thinking about it, he also felt at ease. With Yi Yuan's background, he probably completely did not care for that bit of compensation, right? "Little brother, I'll become friends with you. This time, just take it as me owing you a favor. If you need any help from me, Huizhen, feel free to open your mouth." The middle-aged man in the felt hat cupped his fists, turned around, and left. Inside the Hunter Herb Gatherings pill refining room, Bai Chun and Ning Tianping both had reluctant looks on their faces. Tonger hugged Treasure Pig, a hint of dissatisfaction flash. Plussing across in his eyes. "I think that old punk was clearly looking for a way out. Truly preposterous." Bai Chun said, "That old man couldn't refine the medicinal pill himself, and yet he still measured using the yardstick of a petty man, not believing that the medicinal pill was refined by you. What a joke." "Ignorant," Ning Tianping said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Not vying is vying. Your own strength only belongs to yourself. No need for other people's recognition. That moment when they witness your power, why would there be a need to provide any explanations?" Ning Tianping and Bai Chen's pupils constricted, ruminating over Yi Yuan's words. Even Tonger also looked at Yi Yuan in surprise. He had lived for a long time and thought that he had long seen through the emptiness of the material world already, but discovered that he was actually inferior to a child. Yi Yuan's state of mind had long transcended worldliness already. It was also no wonder that he could have his present accomplishments. Yi Yuan looked at Tong'er and said, "It's also that you're lucky, and it's also considered that my luck is decent. All in all, the spirit medicines are already gathered. This medicinal pill can begin to be refined." Tong'er said, "No matter whether it succeeds in refining or not, I owe you a favor." To an Empyrean powerhouse, becoming like Tong'er was clearly not reconciled to it. This feeling of powerlessness, no one would like it. Even if they gathered the spirit medicines, Tong'er also maintained a conservative attitude toward whether or not Yi Yuan could succeed in the pill refinement. It was naturally not that Tong'er did not believe in Yi Yuan's strength. The cleansing rain dream reverting pill was indeed not an ordinary medicinal pill. The refining difficulty was tremendous. Even among level 9 difficulty medicinal pills, it was also extremely difficult to refine. This kind of medicine belonged to the extremely obscure kind. Barely anyone in this world heard of it before, and no more than a handful of people knew how to refine. The spirit medicines used in this medicinal pill also belonged to those extremely obscure kinds. Obscurity represented that the usage was extremely limited. Never even heard of it before, how to refine it. This kind of obscure medicinal pill was a huge challenge to every alchemist. Forget about Yi Yuan. Even when Tong'er himself was at his prime, he totally could not refine it as well. If not for Yi Yuan reaching grand completion Dao Realm, he also would not request for Yi Yuan to refine this medicinal pill. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "You guys wait in the outer room. I need to go into seclusion for a few days to understand the medicinal properties of these spirit medicines. After all, there's no second chance." When the few people arrived in the outer room, Tong'er's expression suddenly became nervous. "Lord Tong'er, my lord taking action, what are you still worried about? Since I started following him, I've never seen a medicinal pill that he can't refine." Seeing Tong'er's nervous look, Ning Tianping found it rather funny as he said. Tong'er rolled his eyes and said huffily, "What the H? Yell. I do you know." The weight of the earth Qilin was only sufficient for Yi Yuan to refine once. There was no opportunity for a second attempt. Hence, Yi Yuan was extremely prudent as well. Tong'er understood the difficulty of refining. He naturally understood it even more so than the others. Being able to refine the level 9 difficulty exquisite Jade Heart recovery pill did not mean being able to refine the similar difficulty cleansing rain dream reverting pill. Pill refinement was another form of cultivation. If, say, comprehending alchemy was inner strength, then an understanding of pharmacology was external strength one. Only by cultivating inner and external together that one could achieve a high-quality medicinal pill. But the chances of ironwood ash, blackheart seaweed, earth Qilin, these spirit medicines appearing, was far too low. Yi Yuan only had one chance. To what degree he could refine the medicinal pill, that would be determined on to what degree he could understand these spirit medicines. He sliced a very tiny piece from the spirit medicine and carefully experienced the medicinal theory of these spirit medicines. This approach was extremely unilateral, because each portion of the spirit medicine, the law fragments contained, was different. Yi Yuan could only deduce the medicinal properties of the entire spirit medicine through this tiny piece. Then, he even had to deduce the entire pill refining process according to the pill formula. This process was complicated to the extreme. Even with Yi Yuan's present soul force, he also felt that it was too much for him to bear. But he had no choice anymore, and it would affect the refinement of the medicinal pill. Furthermore, among these spirit medicines, there were half that Yi Yuan had never come into contact with before. Each kind needed him to go and experience it carefully. One, a reference to wuxia, where inner strength is basically Qi/true force, but superhuman level, not mountain-destroying level. Chapter 1921. Tong'er apologizes. Chapter 1921. Tong'er apologizes. I don't understand, but I know that His Excellency has never failed before. He might not be a match for a true G.O.D., but competing in pill refinement, no one could surpass him. Hearing Tong'er's words, Ning Tianping was also very disdainful. Although he knew that Tong'er was an Empyrean powerhouse, Tong'er's attitude made him very displeased. Following Yuan for a long time, Ning Tianping already had blind confidence in Yuan. This was not his individual wars, I plus P, but the confidence that was continuously established in his heart from the miracle after miracle that he saw being at Yuan's side. This kind of confidence was virtually unshakable. At least in alchemy, Yuan had never failed before. No matter how difficult it was to refine a medicinal pill, reaching Yuan's hands, it was also accomplished with ease. Especially after breaking through to the Divine Lord realm, Yuan's alchemy strength became more and more miraculous. It was naturally impossible for Ning Tianping to have any doubts. Tong'er looked at Ning Tianping like looking at an idiot and said coolly, "Perhaps this cleansing rain dream reverting pill is his greatest challenge up to this point. I'm not saying that he can't refine it. It's just that he has a very high chance of failing." "Not possible." Ning Tianping returned 2 words sonorous and forcefully. Tong'er could not help choking when he heard it, and said with a cold snort, "Impervious to reason." At this time, Xiao Feng suddenly spoke up. "Senior Tong'er is right. Maybe this shall be younger brother Ye's greatest challenge up to this point. This cleansing rain dream reverting pill is different from the medicinal pills that he had encountered in the past." Xiao Feng explained the special aspects of the cleansing rain dream reverting pill for Ning Tianping and Bai Chun. He himself was an alchemist and was naturally clear about the knack involved. Listening to his explanation until the end, Ning Tianping's and Bai Chun's expressions also became solemn. Competing in pill refinement. Could it be that this Empyrean doesn't know more than you guys? Just a rank 5 divine pill. If Yuan had the confidence of success, why would this Empyrean wait until he's at grand completion Dao realm before opening my mouth? 2 ignorant brats. Tong'er said unhappily. Ning Tianping fell silent, but very soon he lifted his head again and said to Tong'er, "Either way, it's impossible for His Excellency to fail. You just look properly." Tong'er could not help choking when he heard this, and then he said with a cold snort, "Hopelessly foolish. Plus." In the blink of an eye, it was 30 over days. Yuan did not come out all along. Ning Tianping finally realized that what Tong'er and Xiao Feng said was not exaggerating things to raise an alarm. He had never seen Yuan spend such a long time on one medicinal pill before. Outside the door, Ning Tianping paced back and forth, appearing somewhat vexed. "Stop walking around. My eyes are becoming dizzy thanks to you," Tong'er said unhappily. "Humph. His Excellency is refining the pill for you. You're actually not worried at all. If anything happens to His Excellency, I won't let you off," Ning Tianping said with a cold snort. Creak. Right at this time, the door opened from inside. A weary to the extreme figure slowly walked out from inside. "Your Excellency, are you all right?" Seeing Yuan's appearance, Ning Tianping nearly jumped up and hurriedly went forward to support. The current Yuan's 2 eyes were full of blood traces, his hair somewhat disheveled, his entire person like he had a great illness. In Ning Tianping's impression, Yuan was always calm and collected when refining pills, accompli. Plussing with great ease. When had he become like this? Yuan waved his hand and said feebly, "It's just that the mental strength expenditure was too great. I'll be fine after resting for a few days." Tong'er stood up. His expression when looking at Yuan involuntarily changed. "Fail." The cleansing rain dream reverting pill was pompous, set down by the Bamboo Grew Void Realm's forefather. For countless years, the Bamboo Grew Void Realm had once gathered spirit medicines several times. But up to this date, no one had successfully refined it before. Even a peak 7-star alchemy G.O.D. that had once appeared also never succeeded before. Not that they could not refine a high-quality medicinal pill, but that they never succeeded in forming the pill before. Not even once. And this medicinal pill was merely just a rank 5 divine pill. The refining difficulty could be imagined. Hence, Tonger actually did not harbor much hope in Yi Yuan. Swaz. H. Plus a streak of flowing light streaked past. Tonger reached his hand out to catch. A small bottle appeared in his hand. Immediately, his expression solidified. Tonger looked at Yi Yuan in surprise and said, "You actually really succeeded." Yi Yuan's face revealed a hint of a smile and said, "Ha, this medicinal pill really has a kick. Almost killing me. Honestly speaking, I've refined pills for so many years. This is the most tiring time. But succeeded by a fluke." Fluke. Tonger looked at Yi Yuan and said in incredible shock. He himself was an alchemist and naturally knew how hard on one's mental strength it was to refine a medicinal pill. But Yi Yuan's alchemy strength, he was too clear. Even if he found a 7-star alchemy G.O.D. right now, in terms of refining a rank 5 divine pill, his strength might not be stronger than Yi Yuan. To be able to torment Yi Yuan until like this, it could be seen how much effort he expended for this medicinal pill. A wisp of divine sense sunk into the small bottle. Tonger's entire person was akin to being struck by lightning. Thud! Awoo! Awoo! Treasure Pig fell to the ground and started crying out, indicating his displeasure. But Tonger did not have any reaction at all. He was still in the midst of shock. The vast spirit divine pill. How? How did you do it? Tonger looked at Yi Yuan as if he was looking at a prehistoric behemoth. No one had ever refined this medicinal pill before. Even in the Heavenspan world, there probably wasn't this pill formula at all. But not only did Yi Yuan refine it, he even performed to an extremely high level, refining it into a vast spirit divine pill. Similarly, level 9 difficulty, the exquisite Jade Heart recovery pill and cleansing rain dream reverting pill, these two medicinal pills completely could not be compared at all. The medicinal properties of those spirit medicines, Yi Yuan had no way of familiarizing it all. Yi Yuan could only deduce it bit by bit. Under such circumstances, being able to refine high grade was already extremely remarkable. But Yi Yuan took out a perfect medicinal pill. Tonger really did not know what words to use to describe the shock in his heart currently. Rather, it was Ning Tianping whose thoughts and feelings were not as strong as him, saying with a big laugh, "Haha, what did I say? With His Excellency taking action, he definitely won't fail. In alchemy, he's undefeatable." The current Ning Tianping was like a victor. In this 1 month, he was very worried about Yi Yuan, but his confidence in Yi Yuan had never wavered before. With Yi Yuan being successful, this fact proved that Ning Tianping was right. Tonger opened his mouth, but nothing came out. At this moment, he suddenly discovered that his understanding of Yi Yuan was still so shallow. In this 1 month, he felt that Ning Tianping's confidence in Yi Yuan was overly blind. But he discovered now that this was not the case. With Yi Yuan's age, being able to achieve such horrifying accomplishments in alchemy, one could not use common sense to appraise him at all. Hence, Ning Tianping's confidence might not have been blind wars. I plus P. Not maybe, but definitely. Tonger looked at Ning Tianping and let out a heavy sigh as he said, "All right, I admit that I was wrong. I underestimated Yi Yuan. His might doesn't originate from his strength. This kid's future accomplishments are unimaginable." Ning Tianping was taken aback. This haughty Empyrean powerhouse actually apologized to him? Chapter 1922, Dark Pine Courtyard. Chapter 1922, Dark Pine Courtyard. This sleep. Yi Yuan slept very well, sleeping all the way for 10 days and nights. To deity realm powerhouses, they already did not need sleep to recover their state. But this time, Yi Yuan's mental strength was exhausted too greatly, and needed deep sleep before he could recover his state. On this day, Yi Yuan finally woke up. He discovered that a pair of large eyes were currently staring at him. A pig nose was currently pressed against his nose. Treasure Pig? Tonger went into close seclusion? Yi Yuan came to a realization very quickly. Grunt, grunt. Treasure Pig nodded its head repeatedly. Yi Yuan had a revelation. "Your Excellency, you finally woke up." Tonger consumed the cleansing rain dream reverting pill and already returned to the purple extreme hall to go into a close seclusion. Ning Tianping said. These few days, Ning Tianping few people had always been keeping watch over Yi Yuan. Seeing him wake up at this time, they also let out a long sigh in relief. Yi Yuan slowly got up and said with a nod, "Delayed for a very long time. It's time to do proper business." Xiao Feng's gaze turned intent, and he said, "What do you want to do?" Yi Yuan said, "Isn't it said that Empyrean Flutterfeather set up an alchemy celestial pavilion, using alchemy battles to determine the rank of the alchemy God? Then let's go take a look." When Xiao Feng heard that, his eyes could not help lighting up. Slapping his thigh hard, he said, "Man, I'm really stupid. Why didn't I think of this? With your strength, wouldn't everyone still fight to cooperate with us when the time comes? This matter brooks no delay. Let's quickly go over." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "No, Russ. Plus the pill refinement this time, I had some gains. Wait for me to sort it out. Tomorrow morning, we'll go to the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion." Meditating in close seclusion, Yi Yuan really had many thoughts and feelings. What Tonger said was right. The pill refinement this time was indeed the greatest challenge that he encountered in his life. Even when refining the Tao-defying pill back then, it was also not as painful and exhausting as now. Yi Yuan spent more than 20 days to deduce the medicinal properties and to continuously compare the spirit medicines, finding errors and omissions, and rededucing. Deducing entirely the medicinal properties, Yi Yuan started deriving the pill formula. Just like that, 1 month's time, Yi Yuan was immersed in extremely intense deductions. How could he not be tired? But he was extremely satisfied with the final results. To be able to refine the cleansing rain dream reverting pill into vast spirit divine grade, Yi Yuan himself also felt very accomplished. And this also made him have a deeper understanding of the medicinal properties of spirit medicines. The medicinal properties of spirit medicines did not exist in solitary. There were very deep connections intrinsically too. It was just that this kind of connection was too complicated. The deductions were naturally not as direct as directly comprehending them. But after really deducing it, the benefits were naturally immense. Although this could not help Yi Yuan to break through to the ancestor realm, it consolidated his alchemy foundation. A night quietly said. On the second day, Yi Yuan went out of the pill refining room, settled the bill, and left the 100 Herb Gathering. The 100 Herb Gathering's pill refining room's rent was extremely high. Renting the pill refining room for more than 40 days in a row, Yi Yuan also spent a considerable fee, making his flesh hurt. The party was currently walking on the streets when suddenly a manservant-looking young man blocked Yi Yuan's path. The manservant asked, "May I ask if it's Lord Yi Yuan?" Yi Yuan was somewhat puzzled, but still nodded and said, "That's right. I'm Yi Yuan. Looking for me for?" The manservant said, "Just now, someone had me pass a word to you. If you want to see Elder Jiang Yuan, you could go to Linan Street's Dark Pine Courtyard." When Yi Yuan heard that, his two eyes narrowed slightly, and he said smilingly, "You go back and tell him that I'm not interested." Finished talking, Yi Yuan brought everyone and directly left. The moment this manservant spoke, Yi Yuan knew that this person must have been sent by Jianghua. Although everyone hoped to request an audience with Jiang Yuan back then inside the gatehouse, it might also be those people. But the greatest likelihood was still Jianghua. This Jianghua felt that he definitely could not find the connections, so he deliberately found someone to draw his attention, so as to make a move against him. Yi Yuan sneered coldly in his heart. Jianghua was bullying him, depending on the latter being young, green, and inexperienced. Did he feel that using this kind of method could lure Yi Yuan to a remote place to dispose of? He was also looking down on him too much. Disregarding that he had seen through Jianghua's thoughts, even if he did not see through, Yi Yuan also did not plan on going to ask Jiang Yuan again. A good man did not backtrack. Even if Yi Yuan found Springwind Hall to cooperate in the end, that would also be Jiang Yuan coming to beg him, and not him going to beg Jiang Yuan. At Dark Pine Courtyard, when Qin Guan heard the manservant's report, his brows could not help furrowing. Could it be that this punk doesn't wish to request an audience with Elder Jiang Yuan? Jiang Hua smiled coldly and said, "This punk has some backbone, but him not coming doesn't mean that I can't take care of him. You go and make another trip, tell Yi Yuan in this manner. He'll definitely follow you here." Jiang Hua said a few sentences to the manservant. The manservant immediately received the order and left. Qin Guan listened by the side and could not help giving a thumbs up, praising, "Impressive. Indeed impressive. Younger brother Jiang Hua is well deserving of being the favorite in front of family head." Jiang Hua smiled with narrowed eyes as he said, "If I can't even take care of a celestial deity realm brat, this steward, would also have been alive in vain. Elder brother, I'll leave this place to you. Family head still have me run some affairs. I'll leave first." Qin Guan smiled faintly and said, "You go and work. Leave this kind of trivial thing to me." Not long after the manservant left, he indeed led Yi Yuan over. Furthermore, there was just Yi Yuan alone. Entering Dark Pine Courtyard, Yi Yuan felt that he got caught in an array formation. It was just that this level of array formation, Yi Yuan did not place it in his sights at all. With his present spatial law strength, wanting to escape was not a difficult thing. Entering the courtyard, a middle-aged man was currently pouring himself a cup of wine and drinking himself. The manservant said respectfully, "Master, Yi Yuan is brought over." Qin Guan waved his hand. The manservant immediately left. Yi Yuan's two eyes narrowed slightly. Looking at Qin Guan, he said, "It was you who used Brother Zhao's life to threaten me?" That manservant found Yi Yuan again and told Yi Yuan that Xiao Feng was Springwind Hall's disciple. If he did not come to Dark Pine Courtyard, then Xiao Feng would die very horribly. Indeed, with Jiang Hua's status, dealing with a puny little low-level deacon was truly too easy, even though he was just a measly steward. With Jiang Yuan's power and influence, as long as Jiang Hua casually opened his mouth, he could doom Xiao Feng beyond redemption. Qin Guan looked at Yi Yuan and laughed in spite of himself as he said, "Brat, indeed arrogant enough. Arriving at my place here, you actually still dare to talk like this?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "Where's Jiang Hua?" Qin Guan smiled and said, "You offended younger brother Jiang Hua and should know that you'd have today's outcome. Either you die, or Xiao Feng dies. Of course, since you came here, it shows that you've already made the choice." Yi Yuan looked at Qin Guan and said coolly, "With just the likes of you?" Qin Guan drank another cup of wine and said with a smile, "Already on your deathbed, and you're still being stubborn. If I can't even take care of a puny little seventh firmament celestial deity, so many years of cultivation would also have been all for naught." Done talking, his gaze turned cold. A horrifying surge of world power suddenly erupted, enveloping the entire courtyard inside. Qin Guan naturally did not dare to make a move on the streets, so he forced Yi Yuan into this Dark Pine Courtyard in order to make it convenient to kill. Yi Yuan looked at him like looking at an idiot and said coolly, "Originally wanted to dispose of Jiang Hua, this trouble, but since he isn't around, then you can only blame that you're unlucky." Chapter 1923 by Tong. Chapter 1923 by Tong. I'm unlucky? You still haven't figured out the situation now, right? Likewise, Qin Guan used an expression like looking at an idiot to look at Yi Yuan. Could it be that this punk was a fool? A mere seventh firmament celestial deity actually dared to utter such wild ravings. No matter what, he was a true G. Oh, D-Realm powerhouse too. Could it be that he did not know the disparity between celestial deity realm and true God realm? The one who hasn't figured out the situation is yourself. Yi Yuan responded with a sneer. Suddenly, an even more powerful undulation reverberated inside the courtyard, directly pus. Plussing Qin Guan's world power back. Poo work. Qin Guan was caught by surprise and directly sent flying by this tremendous force, spewing out a large mouthful of blood. Beside Yi Yuan, a youth in fluttering white clothing appeared since no idea when. Qin Guan's gaze revealed a look of astonishment as he cried out in shock, "Fourth firmament true God." At this time, Yi Yuan also sized up this young man with vermilion lips and white teeth beside him curiously. He was truly beautiful until even girls would be jealous. Yi Yuan did not expect that after Tong'er grew up, he would actually be this appearance. Detecting Yi Yuan's gaze, Tong'er could not help rolling his eyes as he said unhappily, "What's there to look at?" Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "I even thought that you'd become an old geezer. I didn't expect that you're going to have this appearance. TSK looks not bad." Spending a long time with Tong'er, even though he knew that he was an Empyrean powerhouse, that childish appearance made people unable to give rise to awe and veneration toward him at all. Now, suddenly becoming a young man, Yi Yuan's mentality similarly could not wrap itself around it. Tong'er's expression flickered incessantly, and he said in a cold voice, "In the future, you have to call me Lord Bai Tong. Otherwise, humph." Yi Yuan waved his hand and said with a smile, "Lord Bai Tong, I really can't get used to it in this short while." Bai Tong rolled his eyes again. He discovered that he could not awe this guy at all. However, him being able to recover to his current appearance was also all thanks to Yi Yuan. "Forget it, just call me Brother Bai then. This time, it's really all thanks to you. The recovery is much better than I imagined. Furthermore, thanks to you, when I return to boyhood from old age again in the future, I'll directly recover to my current realm and don't need to become that appearance before again." Bai Tong said with some excitement. His initial most mental preparation was recovering to first firmament true G. OD. After all, this medicinal pill was too difficult to refine. But who knew that Yi Yuan actually refined vast spirit divine grade in the end? The effects of recovery naturally far exceeded his expectations. Fourth firmament true G. OD. Middle stage true G. OD. That strength was a totally different level compared to first firmament true G. OD. More importantly, what Yi Yuan refined was a vast spirit cleansing rain dream reverting pill. It restored part of the defects in his cultivation method, letting him have no need to become a kid without the strength to truss up a chicken when he returned to boyhood from old age again. About the medicinal effect of the cleansing rain dream reverting pill, Yi Yuan was also quite surprised. The person who could create such a heaven-defying medicinal pill, his strength was definitely impressive. It seemed like tigers were crouching and dragons were hiding in this world. One really should not look down on the heroes under the heavens. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Then I'll have to congratulate Brother Bai, but let's take care of this trash first." By the side, Qin Guan's expression turned stiff. Kneeling down with a thud, he wailed, "Why, Your Excellency, this lowly one had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai and affronted Your Excellency. I beg Your Excellency to take this lowly one to be a fart and let this lowly one go." Seeing the Bai Tong with an imposing aura, how could Qin Guan still have any desire to resist at all? Having a first firmament true G. Go deal with a fourth firmament true G. OD? Not unless his head was kicked by a donkey. Apart from begging for mercy, he seriously could not think of other ways. Currently, in his heart, he had long greeted Zhanghua's 18 generations of ancestors. This N thing had clearly dug a pit for him to jump. When taking action, Zhanghua did not tell him that a fourth firmament true G. D powerhouse was actually following by Yi Yuan's side. "Let you go? If I didn't have the strength to protect myself, would you have let me go today? Since you had the thought to kill people stirred, you'll have to be prepared to be killed." "Brother Bai, do it," Yi Yuan said coolly. Toward this Qin Guan, Yi Yuan naturally could not give rise to any pity. The other party was clearly here to kill Yi Yuan, and yet actually still hoped that Yi Yuan would show mercy and let him leave. Bai Tong nodded slightly when he heard this. Qin Guan did not see him take any complicated action. He just lightly pointed out a finger. Qin Guan only felt a white light gradually enlarge in his pupils. After that, there was no more after that. In front of Bai Tong, he could not even muster up divine essence. Seeing this scene, Yi Yuan's pupils also constricted as he said, "Brother Bai is skillful. I really didn't expect that not only is Brother Bai 7-star alchemy G. OD, your martial arts are also so formidable. Bai Tong said with a proud look. You don't think that only you know spatial law in this world, right? The two exchanged a glance, both bursting into laughter. What did you say? Qin Guan died? How is this possible? Hearing the news of Qin Guan's death, Jiang Hua almost jumped up. A true G. Oh. D realm went to deal with a seventh firmament celestial deity realm and actually died. This kind of thing was simply unheard of. This lowly one dare not deceive Lord Steward. This lowly one quietly waited for the outcome in the backyard, but didn't see Lord Qin Guan return for a long time. Mustering up my courage, I went into the front court and discovered that Lord Qin Guan had already long died. Yi Yuan was not someone who indiscriminately killed the innocent. That manservant was merely a divine Lord Realm young man, obeying people's orders. He naturally did not have the intention of exterminating once and for all, but the front court had an array formation isolating, so he did not know what happened in the backyard. When he went to the front court, it was long deserted already. Jiang Hua's expression changed again and again. In his eyes, although Yi Yuan's strength was decent, he was merely a youngster who came from an imperial city in the end. So what background could he have? To imperial city, this level, true G. Oh, DS were already existences that they looked up to. But who knew that Qin Guan, this true G. Oh, D-Realm powerhouse would die in his own courtyard without a sound just like that. One had to know, killing a true G. Oh, D-Realm powerhouse and defeating a true G. Oh, D-Realm powerhouse were two completely different concepts. With Qin Guan's strength, unless it was a third firmament true G. Oh, D and above powerhouse. Otherwise, it was simply impossible to let him not even have a chance to escape. After all, that was Qin Guan's own territory. Could it be that a third firmament true G, O, D, and above powerhouse is actually following by that brat side? How is this possible? Jiang Hua did not quite dare to believe it. Right at this time, a servant walked in and said to Jiang Hua with cupped fists, Steward Jiang, Yi Yuan's party already entered the alchemy celestial pavilion. Jiang Hua was taken back when he heard that and said, Alchemy celestial pavilion? What did they go to the alchemy celestial pavilion for? Right, this kid wanted to become famous overnight through the alchemy celestial pavilion. Heh, no wonder he uttered wild ravings, saying to make family head go find him in person. It turns out that what he thought of was this method. It's just that he's too naive. Alchemy celestial pavilion's experts are as abundant as clouds. Does he, a mere celestial deity realm brat, really think that he can stir up some waves? Chapter 1924, Silver Alchemy Celestial Alchemist. Chapter 1924, Silver Alchemy Celestial Alchemist, Senior. I want to become an alchemy celestial alchemist and enter the alchemy battle arena. The old man in front of Yi Yuan was the alchemy celestial pavilion's examiner. For many years, the alchemy celestial pavilion had a resounding reputation. Alchemy celestial alchemists, even the lowest grade copper alchemy celestial alchemists, their status outside were also much higher than ordinary alchemists. This was because alchemists that came out of the alchemy celestial pavilion had all been through fight after fight. Those that charged out, their strength far surpassed, said ordinary alchemists. Hence, wanting to become an alchemy celestial alchemist naturally needed stringent checks. It was not that you could enter the alchemy battle arena, because you could refine medicinal pills. This old man in front of him was the examiner responsible for verifying the stand of alchemists. The old man looked at Yi Yuan and waved his hand and said, Lad, this place isn't the place to play house. Go away. He saw that Yi Yuan was too young and felt that it was simply impossible to pass the test, and he naturally felt rather impatient. Yi Yuan's age, possessing seventh firmament celestial deity strength. Although it was rare, it also would not make people too astonished. But wanting to become a 5-star alchemy G. O. D at his age was extremely rare. As for whether or not he could pass the A.S. assessment, it was even more impossible. Even though this test was not some very profound thing, It was also not what everyone could possess. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Senior won't test my strength?" The old man said, "This old man has been in charge of this alchemy, celestial pavilion, for many years, and has seen before no idea how many alchemists. Whether or not you can pass the test, I'll know at a glance." This old man was an experienced 5-star alchemy D himself, so his alchemy Tao strength not weak. With alchemy, celestial pavilion's popularity, there were too many alchemists who wanted to enter the alchemy battle arena. The alchemists that he had seen before were indeed many. As a result, he had long formed his own set of experiences already. Yi Yuan did not dispute this either. He just smiled and said, "Then can Senior give Junior a chance? Let Junior measure his own strength?" "Brat, don't waste our time. The alchemists that Elder Ping has seen before are more than the salt you've eaten. He already said that you're out of the game, so there's no chance for you." "Brat, your hair isn't even fully grown yet. Do you know what's called pill refinement?" Ha ha ha. Everyone burst out laughing, full of disdain for Yi Yuan. Even if disciples from great alchemy families wanted to reach the strength to enter the alchemy celestial pavilion, they at least had to be 3 to 5,000 years old too. At Yi Yuan's age, it was simply impossible to have a chance. Elder Ping saw that Yi Yuan's attitude was sincere, not arrogant like members of aristocratic families. Stroking his beard, he nodded and said, "Forget it, give it a try." Yi Yuan was overjoyed and said with clasped hands, "Thank you very much, Elder Ping." Elder Ping waved his hand and said, "Don't be in a hurry to thank me first. This divine fire is very wild, so don't burn yourself." The assessment was very simple. Control the flame to refine pills. One should not look at how it was simple. Many 5-star alchemy DS could not do it well. This flame was not an ordinary divine flame, but a fire without a master. It was very wild. Wanting to control it to refine pills had very high demands on the alchemist's fire control. A turquoise flame trembled endlessly inside the brazier. In a while, look at how Embark said this brat becomes. The Cloudheart Heavenly Wolf fire is notorious for being difficult to subdue. At his age, how can he possibly control an ownerless Cloudheart Heavenly Wolf fire? This is called overestimating his own ability. Those people waiting for the test felt that Yi Yuan was wasting time, all appearing very annoyed. Yi Yuan slowly came in front of the brazier and lightly pointed a finger out. Following that flame flew towards the medicinal cauldron extremely obediently. The entire process was natural and smooth. It did not pause in the slightest at all. The originally bored to death Elder Ping suddenly stood up from his seat, looking at Yi Yuan's actions in shock. Inside the hall, it was dead silent, only seeing Yi Yuan's actions skipping erratically. Following that, it was the pill refinement. That Cloudheart Heavenly Wolf fire was extremely obedient in Yi Yuan's hands, and it actually faintly emitted howling sounds of a wolf. Inside the medicinal cauldron was a false pill, specifically used in alchemist assessments. Bang, bang, bang. Inside the medicinal cauldron, 9 exploding sounds resounded in a row. A wolf's howl transmitted over. The Cloudheart Heavenly Wolf fire returned to the brazier once more, and actually somewhat had the intention of having not given full expression to its views. Bang! The Cloudheart Heavenly Wolf fire that returned to the brazier actually flew out once more under the situation where no one was manipulating it, but it was blocked by the restriction power around the brazier. Everyone looked at this scene dumbfoundedly with astounded faces. 9 booms. This probably already has the strength of a silver alchemy celestial alchemist, right? Also, that fire-controlling art is truly transcendent. The Cloudheart Heavenly Wolf fire actually wants to burst out of the restriction. That means, could it be that it wants to have Yi Yuan subdue it? Yi Yuan's assessment was completed extremely quickly, merely several dozen breaths from start to end. But in these several dozen breaths, it let people see his power. Tempering the false pill, The number of detonating sounds given off was the assessment criteria. As long as it could give off a detonating sound, it was considered passing the test. But the detonating sounds only had at most 9. Yi Yuan actually made it emanate fully. Under normal circumstances, being able to reach 9 booms already had the level of silver alchemy, celestial alchemists. It was just that people who came to take part in the alchemy celestial assessment rarely had people capable of doing it to this extent, unless it was those major powers who had already been famous for a long time and had never partook. 1. P. Aided in the alchemy celestial assessment before. Would there be such a performance? But how old was Yi Yuan? When these people were 1,000 over years old, they were still bitterly training basic skills under the whip of their masters. With this, it was truly astounding everyone with his skill. Elder Ping, I'm done with the assessment. Yi Yuan came in front of Elder Ping and said coolly. Elder Ping was startled, only then coming back to his senses. He looked at Yi Yuan and said with a bitter smile, "This old man apologizes to you." This old man didn't expect that there would actually be a time where I would make an error of judgment. Everyone was incredibly shocked. Elder Ping actually apologized to this kid. Elder Ping was a gold alchemy, celestial alchemist. He actually apologized to a junior. But thinking about it, they also felt at ease. Yi Yuan had such strength when he was so young, so his future accomplishments were limitless. Yi Yuan cupped his fists and said, Elder Ping is too serious. I wonder if this junior is counted as having pass, said the assessment. Of course you pass, said. As he spoke, Elder Ping fished out a silver-colored token, pass, set it to Yi Yuan, and said, 9 booms, your strength already reached the standard of silver alchemy, celestial alchemist. From today onward, you're silver alchemy, celestial alchemist. Yi Yuan received the token, feeling rather surprised. He did not expect that he actually directly advanced to silver alchemy, celestial alchemist. He found out earlier that alchemists who pass said the alchemy, celestial, assessment were just gradeless alchemists. They must go through 100, even hundreds of alchemy battles before they could advance to copper alchemy, celestial alchemist. Similarly, for copper alchemy, celestial alchemists to want to advance to the silver level, they also had to experience many alchemy battles. This process tended to be several decades, several centuries, even several thousand or tens of thousands of years. Yi Yuan only guided according to the laws inside the medicinal cauldron and did his best, but did not think that he actually directly advanced to silver grade. Chapter 1925, Silver Arena. Chapter 1925, Silver Arena. Yi Yuan put away the token and said with cupped fists, Many thanks, Elder Ping. Elder Ping smiled and said, Good. Indeed, heroes come from youngsters. With your talent, likely in less than 10 years, you'll be able to reach gold alchemy, celestial alchemist. Boy, after entering the alchemy, celestial pavilion, you have to cultivate well. Yi Yuan's appearance gave Elder Ping a breathtaking feeling. Having such heaven-defying alchemy Dao attainments at a young age, he would definitely be able to radiate splendor in the alchemy, celestial pavilion. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Elder Ping rest assured I will. Finished talking, Yi Yuan turned around and left. Those examinees looked at Yi Yuan with envious looks on their faces. This silver token, they had to strive for it for thousands, even tens of thousands of years. But he, Yi Yuan, directly got it. Next, Elder Ping withdrew his gaze and said coolly, Sun Jing slowly walked in front of the Cloud Heart Heavenly Wolf Fire, currently secretly glad in his heart. The Cloud Heart Heavenly Wolf Fire was awed by that brat just now. It will definitely be much easier for me to subdue it. This is an opportunity for me. Speaking of which, I still have to thank that kid. The moment the restriction opened up, Sun Jin suddenly formed seals with both hands, attempting to directly suppress the Cloud Heart Heavenly Wolf Fire. A wolf howl came over. That turquoise flame instantly transformed into a horrifying, enormous wolf, pouncing over towards Sun Jing. Sun Jing seemed to have been struck by a tremendous force, directly blasting him flying. In virtually an instant, his body was practically burned to a crisp, lying on the ground and wailing incessantly. Swaz. H. Plus the turquoise giant wolf turned into an afterimage, Das. H. I. Plussing over towards the depths of the hall. That direction was precisely the direction that Yi Yuan headed to. Elder Ping's gaze turned sharp, his figure turning into a streak of lightning, catching up to the Cloud Heart Heavenly Wolf fire in virtually a blink of an eye. Wicked brute, where are you running? Divine fires were spiritual, so this Cloud Heart Heavenly Wolf fire was clearly not so easy to subdue. Seeing Elder Ping catch up, the Cloud Heart Heavenly Wolf fire actually rushed over toward Elder Ping. Bang! 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 Inside the hall, one person and one fire actually broke out into a great battle. The other people exchanged glances, looking at this scene in immense shock. Just what's going on here? Although the Cloud Heart Heavenly Wolf fire is hard to tame, it also won't be so berserk. It will be chasing after that kid just now, right? What in the world did that brat do to actually be able to make the Cloud Heart Heavenly Wolf fire so crazed? After a great battle, Elder Ping finally relied on his own powerful strength and captured the Cloud Heart Heavenly Wolf fire. Except the captured Cloud Heart Heavenly Wolf fire was still incomparably berserk, unable to control it all. Elder Ping was secretly astonished and said, "This boy's fire-controlling art has already reached the acme of perfection. This Cloud Heart Heavenly Wolf fire actually wants to chase after him to be tamed. Truly frightening." The Cloud Heart Heavenly Wolf fire was an extremely difficult to tame rank 5 divine fire. Ordinary celestial deity realms simply could not subdue it, let alone talk about taming it. It was also precisely because of this that it would be used in evaluation standard. But Elder Ping did not expect that Yi Yuan only used the Cloud Heart Heavenly Wolf fire to take part in the ACE assessment once, and actually thoroughly subdued the Cloud Heart Heavenly Wolf fire. As long as Yi Yuan was willing, he could take possession of it at any time. Elder Ping understood that this Cloud Heart Heavenly Wolf fire would likely have no one capable of taming it anymore in the future. He waved his hand and said, "Guards, bring away the Cloud Heart Heavenly Wolf fire. Today's AS assessment ends here." Silver Alchemy Battle Arena. Yelling and shouting seethe inside, incomparably bustling. Not far away, two incomparably profound auras intertwined together on the stage, vying with each other, refusing to give in to the other in the slightest. Come on, Mu Daocheng. Mu Daocheng is mighty. Below the stage, cheering sounds were noisy like a seething cauldron. In the ring, the middle-aged Taoist on the right side was clearly a notch better. Very soon, his imposing momentum overpowered the other party. Condense. It was only to see Mu Daocheng yelled out, the medicinal pill condensing and forming a complete I, plussing all these in one stroke. The other alchemist had a dispirited look. His medicinal pill already became a useless pill. Mu Daocheng said with a smug look, "Huangjun, you're still 100 years too early to want to challenge me." Ha ha ha. Huangjun looked at Mu Daocheng, let out a sigh, and slowly walked down the ring. Yi Yuan watched this scene rather interestedly. This style of alchemy battle, he really rarely saw it. Alchemy battles dreaded people disturbing the most. But this kind of alchemy battle arena was completely an open-style format. Not only would everyone's cheering sounds not be isolated, but even the other party's pill refinement also would not use array formation to isolate the view. Two people facing off was like the life and death fight between two mighty experts. The victor formed the pill. The loser ruined the pill. But Yi Yuan also saw through that these two alchemist strengths were indeed very formidable. Compared to those so-called 5-star alchemy DS outside, their strength was much stronger. Especially that Mu Daocheng. He already reached late-stage initial realm, his strength being extraordinary. Hearing those fervent yelling sounds, this Mu Daocheng clearly possessed very high popularity in the Silver Arena area. However, Yi Yuan thought about it and felt that this kind of alchemy battle style could accelerate the improvement of alchemy Dao's strength even more instead. Two people facing off and refining pills, auras meeting each other squarely. One could sense the other party's alchemy Dao undulations distinctly. Under such circumstances, even if one failed, it was also possible to learn many things from the other party. Moreover, under this kind of complicated environment, being able to successfully refine the medicinal pill had tremendous benefits to the alchemists themselves too. It was no wonder that alchemy gods who possessed the ident. 1. Tai of alchemy, celestial alchemists were extremely well received and respected outside. Looking at it now, this alchemy celestial pavilion was indeed extraordinary. TSK. Another victory, and it will be Mu Daoqing's 10th successful time defending the ring. At that time, he'll be able to obtain the gold token, and he will become a gold alchemy celestial alchemist. Really envious of him. I'll probably never be able to advance to gold alchemy celestial alchemist in this lifetime. Mu Daoqing was extremely proud of his success. He stood on the stage and said loudly, "Who else dares to come up and challenge me? Who else?" The current Mu Daoqing was like a fighting rooster, imposing momentum reaching the pinnacle. But below the stage, no one dared to go up the stage. According to the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion's rules, as long as one won 10 matches in a row, they could complete one arena defense. Completing 10 arena defenses, one would be able to obtain a higher level token. That way, the status of the alchemist would undergo an earth-shaking change. One had to know, the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion's alchemists were not just the L.U.S. Truesgold Great Imperial Capital's alchemists. Even Alchemy G.O.D.S. from other Heavenly Emperor Bodemandas were all the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion's alchemists. Under the ACCU, Mulation of Time, the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion's influence was actually already very profound and far-reaching. If one could obtain a higher level token, this would be a massive improvement to the alchemist's reputation and prestige. This naturally drove people crazy. It was just that in the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion, wanting to advance was seriously far too difficult. With the ACCU, Mulation of Time, each alchemist that entered the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion were all not mediocre people. Wanting to win 10 matches in a row was really very difficult. Moreover, one even needed 10 consecutive victories before they could advance. And it was precisely because of this that the ident. 1. Tai of an alchemist from Alchemy Celestial Pavilion was more valuable. Suddenly, Yi Yuan leaped up lightly. Stepping into the ring, he looked at Mu Daoqing and said with a faint smile, "Let me try." Chapter 1926, Throwing an Egg Against a Rock. Chapter 1926. Throwing an egg against a rock, everyone's gazes were concentrated on that young figure. Very soon, they revealed mocking looks. When Mu Daoqing saw Yi Yuan, he laughed loudly and said, "Haha, brat, you're very unfamiliar. This place is the Silver Arena. You didn't walk to the wrong arena, right?" Although the number of Silver Alchemy celestial alchemists was a lot, they frequently hung around in the Silver Arena. Everyone was very familiar with each other. Not only did Yi Yuan look unfamiliar, but he was also too young. Everyone's first reaction was that he went to the wrong arena. How could there be such a young silver alchemy celestial alchemist? At one side, that judge with a deep gaze also spoke up at this time. "Young man, this place is the Silver Arena. One must possess the silver token before they can come up." Clearly, he did not believe that Yi Yuan was a silver alchemy celestial alchemist. Yi Yuan smiled and slowly took out the silver token that Elder Ping gave him. He threw it to the judge and said, "This should be the silver token, right? Senior, please verify it." The noise and bustling sound before and mocking voices abruptly stopped. What replaced it was silence. Such a young silver alchemist they had never seen before. The judge received the token and used divine sense to check it. Sure enough, Yi Yuan was a newly promoted silver alchemy celestial alchemist. The old man looked toward Yi Yuan and said in surprise, "Your silver token is newly issued, but I've never heard of you before." Could it be such a young silver alchemy, celestial alchemist? If he was promoted all the way, it was impossible that he had never heard of him at all. This showed that Yi Yuan might very likely have directly gotten the silver token. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Junior just said the alchemy celestial, assessment, and became an alchemy, celestial alchemist. Murmur, directly promoted to silver alchemy, celestial alchemist. This brat reached 9 detonations. No way, right? The last time 9 detonations appeared, it was still several hundred years ago, right? Yeah, but those able to achieve 9 detonations were normally all 6-star alchemy GODs who entered the alchemy celestial pavilion for the first time. 5-star alchemy GODs, it's unheard of. Directly seeing the alchemy celestial assessment and obtaining the silver token. This was an extremely seldom seen thing. Everyone's gazes when looking at Yi Yuan all underwent a change. Without a doubt, a new star was about to slowly rise in the alchemy celestial pavilion. A hint of surprise also flashed across in that judge's eyes. Returning the token to Yi Yuan, he said, The young ones are to be feared. Young ones are to be feared. Yi Yuan said, Now, I have the qualifications to challenge him, right? As he said this, Yi Yuan looked at Mu Daoqing's direction. The judge smiled when he heard that and said, Haha, young man, you have a lot of potential, but you're underestimating this silver arena too much. Exchanging blows with him right now, it doesn't have any benefits to you. Don't, Elder Xin. I finally managed to have someone who delivered himself to the door. Your elderly self, don't ruin my business. This brat can just nicely ensure that I get the gold token. The moment Mu Daoqing heard the judge's words, he was indignant. Seeing Yi Yuan's silver token, outside of his shock, he was overjoyed. As long as he won one more match, he would be able to obtain the gold token and advance to the gold arena. Becoming a gold alchemy, celestial alchemist, his reputation would have a Civ elevation. He already hoped for it for many years. In the silver arena, wanting to successfully guard the ring 10 times was not such an easy matter. Such a newcomer rookie was precisely his optimal choice for consecutive victories. In the silver arena, this sort of place, as long as you did not deliberately lose the alchemy battle, anyone could challenge at will. Yi Yuan also smiled and said, No worries, just take it as training. Hearing Yi Yuan said so, Mu Daoqing hurriedly went along with it and said, Elder Xin, you see, he agreed to it. This matter is settled like this. Elder Xin gave Yi Yuan a glance, let out a sigh, and said, All right, you guys begin then. The moment Mu Daoqing heard, he was overjoyed and said, Haha, kid, I really thank you so much. Winning this match, I'll be a gold alchemy, celestial alchemist. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Don't need to be courteous. But if you want to win against me, it likely won't be that easy. Mu Daoqing laughed loudly and said, Brat, you think that by immediately getting a silver token, you're invincible under the heavens? Let me tell you, each person here can practically all achieve 9 detonations. Alchemy, celestial alchemists are far stronger than you imagine. You are still far from close. Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, Is that so? Begin then. Elder Xin said coolly, The medicinal pill that the two of you have to refine is the seasonal rain pill. Below the stage, the people were all incredibly envious. No one could have expected that Mu Daoqing's last battle actually ran into such a hothead. This way, Mu Daoqing got the gold token as easy as blowing off dust. This battle did not have the least bit of suspense at all. Alchemists who just entered the silver arena, their strength was actually very weak. Only after experiencing one defeat after another would they become strong. Yi Yuan had just arrived, so no one would think that he could be a match for the veteran powerhouse, Mu Daoqing. One had to know, Mu Daoqing already possessed the level of a gold alchemy, celestial alchemist. With the alchemy battle starting, the winds and clouds sprung up. Mu Daoqing's imposing momentum rose to the sky. Cruise. Plussing over toward Yi Yuan frenziedly. On the stage, it teemed with his soul force, appearing incomparably berserk. Bang! At virtually the first moment, the two people's soul forces collided together fiercely. Except, compared to Mu Daoqing's outrageous momentum, Yi Yuan's appeared too feeble. Haha. Kid, this will teach you a lesson. I'll let you know that the silver arena isn't so easy to enter. Mu Daoqing gave a loud laugh and immediately controlled his soul force to lash over. This kind of alchemy battle with a Ma's civ disparity in strength tended to determine the victor in the first round. Everyone thought that Yi Yuan lost for sure. Ugh! Suddenly, fled groan came over. Mu Daoqing directly spewed out a mouthful of blood. Within the medicinal cauldron in front of him, fled bang similarly emitted. A burnt smell spread throughout the entire ring. Clearly, his furnace of medicinal pills was already invalidated. Elder Xian's pupils constricted, his gaze revealing an astonished look. What's going on? Mu Daoqing lost? No way, right? What black magic did this brat cast? Mu Daoqing clearly took the absolute advantage. Why was he defeated in one exchange? Below the stage, anxious and doubtful voices came over one after another. The results did not exceed one's expectations. The victor was determined in one exchange. It was just that the victor was not Mu Daoqing, but it was Yi Yuan. On the stage, Yi Yuan took his time to refine the pill, as if he did not have the slightest clue about what happened just now. Mu Daoqing looked toward Yi Yuan, disbelief on his face as he muttered, I actually lost. Several breaths ago, he was still fired up with boundless enthusiasm, thinking that he definitely nailed the gold token. Who knew that he was defeated in a single exchange? He was the same as the rest, thinking that he won for sure. But when his soul force touched Yi Yuan's, he discovered that Yi Yuan's soul force was like a giant mountain, while he was just like a chicken egg. An egg colliding DOS. Plus ing against a giant mountain. The results went without saying. Throwing an egg against a rock was roughly talking about this, right? Chapter 1927. Frenzied Straight Winds. Chapter 1927. Frenzied Straight Winds. Mu Daoqing. What the L is going on? Who clearly took the absolute upper hand? Why were you defeated instead? Everyone looked at Mu Daoqing with baffled faces. Mu Daoqing had a bitter look as he said, underestimated him too much. This kid's soul force is incomparably compact. I assault him with soul force, and then I felt as if I was knocking onto a steel plate, injuring myself all at once. Miscalculated. If I had long known, I'd have competed in pill refinement with him honestly. That way, he's definitely not my match. Everyone came to a realization. Someone said, looks like this kid definitely cultivated an extremely formidable divine soul art. His background is definitely extraordinary. Looks like when ping into him in the future, we have to be more careful. They did not doubt Mu Daoqing's words. Soul force being strong did not mean that pill refinement was definitely strong. Yi Yuan's age, his pill refinement was definitely not their match. As long as they avoided the sharp edge, being victorious was definitely not hard. Condense. Roughly an hour later, Yi Yuan gave a cold cry, successfully forming the pill. This seasonal rain pill was merely a level 5 difficulty medicinal pill. It was too easy for the current Yi Yuan. It did not need to take much time at all. Elder Xian looked at Yi Yuan with a heated gaze as he said, Yi Yuan, open the furnace straight away. Yi Yuan nodded his head and directly opened the furnace to retrieve the pill. The moment the medicinal cauldron opened, a medicinal fragrance sailed the nostrils, instantly suffusing the entire SPAC. Smells so good. Why would the seasonal rain pill be so fragrant? Just what grade is this seasonal rain pill? Why would it smell so good? The medicinal fragrance made people intoxicated as stonies. Plussing people. Everyone was all guessing the grade of this medicinal pill one after another. Yi Yuan made his move like lightning, directly sealing the medicinal pill into a small bottle. Elder Xian received the small bottle, his hand trembling slightly. He had long discerned that Yi Yuan's medicinal pill was likely not ordinary. That was why he was anxious to know the grade of the medicinal pill. With a wisp of divine sense sunk inside, Elder Exion's 2 eyes immediately became wide saucers, lifting his head and looking at Yi Yuan in shock. Everyone's gazes were gathered on Elder Exion. Seeing that his reaction was so big, they guessed one after another. But they were clearly in their hearts. The grade of this medicinal pill was likely at least divine grade. Elder Exion, just what grade is this medicinal pill? Mu Daocheng could not resist asking. He suddenly discovered that he was too naive. Could properly refining pills beat Yi Yuan? Looking at Elder Exion's reaction, he also knew that it was impossible. Except, even if he died, he had to understand how he died. He really wanted to know just how powerful his opponent was. Only then did Elder Exion abruptly startle awake and say, "Yi Yuan, Vast Spirit's seasonal rain pill win." Murmur below the stage burst into an uproar, astonished voices sounding out like thunder. "Vast Spirit divine pill. This is impossible. Elder Exion, are you mistaken? How can a 5-star alchemy D possibly refine a Vast Spirit divine pill? Vast Spirit divine pill, probably only powerhouses at the level of alchemy celestial can refine it, right?" Everyone's first reaction was disbelief. But they were clear in their hearts that Elder Exion definitely would not ramble nonsense. This sort of thing could not be joked around. Impudent. Could it be that this old man would crack this kind of joke with you all, these younglings? Sure enough, Elder Exion was greatly enraged. Very quickly, those people shut up sensibly. Elder Exion waved his hand and said in a solemn voice, "Now, Yi Yuan becomes the arena lord. Those who want to challenge him and go up the stage." At this time, Elder Exion's eyes, when looking at Yi Yuan again, already became different. Previously, when he saw the silver token, he approved of Yi Yuan, had expectations, giving guidance toward Junior. But now his eyes were full of astonishment. To alchemy, celestial alchemists, the seasonal rain pill was not considered a very difficult to refine medicinal pill. But Vast Spirit divine pills were not what ordinary people could refine. Everyone exchanged glances, but no one went up the ring. The impact that everything that happened previously brought to them was seriously too intense. Forget about the silver arena, even the gold arena. No one had refined Vast Spirit divine pills before it all too. Today, it actually appeared. Suddenly, a figure floated up, cupped his fists at Yi Yuan, and said, "I'm Feng Jingyun. Brother Yi, please give pointers." This person wore a silk headdress on his head. His attitude was very sincere. "It's Feng Jingyun. He's the silver grade's #1 person. He actually went up to challenge Yi Yuan. Ever since Feng Jingyun achieved silver, he has yet to taste defeat and has already succeeded in defending the arena 9 times in a row. There's a show to watch now. Whether this brat is lucky or strong, Feng Jingyun can definitely probe it out." The moment this Feng Jingyun went up the stage, it immediately caused a stir. He was the publicly acknowledged silver's #1. His power was above Mu Daocheng. No one could have thought that he would actually take the initiative to challenge Yi Yuan. But it was also precisely so that this battle attracted even more attention. Yi Yuan looked at Feng Jingyun and said with cupped fists, "Please give pointers." With the lesson drawn from Mu Daocheng's failure, Feng Jingyun was much more careful. He avoided Yi Yuan's sharp edge and carefully refined his medicinal pill. And Yi Yuan also did not seem to have the intention of attacking him. But in the ring, the two people's distance was very close. The two people's auras also intersected unavoidably. But that short intersection made Feng Jingyun feel the vigorousness of facing the sea. Too strong. The pill refinement this time was Feng Jingyun's most arduous refinement in history. But the tip of the iceberg that Yi Yuan displayed let him benefit endlessly. Finest. H.I.+ing. Feng Jingyun was defeated without any surprises, while Yi Yuan refined a Vast Spirit divine pill once more. This time, no one doubted Yi Yuan's strength anymore. Even if one ate dog S, H, I, plus T, it was also impossible to refine vast spirit divine pills twice in a row. Thank you very much, Master Yi, for your guidance. This Feng is endlessly grateful. Feng Qingyun came in front of Yi Yuan and gave a respectful bow. Even his term of address underwent a sieve change too. Brother Yi became master. In this alchemy celestial pavilion, those able to bear the Tli of master were not many. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Brother Feng's foundation is solid. Your future accomplishments are limitless. Giving pointers, I'm not worthy of such compliments. Yi Yuan also spoke his mind. This Feng Qingyun's strength was not much stronger than Mu Daochen, but his foundation was far more solid compared to Mu Daochen. In terms of potential, he would definitely walk further than Mu Daochen. Feng Qingyun naturally repeatedly said that he dare not, and hurriedly took his leave very soon. This alchemy battle with Yi Yuan let him benefit a great deal, and he was in a hurry to go into close seclusion. Next, the alchemy battles did not have much suspense anymore. Everyone understood that Yi Yuan's strength was completely not at the level of silver. This place was not his stage. But it was also precisely because of this that some bold individuals still hoped to be able to exchange blows with Yi Yuan. This was a rare experience. Just like this, Yi Yuan swept across the whole way, winning in succession frenziedly. As long as it was Yi Yuan's battle, it would progress very quickly. His pill refinement speed was incomparably strange, but the quality of the pill formed was abnormally high. Only using half a month's time, he obtained 100 straight wins and obtained the gold token. Yi Yuan's domineering rise also attracted the attention of the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion. Chapter 1928, Alchemy Celestial Level Powerhouses Shocked. Chapter 1928, Alchemy Celestial Level Powerhouses Shocked. The Alchemy Celestial Hall was the place where the top few heavyweights of the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion discussed matters. Only master-level alchemists who possessed the Alchemy Celestial designation had the qualifications to enter this place. Alchemy Celestial Pavilion's alchemists were divided into a total of 6 levels. They were respectively copper, silver, gold, dark violet, black scale, as well as the highest level Alchemy Celestial. Those possessing Alchemy Celestial Tli, each one was a peak 6-star Alchemy God. Furthermore, their strength far surpassed those in the same rank. The Alchemy Celestial Pavilion had a total of 15 Alchemy Celestial alchemists. There were 7 who resided in the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion permanently. The other 8 were all Leviathans of a region, possessing tremendous rallying power. And these 7 were the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion's administrators. At this time, 3 Alchemy Celestial alchemists were currently in the Great Hall, sitting opposite facing each other. In the middle, a white-robed old man asked, "About this Yi Yuan, how do you all view it?" That gray-robed old man on the left opened his mouth and said, "Roughly 100 alchemy battles. This child refined more than 20 vast spirit divine pills, over 60 void spirit divine pills. There were only less than 10 purple spirit pills. This kind of strength is simply unheard of." That middle-aged man in green clothing on the right nodded and said, "This child's strength is unfathomable. It's just that the difficulty of the medicinal pills refined at the silver arena mostly isn't high. As for just how powerful his strength is, we still need to make more observations." The white-robed old man nodded and said, "Indeed so, but in my view, his strength is most likely already sufficient to enter black scale." The other 2 nodded their heads in succession, clearly not having objections about this. Normally speaking, the vast majority of those who reached Dark Violet Alchemist were 6-star Alchemy Gods. Except, the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion's grouping of alchemists was not according to cultivation realms. It only relied on battle achievements. Among gold level, there were also some 6-star Alchemy Gods, but they did not reach Dark Violet strength. Instead, it was some peak 5-star alchemy DS whose strength Serpa S, said all others, overpowering 6-star alchemy DS instead. Normally speaking, 6-star alchemy DS should be stronger than 5-star alchemy DS. It was just that this sort of thing was not absolute, such as a 5-star alchemy D could refine a divine-grade divine pill, but the 6-star alchemy D could not. In contrast, it was clear that the 5-star alchemy D had more potential. Once they broke through to 6-star, their strength would be much stronger than those ordinary 6-star alchemy DS. People who fought alchemy battles in the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion and were able to reach peak gold level. Each one was a strong compet. 1. Tore among the strong rivals. Their strength could not be underestimated. The white-robed old man saying so clearly felt that with Yi Yuan's strength, even if the opponents were middle-ranked 6-star alchemy DS, they would also not be his match. The three people were currently discussing when another old man entered the hall. The old man said unwillingly, "Chunyu, sending someone to call me over so anxiously, what happened? Don't you know that this old man is very busy lately?" The white-robed old man Chunyu said, "Chang, you old thing, you're busy. These few days, a great event happened in the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion." The old man who came in was none other than precisely Master Chang, who fought for the Earth Qilin with Yi Yuan at the 100 gathering. Chunyu recounted Yi Yuan's matters. Chang's expression became solemn. "Hang on, you're saying that he's called Yi Yuan?" Chang suddenly felt that Yi Yuan, this name, was very familiar, as if he heard it somewhere before. Chunyu nodded and said, "That's right. Speaking of which, this kid is really a freak. Only 1,000 over years old, and his alchemy Dao strength is actually so horrifying." Chang's entire body trembled. Finally recalling this scene, his face was full of shock as he muttered, "Impossible. This is impossible. How could it possibly be him?" Chunyu asked curiously, "Why? Have you heard of him before?" Chang waved his hand and said, "Shouldn't be the same person. Forget it. I'll go and make sure first." Finished talking, his figure moved, leaving the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion. Gold Arena. Bustling sounds were roaring, cheering sounds rising one after another. In a short few days, Yi Yuan already obtained 20 straight wins, taking down quite a few of the gold-level heavyweights. It was also because of this that Yi Yuan gathered a loyal crowd of fans. On the ring, Yi Yuan was unmoving like a mountain, steady like a giant mountain. No one was able to shake his position at all. The one exchanging blows with him was a top 5 powerhouse among the gold alchemy celestial alchemists. But in front of Yi Yuan, he was like an elementary school student. In reality, ever since everyone knew Yi Yuan's strength, the old arena's powerhouses fell over each other in a bid to exchange blows with Yi Yuan. They naturally did not do it in order to win, but to learn a little something from Yi Yuan. Exchanging blows with such a powerhouse could not be randomly encountered, and Yi Yuan's arena matches also completely evolved to a teaching field already. Under Yi Yuan's deliberate guidance, those gold alchemy celestial alchemists who had some comprehension ability had varying degrees of comprehension toward alchemy Dao. This was a valuable fortune to them. The fierce fighting on the stage was currently ongoing when several figures walked into the gold alchemy battle arena. "You guys look, isn't that Master Chang? There's also Master Chunyu. A few years back when he preached on Dao, I was fortunate enough to have listened to his teachings. Goodness gracious, truly remarkable. Master Yi Yuan already attracted the attention of alchemy celestial-level powerhouses." There was a commotion in the crowd, several big shots showing together. This was a grand event that had never happened before. These people at the Gold Arena, any one of them that randomly went out would be a powerhouse whose fame shook a region. But in front of alchemy celestial powerhouses, they were completely not worth mentioning. Those were the truly powerful existences. Chang walked into the venue. Seeing that young figure on the stage, his entire body could not help trembling, gaze fixed on that figure. What's wrong, Brother Chun? Chun Yu asked curiously. Chun Chang's brain was somewhat out of sorts like it exploded. This medicinal pill was refined by me. Yi Yuan's words were still reverberating in his ears. At that time, Chun Chang felt that Yi Yuan was just deliberately lying in order to become famous. This lie was too lacking in skill. How could a 5-star alchemy G.O.D. possibly refine a divine-grade, exquisite jade heart recovery pill? This sort of lie, even a child would not believe it, right? But now, looking at Yi Yuan's refinement, that lifted something heavy as if it were light, the natural and smooth technique, it was just like the air of a master. Yi Yuan could even refine a vast spirit divine pill. Then refining a divine-grade level 9 medicinal pill was also not impossible. Could it be that the exquisite jade heart recovery pill was really refined by him? It's really him. Chun Chang sucked in a deep breath and said in shock. Chun Yu was somewhat curious as he said, "What in the world did this kid do to make you so surprised?" Chun Chang briefly recounted the events that day. The few big shots were all extremely shocked. You're saying that a divine-grade, exquisite jade heart recovery pill, he only used 2 hours plus and refined it? How is this possible? Chun Yu said with a disbelieving look. Chun Chang shook his head and said, "It's also not necessarily refined by him. It might really have been refined by his family senior. After all, level 5 and 6 medicinal pills completely can't be compared to level 9 medicinal pills. It's just that I didn't expect that his alchemy Dao strength is actually so strong." Just what did this boy pop out from? Chapter 1929, Telling Tales. Chapter 1929, Telling Tales. Everyone all thought that after Yi Yuan advanced to Dark Violet level, this sort of domineering drive would ease up somewhat. Dark Violet Alchemy Celestial Alchemists, the vast majority were 6-star Alchemy G.O.D.S. Furthermore, their strength far surpassed said ordinary 6-star Alchemy G.O.D.S. For Yi Yuan to want to continue a winning streak in the Dark Violet arena, it was naturally not that easy. However, Yi Yuan's performance greatly exceeded everyone's expectations. He overcame all difficulties in the way and had yet to lose a match. No matter how strong the opponent was arriving in front of him, they were as obedient as a student. 6-star Alchemy G.O.D.S. were no exception either. Following Yi Yuan's winning streak, his reputation rose, becoming a figure at the height of popularity in the L.U.S. True's Gold Great Imperial Capital. Yi Yuan's residence had people coming to pay a visit every day, coming and going in an endless stream. Jiang Manor. Jianghua was anxious like an ant on a hot pan. Ever since Yi Yuan entered the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion, he naturally paid a lot of attention to Yi Yuan. From the initial most disdain, it turned to shock, then to terror, and then despair. Jianghua's mood grew heavier with each passing day. How could he have thought that a punk who came from an imperial city would actually stir up such a huge wave in L.U.S. True's Gold Great Imperial Capital? Jianghua, prepare some gifts and make a trip to Joyful Aroma Residence together with me. Alchemy Celestial Pavilion. This newly promoted Dark Violet alchemist, Yi Yuan, will surely become a dazzling figure. Our Springwind Hall must forge good relations with him first. Jiang Yuan called Jianghua over and instructed. Jianghua's heart thumped, his heart sinking to the bottom of the sea. The thing that he was most worried about happened. Back then, Yi Yuan had once crowed proud words when he left, saying to make Jiang Yuan go find him personally. At that time, Jianghua even scoffed in derision. Who could have thought that in a mere 2 short months, Jiang Yuan was actually really going to pay a visit in person? The Myriad Treasure Tower had a dozen overhauls, each performing its own functions, responsible for all of the Myriad Treasure Tower's transactions, the authority immense. The Springwind Hall was one of them. Jiang Yuan was skilled in management and extremely capable and experienced. So his status in Springwind Hall was rather high, taking on the post of Elder. L.U.S. True's Gold Great Imperial Capital was most famous for medicinal pills and spirit medicine business. Springwind Hall naturally paid a lot of attention to the Alchemy celestial pavilion too. Yi Yuan's rapid rise was still in its startup phase currently. But with Jiang Yuan's perception, he already became aware that Yi Yuan's rise was unstoppable. Hence, before everyone noticed Yi Yuan this person yet, forging good relations with him might reap great benefits. This was clearly much more worth it than getting into contact with him after Yi Yuan became renowned far and wide, and also much easier. It was just that he did not think that his steward had long already offended Yi Yuan badly. That family head, although this Yi Yuan is formidable, he's also merely a 5-star alchemy G.O.D. It doesn't merit you to personally pay a visit, right? Jiang Hua said meaningfully. Jiang Yuan smiled and said, "What the H.E.L. I do, you know. Also don't know where that Yi Yuan popped out from. His strength is frighteningly powerful. It said that he has already startled alchemy celestial level powerhouses. Furthermore, he's met with no resistance at the Dark Violet Arena. Most likely, before long, he'll become a black-scale alchemy celestial alchemist. Such a figure will surely become well-known in the world in the future. Making friends beforehand is greatly beneficial to me in the Springwind Hall." Jiang Hua was shocked inwardly. He knew that Yi Yuan's performance was outstanding in the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion, but he was not clear about the specific situation. With his ident. 1. Tai cannot come into contact with the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion, such a high level. Hearing Jiang Yuan say so now, only then did he know how terrifying Yi Yuan was. Jiang Hua started to become afraid in his heart. With Yi Yuan's present ident. 1. Tai in status, even family head had to pay a visit in person. If Yi Yuan incited slightly, wanting to kill him was merely a matter of saying a word. So impressive. Looks like this 5-star alchemy G.O.D. truly has boundless prospects. Jiang Yuan was half genuine and half fake, as he said in surprise. Jiang Yuan smiled and said, "That's of course, but the other halls have clearly not realized this yet, so we have to pick up speed." Jiang Hua said, "This lowly one will go and arrange it right away." Finished talking, Jiang Hua turned around and left. The moment he turned around, a hint of ruthlessness flashed across in Jiang Hua's eyes. "No way. I can't resign myself to death like this. What I can rely on currently is only family head." The Springwind Hall had great power and influence. As long as let family head and that punk form an enmity, I can definitely quell that punk to death by borrowing the Springwind Hall's power and influence. Even if he becomes a black-scale alchemist, so what? It was true that the status of a black-scale alchemist was extremely high, but each major hall was presided over by peak true G.O.D. realm powerhouses. They were existences on the same level as alchemy, celestial alchemists. Black-scale alchemists were still a level weaker compared to them. Jiang Hua was also considered capable and experienced when doing things, preparing some top-grade gifts very quickly. Jiang Yuan was just about to set off when Jiang Hua said, "Family head, why not let this lowly one make a trip first?" Jiang Yuan said coolly, "No need." Jiang Hua said, "Family head, although that Yi Yuan is akin to the noonday sun, he's still young in the end. Family head is the Springwind Hall's elder. As a matter of fact, you're even a level higher than him. If he put on airs and doesn't want to meet you, wouldn't family head lose face? If this matter was to spread, how will family head keep a foothold in the Springwind Hall?" When Jiang Yuan heard that, his figure could not help pausing. He wielded great authority in the Springwind Hall. The people who wanted to watch him make a fool of himself were not few. In fact, Yi Yuan was merely 1,000 over years old young lad, currently riding on the crest of success. He might really hold him in contempt. Jiang Hua's words were very reasonable. Jiang Hua was just a servant. If he lost face, then he lost face. It was no big deal. Thinking up to this point, Jiang Yuan could not help feeling that Jiang Hua was loyal and devoted to him, thinking of his interests in all respects. So he was quite moved in his heart. "May as well. Then I'll have to trouble you to make a trip," Jiang Yuan said. Jiang Hua was overjoyed in his heart, but he appeared very humble on the surface as he said, "How can sharing family head's burdens be troublesome?" 2 hours later, Jiang Hua returned with a blood, wide nose and swollen face. When Jiang Yuan saw Jiang Hua's miserable appearance, he said in surprise and anger, "Jiang Hua, what's going on?" The moment Jiang Hua saw Jiang Yuan, he could not help crying bitterly as he wailed, "Oh, family head, it doesn't matter that this lowly one was beaten until like this, but that Yi Yuan seriously bullied people too far. Bullying people too far. This lowly one reported my name and offered up all the gifts. They did not even look and immediately threw the gifts out, and even said, 'A puny little spring wind hall's elder is also worthy to meet him. Even if want to meet, it's also the hall master coming in person.' That Yi Yuan even said, Jiang Yuan's face fell, and he said in a cold voice, 'Even said what?' Jiang Hua was rejoicing in his heart, but he had anguish on his face as he said, he even said that family head didn't take S, and look at the reflection either. Who the L does he think he is? Haven't even figured out his own ident. 1. Tai, and want to request an audience with him. This lowly one argued a few words with him in my indignance, and he beat this lowly one until like this. Ouch! Jiang Hua described vividly the figure of an impetuous and arrogant youth who was intoxicated with success at a young age that appeared vividly on paper. Jiang Hua naturally would not go to Yi Yuan there. Either way, this sort of thing, Yi Yuan also would not publicize it everywhere himself too. He entered Joyful Aroma Residence and walked one round, found a remote place, and cast a secret art to hide in the SPAC, and turned himself into this appearance. Returning now, he told tales relentlessly in front of Jiang Yuan. Sure enough, Jiang Yuan's expression became darker and darker. He trusted Jiang Hua a lot. So how could he have thought that Jiang Hua had sinister motives? Good, very good. A puny little spring wind hall elder. Heh. Jiang Yuan gnashed his teeth in hatred as he said, Chapter 1930. I'll accept it. Chapter 1930. I'll accept it. In the Dark Violet Arena, two auras were currently in the midst of fierce fighting. One of the auras was vast like the ocean, being boundless, but the other appeared extremely weak in front of it. However, that weak aura was steady like a monolith. No matter how the tide surged, it was unable to move it in the slightest too. The powerful one had sweat seeping out on his forehead, while the weak one was concentrating quietly, unmoving as a pine tree. Condense! Yi Yuan gave a cold cry. The pill formed. Li Danqing let out a sigh. Bowing toward Yi Yuan, he said, "Many thanks for Brother Ye's guidance." This Li candidly admits defeat. This Li Danqing was the powerhouse ranked third in the Dark Violet Arena, a 6-star alchemy God, but he was still defeated in front of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan clasped his hands and said, "I dare not say giving pointers. We're just exchanging notes. Brother Li's strength is formidable and already infinitely approaches Tao Realm. Just one more step, and you'll be able to leap over the Dragon Gate." Mentioning this, a hint of joy flashed across in Li Danqing's gaze, and he said smilingly, "Getting Brother Ye's guidance is just perfect." This Li had some comprehension and hoped to be able to break through to the Tao Realm in one stroke this time. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Then I'll congratulate Brother Li in advance." Winning this match, Yi Yuan already won 80 matches in a row at the Dark Violet Arena. He just needed to win another 20 matches, and he could advance to Black Scale. Yi Yuan's winning streak momentum was simply unstoppable. Although these 6-star alchemy DS were much stronger than 5-star alchemy DS, and their soul force also many times more powerful, they were still too weak to stand up to compet. 1. Tying in front of Yi Yuan. This kind of pill battle prohibited directly using soul force to attack the other party. One could only use the momentum formed when refining their pill to affect the other party. Otherwise, with the soul force of 6-star alchemy DS, wanting to annihilate 5-star alchemy DS was simply too easy. Of course, with Yi Yuan's means, Even if the other party really used soul force to assault him, he also did not fear in the slightest. With the soul-suppressing pearl around, this sort of action could only be courting death. Yi Yuan succeeded in defending the arena and was just planning to leave when suddenly a figure dashed up the stage. This was a middle-aged man dressed in black robes, looking at Yi Yuan with a sneering look on his heart. The middle-aged man in black robes said, "You're Yi Yuan?" Yi Yuan did not recognize the other party, but he clearly did not come with good intentions. Yi Yuan naturally could not be bothered with him and was directly going to go down the stage. The middle-aged man in black robes frowned, his figure moving, blocking in front of Yi Yuan as he said with a cold snort, "I'm talking to you. Are you deaf?" The judge frowned slightly and said, "Yu Ying, what are you here at the Dark Violet Arena for? Are you trying to cause trouble? Don't you forget the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion's rules." Yu Ying. Turns out that he's Yu Ying. Terrifying person. This is a super powerhouse ranked in the top 5 of the Black Scale. It's said that he reached the Tao realm 10,000 years ago. Looks like the arrival did not come with good intentions. With this, there's a good show to watch. The moment that judge opened his mouth, a commotion immediately broke out below the stage. Clearly, Yu Ying's name was extremely resounding. These people had all heard of it before. It was just that black-scale alchemists were different from Dark Violet. Each one of them was a big shot whose name shook a region, rarely showing face. Hence, the people who saw them were also very few. Now, that judge said Yu Ying's name. They were naturally extremely shocked. It was just that they were very curious why Yu Ying would find trouble with Yi Yuan. Yu Ying said coolly, "W-A-N-G Jian, none of your business. I naturally know the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion's rules. No need for you to remind me." Judge W.A.N.G Jian was similarly a black-scale alchemist, his status extremely high. Except W.A.N.G Jian's status in the black-scale level was clearly much worse compared to Yu Ying. Yu Ying's gaze stared at Yi Yuan heatedly and said, "Brat, heard that you looked down on my Springwind Hall and said that my Springwind Hall's elder isn't even qualified to meet you." Yu Ying was also Springwind Hall's elder. Hearing Springwind Hall's name, Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly. He did not say such words before. Apart from Jiang Manor, he did not come into contact with the Springwind Hall's people. Yi Yuan thought of Jiang Hua straight away. It was just that Jiang Hua was merely a measly little Jiang Manor steward. So how could he possibly invite a black-scale alchemist to come and deal with him? Most likely, the problem lied with Jiang Yuan. Very soon, Yi Yuan figured out the sequence of events clearly. It was just that he could not quite figure out why Jiang Yuan would be pushed around by a puny little steward. Seeing Yi Yuan not speak, Yu Ying was extremely irritated and said in a solemn voice, "You think that by not speaking, you can smoke your way through today?" Yi Yuan looked at him and said coolly, "If I say that I didn't say before, would you believe?" Yu Ying smiled coldly and said, "Coward who doesn't dare to admit what he did. Just based on your bit of strength, you also dare to challenge my Springwind Hall?" Yi Yuan looked at Yu Ying and said coolly, "All right, just take it as I provoked your Springwind Hall. So what then?" Yi Yuan knew that there was probably some misunderstanding involved. But this Yu Ying's attitude made him very displeased. The other party clung to his view that he provoked the Springwind Hall and clearly did not give him the chance to explain. Then, provoke away then. A mere black-scale alchemist. He did not take him seriously yet. Yu Ying laughed loudly and said, "What a conceited brat. Think that you won a few matches at the Dark Violet Arena, and you're very impressive? Let me tell you something. Only by reaching the black-scale arena will you know how weak you are." Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself when he heard that and said, "Black-scale arena? In my eyes, it's also merely thus." Arrogant. Too arrogant. Even the audience below the stage were all stunned. Such overbearing words. Yi Yuan really dared to say it. Actually, ever since Gold Arena, Yi Yuan rarely went all out to refine pills. These alchemists all wanted to seek experience from him. Yi Yuan did not conceal his abilities either and would often guide these alchemists to refine pills. This way, the grade that he refined naturally would not be too high. It just basically maintained above divine grade. It was just precisely because of this many people thought that when Yi Yuan refined high difficulty medicinal pills, he would not be as Astonies. Plusing as before. Of course, his strength was still the strongest. Refining level 6 or 7 difficulty medicinal pills, it was impossible for these dark violet alchemists to refine divine grade. Hence, at this time, Yi Yuan felt that Yi Yuan's boast was bragged a little too big. Even Ji Jian's brows also could not refrain from knitting tightly together. After all, he was a black-scale alchemist too. The black-scale arena is merely thus? Brat, you really dare to boast shamelessly. Since you look down on the black-scale arena, then let's make a bet. How about it? Yuing said with a big laugh. Yi Yuan looked at him and said coolly, use whatever you can come up with, I'll receive it. Fine. You and I have an alchemy battle right now. If you lose, scram out of U.S. True's gold, great imperial capital for me, and you're never to enter the alchemy celestial pavilion again in this lifetime. Yuing said with a cold smile. If you lose, Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile. Me? There's no way I'll lose. If I lose, I'll also scram out of U.S. True's gold, great imperial capital, never to enter alchemy celestial pavilion again in this lifetime. Yuing said without the slightest hesitation. The moment Jian heard, he could not help turning pale with fright. These two people were rare talents, existences who were highly likely to enter the alchemy celestial pavilion in the future and become alchemy celestial pavilion elders. Losing any one of them was a tremendous loss to the alchemy celestial pavilion. No way. Everyone is an alchemy celestial alchemist. You mustn't harm the harmonious spirit. Jian said. But Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, okay, I'll accept it. Chapter 1931. Fangs. Chapter 1931. Fangs. Currently, Yi Yuan and Yuing, two people directly treated Jian as heir. Yi Yuan did not cause trouble, but he was not afraid of trouble either. Since people bullied him to the doorstep, he naturally had no reason to shrink back. Looking down on even black scale, truly outrageously arrogant. I'll let you take a look today at how strong black scale is. Yuing said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan said coolly, is that so? Then I'll have to take a good look. Below the stage, when Jiang Yuan master and servant were looking at this scene, they sneered coldly without ceasing. How strong Yuing was, they were very clear. Even level 8 difficulty, rank 5 divine pills. He had also once refined divine grade before. Although Yi Yuan's strength was great, reaching black scale this level, he definitely reached the limit already. Indeed, a condescending fellow. This kind of people isn't worthy of remaining in the alchemy celestial pavilion at all. Jiang Yuan said with a cold smile. After Jiang Hua was beaten, he found Yuing and requested him to take action to teach Yi Yuan a lesson. Yuing was very devout to the Springwind Hall. Jiang Yuan also looked after him very well. The two people's relations. Plus P was very friendly. Jiang Yuan said those groundless words for Yuing to hear. He was naturally greatly enraged and immediately came over to find trouble with Yi Yuan. Now, Yuing goaded out Yi Yuan's arrogance. When it landed in Jiang Yuan's ears, he believed Jiang Hua's words even more. Seeing Yi Yuan accept the bet, Jiang Hua was delighted to the extreme in his heart. Family head, aren't I right? This punk thinks nothing of anyone, let alone me, a mere steward. Jiang Hua said with an aggrieved look. Jiang Yuan nodded and said, climbing on top of our heads, he'll have to bear the consequences. I've already arranged for people to wait for him outside the city. As long as he leaves the city, he'll definitely die without a doubt. As Springwind Hall's elder, Jiang Yuan was naturally not some soft-hearted and benevolent person. Yi Yuan hitting his steward was equivalent to hitting his face. How could he endure it? Moreover, Yi Yuan even insulted Springwind Hall along with him. Jianghua was overjoyed when he heard it. Clearly, he did not expect that family head actually handled things without missing a single detail. Many thanks, family head, for venting this frustration for me, Jianghua said excitedly. On the stage, the two people were already good to go. A great battle was on the verge of breaking out. Before this, there had never been dark violet alchemists who challenged black scale alchemists. The disparity between the two was too great. There was no possibility of challenging at all. But today, Yi Yuan, this dark violet, actually challenged a black scale. Furthermore, Yu Ying was an extremely powerful existence among black scale alchemists. Brat, open your eyes wide and take a look at what's called a true alchemy Dao powerhouse. You are still early. Today, I'll have you scram out of the great imperial capital, Yu Ying said with a cold smile. Actually, before this, everyone's estimation of Yi Yuan's strength was black scale. It was just that the strength difference of black scale level alchemy powerhouses was tremendous too. The powerful existences among them entered Dao realm many years ago and were not what ordinary people could imagine. To alchemy DS, Dao realm was a watershed, another universe. It was just that Yu Ying did not know that Yi Yuan was already at the grand completion Dao realm. All right, enough rubbish. If bragging can refine pills, anyone can be an alchemist in this heaven-span world, Yi Yuan said coolly. Yu Ying's face was black as he said in a solemn voice, "What a razor-tongued brat. During the alchemy battle, you have to be careful." Yu Ying's vast soul force suddenly erupted, giving people a hair-raising feeling. Entering a pill-refining state, Yu Ying's entire person still failed to show restraint, giving people an overbearing feeling. Very soon, a profound and inscrutable aura gradually rose around the medicinal cauldron. Bang! Yu Ying's aura became more and more powerful, like a fierce tiger, Russ. Plussing towards Yi Yuan's territory, incomparably domineering. In the view of outsiders, Yu Ying wanted to forcibly occupy the entire ring, not giving Yi Yuan any leeway to survive. The Dao realm Yu Ying, his imposing momentum was naturally greatly different from the opponents that Yi Yuan encountered. His impact force was more than 1,000 times stronger than others. Under Yu Ying's powerful aura, Yi Yuan appeared to be in a precarious situation. Indeed, it's still too early for Yi Yuan to deal with black-scale alchemists. This is the strength of black-scale level pinnacle powerhouses? Indeed, ridiculously strong. Looks like Yi Yuan encountered his match this time. Seeing Yi Yuan's situation, people all sighed emotionally one after another. Brat, don't you look down on black scale? This is the true strength of black scale. I want to see how you refine pills still. Outside of the pill refinement, Yu Ying still had leftover strength to talk with Yi Yuan. Under the interference of his powerful aura, ordinary people could not maintain their state of mind at all. Pill refinement did not allow the slightest error. Once interrupted, it was very easy to affect the outcome of the pill refinement. Yu Ying's aura was like tide water, scouring Yi Yuan's aura wave after wave, incomparably domineering. This kind of alchemy battle was the clash of two people's Dao. But at this time, Yi Yuan slowly opened both eyes and said coolly, "Just this bit of strength? Really disappoints me." Yu Ying gave a cold laugh and was just about to refute when suddenly his expression changed. Yi Yuan's aura suddenly changed. An imposing momentum that was vast like the sea instantly pushed back. Originally, on this ring, it teamed with Yu Ying's aura everywhere. But in a blink of an eye, it was retaliated by Yi Yuan. Yu Ying's expression suddenly changed. How could he still care to speak? He used all of his methods, wanting to stop the retreat. But all of his actions were futile. Yi Yuan's chaos heavenly star art went at full power, advancing irresistibly, cruise. Plussing Yu Ying like sweeping away dead leaves. However, Yu Ying was a Dao realm powerhouse in the end. Finally, at the last moment, he blocked Yi Yuan's assault. Seeing this scene, everyone's faces changed. At this moment, Yi Yuan was akin to a god. That mysterious aura around him made people tremble. This? What's going on here? Why did Yi Yuan suddenly become so strong? Too inconceivable. Turns out, turns out that he concealed his strength all along. Concealed strength, my ass. It's just that we were totally not qualified enough to make him use his full power. Everyone was extremely shocked. The scene before their eyes was seriously too out of their expectations. All along, Yi Yuan's alchemy battles appeared very cordial. He had never taken the initiative to attack others before. Being low profile for a long time, everyone thought that his strength merely stopped here. But today, Yu Ying was overbearing, finally triggering Yi Yuan's fury, making him bare his ferocious fangs. He went all out. The Yi Yuan who spared no effort was actually terrifyingly powerful. The current Yu Ying was deathly pale, hands and feet all in confusion. He was already thrown into confusion. Under Yi Yuan's dominance, his aura was suppressed to within a radius of 10 feet, unable to break through anymore. Not bad, at least you have some skill. It's just that you're too weak. Yi Yuan slowly opened his mouth. Another wave of fierce attack lashed over. Poor Yu Ying could not withstand it anymore. A mouthful of fresh blood spewed out. His furnace of medicinal pills also thoroughly became useless pills. Yu Ying looked at Yi Yuan, incomparably shocked. Lost. He was actually defeated. He had dignified middle-rank 6-star alchemy G.O.D., an apex existence among black-scale alchemists, actually lost to a 5-star alchemy G.O.D.? Yu Ying felt like he was dreaming. Chapter 1932, Making an Apology. Chapter 1932, Making an Apology W.A.N. Ji Jin looked at the small medicinal bottle in his hand, being shocked speechless. Vast Spirit Divine Pill. This? How is this possible? This is a level 8 difficulty Crimson Fire 9 Brilliance Pill. The moment these words came out, the whole crowd was amazed. Before this, Yi Yuan had once refined Vast Spirit Divine Pills. It was just that after arriving at the Dark Violet Arena, he rarely refined Vast Spirit Divine Pills anymore. Even Void Spirit was seldom refined. Everyone thought that this was because the difficulty of the medicinal pills grew. Yi Yuan's strength was no longer sufficient to refine it anymore. Only now do they know that turns out they all thought wrongly. A big mistake. When Yi Yuan exchanged blows with them, he did not even use 30% of his strength. He was playing around. Level 8 difficulty Vast Spirit Divine Pill. What kind of concept was that? This kind of strength was sufficient to sweep across black-scale level powerhouses. Black-scale level powerhouses, forget about Vast Spirit Divine Pill. Even Purple Spirit Divine Pills had to depend on luck too. But Yi Yuan refined a Vast Spirit Divine Pill directly. This disparity was too great. Could it be that Yi Yuan was already equipped with the strength to become an alchemy celestial level powerhouse? Thinking up to here, everyone was filled with shock. Yu Ying looked at this scene in a daze. Until now, he was unable to believe it. He lost, defeated very thoroughly. In merely several dozen breaths from start to end, he thoroughly fell apart under Yi Yuan's tidewater-like offensive. But Yi Yuan refined a Vast Spirit Divine Pill. This kind of strength was a summit that was far beyond his reach for life. Yi Yuan slowly came before Yu Ying and said coolly, "Master, please." Yu Ying's entire body trembled, the expression on his face changing again and again. The reason why he made this bet was that he felt that he would not lose. But the result was that he was defeated. Not stepping into U.S. True's Gold great imperial capital in this lifetime. The consequence was too severe to him. His prospects were great, with hopes of entering the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion. But now, everything turned into bubbles. Seeing that Yu Ying did not react, Yi Yuan said coolly, "Lost and still want to renege? Is this Springwind Hall style?" Yu Ying was still silent. It was just that the muscles on his face were twitching. Clearly, he was struggling greatly in his heart. Going back on his word in front of so many people, how did he still have face to meet people in the future in this U.S. True's Gold great imperial capital? But making him leave U.S. True's gold great imperial capital, he was unwilling to. Young man, must you compel people like this? Just as it was awkward, a figure slowly walked out, going up the stage. Yu Ying's expression changed, hurriedly bowing as he said, Hall Master. Aye. Yi Yuan sized up this fatty in luxurious clothing. This attire was just like a tyke. Oh, in or local tyrant. Yi Yuan did not expect that he was actually the Spring Wind Hall's hallmaster. This fatty gave Yi Yuan an unfathomable feeling. Compelling people? Heh, this show today, everyone saw it. Just who is being overbearing, I believe that everyone has a score in their hearts, Yi Yuan said with a cold smile. The fatty had a face full of flesh as he smiled and said, Elder, you won't come and find trouble with you without rhyme or reason. This matter has to have a cause, right? Yu Ying snorted coldly and said, This boy relies on that his talent, that's Serpa. SES people, and so he doesn't pay any attention to people. His words even insult my Springwind Hall. As Springwind Hall's elder, how can I endure it? The fatty said, You heard it too. My Springwind Hall is also a major hall of the Myriad Treasure Tower, no matter what. Little brother, you insulting like so probably isn't appropriate, right? Insult the Springwind Hall? Heh, you guys want to chase this Yi out of the great imperial capital just based on a one-sided account. Truly a mighty show of power. Elder Jiang Yuan, you're also here, right? Why don't you reveal yourself? Yi Yuan suddenly said in a clear voice. The moment these words came out, the expression of the Jiang Hua beside Jiang Yuan changed abruptly. But Jiang Yuan gave a cold snort, figure drifting out. Facing Yi Yuan, Jiang Yuan snorted coldly and said, Yi Yuan, I heard that you shot to fame in the Dark Violet Arena, and so I sent a subordinate to offer up lavish gifts, wanting to make acquaintances. But you injured him severely and even insulted my Springwind Hall with words. Where's the reasoning? Springwind Hall's 3 big shots, standing in sharp opposition to Yi Yuan currently. It also caused a stir. Although Yi Yuan's talent was outstanding, his strength extremely formidable. In this matter, it seemed that it was really Yi Yuan's fault. Below the stage, gesturing and pointing at Yi Yuan could not be helped. But Yi Yuan was unmoved and said coolly, Elder Jiang Yuan, the servant that you spoke of is Jiang Hua, right? Jiang Yuan snorted coldly and said, Of course. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Then, where is he right now? You still dare to challenge face to face? Then I'll let everybody take a look at that haughty visage of yours. Jiang Hua. Jiang Yuan gave a cold snort and shouted. But body answered. Jiang Yuan's brows furrowed, and he shouted once more, Jiang Hua. No one answered still. Jiang Yuan's heart thumped, secretly thinking that it was not good. He still wanted to shout again, but was interrupted by Yi Yuan, who said, No need to shout anymore. He definitely slipped away already. The expressions of the 3 Springwind Hall big shots changed at the same time. With this, they finally knew that the matter was not that simple. What's going on here? Jiang Yuan was somewhat thrown into a panic. He faintly felt that something was amiss. Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, Of course he doesn't dare to come out and confront face to face. This matter, as long as you and I meet, he'll have nowhere to hide. Elder Jiang Yu, an exalted Springwind Hall elder, was actually wrapped around a servant's little finger and even caused such a big scene, truly laughable. That hall master's expression also changed slightly, knowing that they might really have been tricked by someone today. Frowning, he asked, Little friend Yi, what in the world is going on? Yi Yuan did not hide it either, roughly narrating the situation of going to the Jiang Manor that day, making the 3 people's faces change abruptly. It's also very simple to want to prove this matter. As long as Elder Jiang goes to the gatehouse to inquire about it, I believe that it will be clear at a glance. As for saying that I injured him and insulted the Springwind Hall, there was no such thing. Because since that day, I never saw him again, Yi Yuan said. Jiang Yuan's knuckles cracked from clenching, his jaws tightly clenched. Clearly, he was already enraged to the extreme. He did not expect that he, a dignified hall elder, actually became a blade in a servant's hand. And this blade did not just slash himself, it even wounded the Springwind Hall. Today, even Hall Master came forward in person, Springwind Hall, could be said to have lost face all the way to their granny's house. He wished to slice and dice Jianghua up right now. Yu Ying's expression was similarly livid. He suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Since that's the case, why did you admit it readily?" Yi Yuan looked at him and said coolly, "If I said it back then, would you believe?" Yu Ying could not help choking when he heard that, only then recalling that Yi Yuan had indeed asked him before, but he shoved it back readily. Even if Yi Yuan explained, he would not believe it all either. He would only think that Yi Yuan was denying it. About this, Yi Yuan was naturally well aware of it, so he completely could not be bothered to explain too. When explaining without strength, everything was feeble. Strength was the king's path. He made Yu Ying submit, then came forward to explain. The persuasiveness was naturally much stronger. At this time, the hall master suddenly cupped his fists at Yi Yuan and said, "Little friend Yi, this matter was all my Springwind Hall's fault. I apologize to you on behalf of Elder Yu and Elder Jiang." Chapter 1933. Entire City Shocked. Chapter 1933. Entire city shocked. Hall Master Mu Feng actually apologized to Yi Yuan. Truly remarkable. Hall Master Mu Feng is a peak true D-realm peerless powerhouse, and yet he actually apologized to a celestial deity realm junior. What the H-E-L? I do you know. Yi Yuan utterly defeated Yu Ying. His strength can likely enter alchemy, celestial CLA. S already. That's a figure on the same level as Hall Master Mu Feng. Such a figure. It's not good for Hall Master Mu Feng to offend either. Let alone that this matter was Springwind Hall's fault in the first place. The Hall Master's action caused a stir in the crowd. Mu Feng's position was at that pinnacle-most level in U.S. True's Gold Great Imperial Capital. Other people could not even meet him. If it were others, even if it was the Springwind Hall's fault, it was also impossible for him to lower his head and admit fault. But who knew that he actually admitted fault to a celestial deity realm junior? Hall Master. Yu Ying and Jiang Yuan, two people turned pale with fright and were just about to speak, but they were stopped by Mu Feng with a gesture. The two people had ashamed faces, hanging their heads in shame. The mess was caused by them, but needed Hall Master to clean up their mess. Yi Yuan looked at the fatty and said with a smile, "Whether Elder Yu leaves or not isn't important to me. But Springwind Hall's overbearingness, this Yi has had a taste of it. Since Lord Hall Master personally spoke up today, this he naturally doesn't have the reason to pester endlessly. This matter ends here." Yi Yuan knew his limitations. He was merely a celestial deity realm junior in the end. Mu Feng made an apology to him in front of so many people. He naturally could not possibly latch onto Yu Ying and not let go. It was just that he already had bad blood towards Springwind Hall in his heart. Regarding Mu Feng's show of goodwill, he did not buy it. This matter also merely stopped here. Towards Springwind Hall, Yi Yuan felt disinclined to have any favorable impression. Regardless of whether it was Jianghua or Yu Ying, the impression left on Yi Yuan was really too deep. The Hall Master was still all smiles, seemingly taking no notice of Yi Yuan's attitude as he said smilingly, "Little friend Yi is broad-minded. Springwind Hall is endlessly grateful. Elder Yu, Elder Jiang, why haven't you thanked little friend Yi?" When the two heard that, they hurriedly gave a bow. Yi Yuan nodded his head slightly, considered to have answered. No one could have expected that a huge conflict was resolved just like that. Let alone did they imagine that a colossal Springwind Hall actually apologized to a celestial deity realm. Yi Yuan and Yu Ying's battle spread throughout the alchemy celestial pavilion at the fastest speed. It even spread throughout U.S. True's Gold Great Imperial Capital. After that, Yi Yuan's background was already dug out. The entire city was shocked. Previously, there were many conjectures about Yi Yuan. Some said that he came from some heavenly emperor Bottomanda. Some said that he came from a reclusive great family. Some even said that he was linked in many ways to Medicine Ancestor. It was just that no one thought that Yi Yuan merely came from a measly little imperial city. Digging further, he even only came out of a tiny little county. An alchemist without the slightest background only used a short 1,000 over years to one-shot a black-scale alchemist. This talent simply startled heaven and earth, and even made GODS and ghosts weep. For some time, Yi Yuan became the target that countless alchemists looked up to. In the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion, several Alchemy Celestial CLA's powerhouses were similarly incomparably shocked. Especially Qin Chong. He already did not know what kind of words to use to describe the shock in his heart. Could it be that that exquisite Jade Heart recovery pill was really refined by him? A 5-star Alchemy GOD refining a divine-grade exquisite Jade Heart recovery pill. How is this possible? Qin Chong felt that his brain could not quite wrap itself around it. Although there were faintly some guesses previously, he actually did not really believe it. Firstly, Yi Yuan's performance in the Dark Violet arena gradually leveled out. Secondly, this sort of thing was too fantastical. But Yi Yuan refined a level 8 medicinal pill now, and he even actually refined a vast spirit divine grade. Then reaching divine grade for level 9 difficulty did not seem to be something hard to comprehend. A hint of surprise flashed across in Chun Yu's gaze as he said, "In that case, he already has the qualifications to enter the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion. Most likely, in regards to the refinement of rank 5 divine pills, were not a match for him." When a few people heard that, they all exchanged glances. Divine grade exquisite Jade Heart recovery pill. Which of them could refine it in one stroke? Unless it was like a blind cat ping into a dead rat, otherwise there was no chance at all. But Yi Yuan refined one. A 5-star Alchemy Celestial Pavilion entering the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion. They felt that it was very strange no matter how they thought about it. Qin Chong was speechless. Recalling back then at the 100 Herb gathering, he even urged Yi Yuan with sincere words and earnest wishes. It was really laughable to the extreme. He discovered that Yi Yuan did not have the impulsiveness that he should have at this age, but appeared extremely modest instead. If it were a young man who had Yi Yuan's talent being wronged by someone who said that the medicinal pill was not refined by him, they would have long exploded. But Yi Yuan did not. Not only did he not, he even accepted his suggestion very humbly. If Yi Yuan confronted him back then and refined pills in front of everyone, then his old face would really have nowhere to put. Recalling it now, Qin Chong was actually full of gratitude and admiration towards Yi Yuan in his heart. Young in age, but had such breadth of mind, this was not what ordinary people could do. Alchemy Celestial Pavilion hasn't added new members in 100,000 years already, right? It's also time that a new member joins. Yi Yuan entering the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion is absolutely an excellent thing to us and to the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion. Qin Chong said. Qin Yu also nodded and said, "This boy's future prospects are limitless. Him joining the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion will only make the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion's reputation grow." Thud. Jiang Yuan slightly used strength. Jiang Hua knelt in front of Yi Yuan. "Younger brother Yi, I'm really sorry about it. It was this Jiang who failed in disciplining and almost caused a catastrophe. Today, I brought this scoundrel in front of you to await your sentencing." Jiang Yuan cupped his fists and said to Yi Yuan. That day, after Jiang Hua left the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion, he wanted to slink off. It was just a pity that the Springwind Hall's power and influence were too great. If they really mobilized the whole hall's strength to capture a celestial deity realm, how could there be a chance for him to escape? Several days later, Jiang Hua was captured in a commoner's house. Today, Mu Feng and Jiang Yuan escorted Jiang Hua to Joyful Aroma residence, delivering him in front of Yi Yuan. Jiang Hua's eyes were full of despair. He crawled over towards Yi Yuan and kowtowed repeatedly as he said, "Lord Yi Yuan, spare me. It was all this lowly one who had eyes, but couldn't see. It was all this lowly one who had eyes, but couldn't see." Yi Yuan looked at Jiang Hua and said coolly, "That day at the gatehouse, it was originally not a major issue that you blocked me outside the door. If you don't let me meet Elder Jiang, then I'll use my own means to meet Elder Jiang." But you never should have made people go and kill me. Since you had killing intent aroused, that's a situation where one of us has to die. How do you want me to spare you?" When Jiang Hua heard that, he said with a look of despair, "Lord Yi Yuan, this lowly one knows his mistake. This lowly one really knows his mistake. I beg you to spare this lowly one." Yi Yuan could not be bothered with him and said to Jiang Yuan indifferently, "Elder Jiang, you brought the person over. Do with him as you will." Jiang Yuan also hated Jiang Hua to the bones and said in a cold voice, "Jiang Hua, I treated you well for so many years, but who knew that you actually repaid kindness with ingratitude? You were so malicious in your motives, nearly causing me to be doomed eternally. Today, if I don't kill you, it's hard to dispel this hatred." Jiang Hua still wanted to say something when Jiang Yuan smacked a palm toward his head, striking him dead. Chapter 1934, Springwind Hall's Methods. Chapter 1934, Springwind Hall's Methods. Younger brother Yi, this matter was all my fault. This Jiang apologizes to you again here. I know that killing this N thing isn't sufficient to appease younger brother Ye's wrath either, and so I specially brought some gifts as compensation. As he said, Jiang Yuan clapped his hands. Several servants carried a big pile of things up. "Younger brother Yi, this is the list of gifts. Please kindly accept them." As he said, Jiang Yuan handed over a long red list. Looking at the appearance, there were probably no less than 100 items on it. When Ning Tianping saw Yi Yuan nod his head, he went forward to receive the list. Sweeping his gaze through, he could not help being flabbergasted. Terrific fellow, this guy, was called he who had wealth speaks louder than others. The gifts on the list, not one was not a treasure worth several cities. Ning Tianping marveled at Springwind Hall's extravagance in his heart. Of course, he marveled even more at his own lord's impressiveness. Such a major hall, like the Springwind Hall, actually rushed to come and apologize. Putting aside killing Jiang Hua, they even compensated with so many things. Yi Yuan cupped his fists and said, "Then this ye will thank Elder Jiang." Jiang Yuan hurriedly said, "Not at all. This Jiang still has to thank younger brother Yi for being magnanimous and letting bygones be bygones." Yi Yuan said coolly, "All right, this matter ends here. You and I are squared. Hall Master Mu, Elder Jiang, please." Although Yi Yuan had not entered the alchemy celestial pavilion yet, everyone knew that this was already a sure bet. The status of an alchemy celestial elder was a very special influence above that of the various major hall masters. Hence, Yi Yuan had this confidence now. The current Yi Yuan already did not need to cooperate with Springwind Hall anymore. In reality, the hall masters of L.U.S. True's Gold Great Imperial Capital's other 3 major Myriad Treasure Tower halls already sent people to get into contact with Yi Yuan. Not just the 3 major halls, some other major forces also racked their brains, wanting to work together with Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan had long let out the news. With his current ident, 1. Tai, the forces that wanted to cooperate with him could be easily found. He naturally had no need to work together with the Springwind Hall that he had a grudge with anymore. Seeing Yi Yuan directly send them out, Jiang Yuan's expression could not help changing. They delivered such a big gift, it was naturally not just to make up with Yi Yuan so simple. Hearing that Yi Yuan let out the news concerning people's interest in collaborating with him, Jiang Yuan wished to kill Jiang Hua 1,000 times over. This D.A.M. N thing really bumbled matters. With Yi Yuan's alchemy Dao strength, this sort of cooperation would absolutely be greatly beneficial to the Springwind Hall. What did some spirit medicines count for? What was truly hard to seek were high-quality medicinal pills. A level 8 difficulty vast spirit divine pill. The value was thousands of times, even 10,000 times of the spirit medicines itself. More importantly, this quality of medicinal pills, barely anyone could refine it. As long as they cooperated with Yi Yuan, Springwind Hall would be equivalent to monopolizing the market of high-quality medicinal pills. Whoever wanted to request for pills would have to go through their Springwind Hall. This way, their Springwind Hall's status would soar, flinging the other halls far behind. This significance was out of the ordinary. Sadly, it was all ruined by Jianghua that be. Yes. D. Originally in a favorable position, but now it was far away in the horizon. Jiang Yuan looked at Mu Feng rather anxiously, but the fatty hall master smiled slightly and said, "Little friend Yi, I actually came today because I wanted to introduce you to someone." This fatty had a smiling face all day long, but Yi Yuan could sense that he was a formidable character. Not talking about other things, for this fatty to be able to apologize to him in front of so many people, this was not what ordinary people could do. After all, his ident. 1. Tao is not ordinary. If not for Mu Feng's ATTI. 2. Yi Yuan also would not possibly drop this matter easily. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Hall Master Mu, your honorable hall and this ye's affairs are already squared. This Yi doesn't wish to have any more ties with your honorable hall. Hall Master Mu's good intentions, this Yi appreciates it, but as for getting to know this person, best forget about it." Springwind Hall's overbearing style, Yi Yuan had already experienced it many times. No matter what Mu Feng did, that unpleasantness in Yi Yuan's heart was not so easy to wipe away. But Mu Feng smiled and said, "Little friend Yi, don't refuse me so quickly. This person, you definitely want to become acquainted." Yi Yuan was just about to refuse once more, but two figures walked right over. Yi Yuan, the arrival was all smiles, his aged face even seemingly much younger. "Brother Xiao? You?" Yi Yuan was surprised. The arrival was none other than precisely Xiao Feng. There was also a white-haired old man who came over together with him. A few days ago, Xiao Feng suddenly said that he had business and immediately left. But today he brought back an old man. Yi Yuan, Xiao Feng was somewhat abashed, seemingly having a bone in his throat. Mu Feng smiled and said, "Little friend Yi, let me reintroduce to you. Xiao Feng is our Springwind Hall's high-level protector now. Also, this Mr. Lu Zhe is presently also my Springwind Hall's elder." Yi Yuan immediately understood. This fatty indeed had ulterior motives. But Yi Yuan was also filled with emotions at this fatty's impressive methods, to actually think of making a move on the Xiao Feng by his side. Xiao Feng was merely a measly little low-level deacon. There was still a distance of 108,000 miles away from being a protector. High-level protector, that was a position that only celestial deity realms could take on. Xiao Feng could be said to have ascended to the heavens in one step. Yi Yuan finally knew why Xiao Feng was Embark. Said, turns out that he accepted Springwind Hall's arrangements and was afraid that Yi Yuan would be unhappy. That was why he would be like this. However, Mu Feng's method, he really did not have any temper. Yi Yuan understood Xiao Feng's feelings towards Springwind Hall. Although he was on very friendly terms with him, his sense of belonging to Springwind Hall was also extremely strong. One could say that Springwind Hall was his home. Moreover, there was even a Lu Zhe who was conveniently brought along. Now, with this layer of relations, I plus P, apart from choosing Springwind Hall, who else could Yi Yuan choose? Hoo-hoo, congratulations to Brother Xiao on your promotion. Yi Yuan pays respect to Elder Lu. The matter previously, thank you very much, Elder Lu, Yi Yuan said and clasped his hands. Within reason and favor, Yi Yuan owed Lu Zhe favor. He had always remembered it in his heart. Lu Zhe hurriedly said, "Master Yi is too courteous. It was merely the effort of lifting a finger. Furthermore, this old man's face is meager and can't be of much help. I've incurred Master Yi's ridicule." Yi Yuan's ident. 1. Tai. Lu Zhe had long learned about it from Xiao Feng. In front of Yi Yuan, he naturally did not dare to take advantage of his seniority. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "It's not that Elder Lu didn't have the prestige, but it was just a despicable villain blocking the path. I have several medicinal pills here. Elder Lu, please kindly accept them." As he said, Yi Yuan took out several small bottles and said them over. Elder Lu's expression could not help changing drastically when he saw and hurriedly turned it down. "I can't accept rewards without making any contributions. Master Yi, these medicinal pills are too precious." Yi Yuan could tell that this Elder Lu had death chi revolving around his face. Clearly, his longevity was almost depleted, so he gave him some longevity-extending medicinal pills. With Yi Yuan's means, what he took out was naturally not ordinary goods. How could Lu Zhi dare accept it? Yi Yuan smiled and said, Elder Lu, disregarding that you've helped me before, Brother Xiao and I regard each other as brothers. You're his master, and naturally also this Ye's senior. If you don't accept it, that's looking down on this Yi. Only when Xiao Feng heard this did his heart ease up, knowing that Yi Yuan did not get angry. He also urged, Master, accept it. Lu Zhi saw that Yi Yuan already put it like this and could only accept it. Chapter 1935, Challenging the Alchemy, Celestial Pavilion. Chapter 1935, Challenging the Alchemy, Celestial Pavilion. Hall Master Mu truly played a good hand. There was only Mu Feng and Yi Yuan left inside the hall. Yi Yuan looked at the other party and spoke those words with a cold smile. Mu Feng smiled and said, Little friend, Yi, calm your anger. This matter was this Mu's fault. Hence, this Mu apologizes to you first. Yi Yuan drank a mouthful of tea and said coolly, What mistake did Hall Master Mu do? I still have to thank Hall Master Mu. Mu Feng smiled and said, I know that the other few Hall Masters have already come to find little friend Yi. Our Springwind Hall has also indeed offended you. But speaking of which, actually the incident that little friend Yi encountered, it would likely have happened regardless of which hall. But our Springwind Hall is the most closely connected with little friend Yi. The obstacles will also be fewer when cooperating together. Isn't it so? This point, Yi Yuan was naturally well aware of it. It was just that if it happened, it happened. There was no if. If his strength was inadequate, wouldn't he have died at Jianghua's hands? Letting Xiao Feng assume the post of a protector is naturally looking on the account of little friend Ye's face. But it's also not entirely because so. I plan on having Xiao Feng reside in Heavenly Eagle Imperial City permanently, specifically be in charge of the matters of cooperation. Letting him be in charge of this matter is naturally the most suitable. I wonder what little friend Yi thinks about this. Hearing this, Yi Yuan could not help being moved. Heavenly Eagle cooperating with Myria Treasure Tower. No matter who was sent, all sorts of friction could not be avoided. Each serving their own master, this was unavoidable. But if this person was Xiao Feng, it was naturally a different matter. Seeing that Yi Yuan was moved, Mu Feng smiled again and said, Furthermore, little friend Yi and our Springwind Hall are deeply connected. That Xie Jingyi and Liang Wanru are also under my Springwind Hall's name at present too. I've understood the situation. Their talents are both pretty good. I plan on fetching them to the great imperial capital and heavily groom them. Yi Yuan looked at Mu Feng with a solemn look. Mu Feng still had a smile on his face. Suddenly, Yi Yuan beamed and said, Hall Master Mu's terms make me unable to refuse. Yi Yuan had to admit that this Mu Feng was a formidable character. Not that his martial prowess was very high, but he also grasped human nature rather accurately. This fellow already had a clear insight of his personality. The other various major forces all thought of using various kinds of superior terms to move him, but Mu Feng was different. He discerned that Yi Yuan regarded the people around him very highly. His regard for his friends, even Serpa's, set his pursuit of benefits. Otherwise, Yi Yuan also would not have flicked his sleeves and left at the Jiang Manor. Yi Yuan was naturally displeased with Mu Feng acting first and reporting afterward, but he was happier for Xiao Feng, at least with this item. 1. He could also straighten his back in the Springwind Hall. Mu Feng also smiled and said, Little friend Yi, a pleasure to be working with you. You rest assured. I'll give Xiao Feng the highest authority. Whatever spirit medicines little friend Yi requires, as long as our Springwind Hall can get them, everything can be discussed. Yi Yuan nodded and said smilingly, Okay, let's have a good cooperation. The Dark Violet Arena Stormpa said very quickly. What astonished everyone was that Yi Yuan actually chose to cooperate with the Springwind Hall in the end. The various major forces could only sigh and lament. But what everyone paid attention to more was just how far Yi Yuan could walk in the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion. Entering the alchemy celestial pavilion was not an easy thing. For black-scale alchemists to want to enter the alchemy celestial pavilion, they had to defeat 3 alchemy celestial pavilion elders. This difficulty was simply too great. Alchemy celestial level powerhouses, each one was a Tao realm powerhouse. The might of their alchemy Tao strength, ordinary people could not imagine it at all. People should not look at how Yuing was at the Tao realm. In front of alchemy celestial level powerhouses, he completely could not stand up to the compet. One time, everyone did not know the little interlude that happened at the 100 Herb gathering, so everyone also did not have a direct understanding of Yi Yuan's strength. In reality, even Qin Chang himself also did not know Yi Yuan's limits. The various major forces losing the cooperation, each and every one of them was deriving pleasure from other people's misfortune, waiting to see Springwind Hall make a fool of themselves. Time Pa S. said very quickly. In a twinkle, 2 months Pa S. said. Yi Yuan overcame all the difficulties along the way, rising from dark violet to black scale, and also obtained 30 straight wins in black scale, finally obtaining the opportunity to challenge alchemy celestial pavilion elders. The black scale arena was different from the dark violet arena. The number of black scale level powerhouses was far fewer than dark violet. Furthermore, the strengths of black scale level powerhouses were all the more closer. Wanting to obtain consecutive wins was doubly difficult in the first place. But Yi Yuan still made a clean sweep along the way. Even Yuing was instantly defeated in front of him. So how many could be his match? Finally, the time to challenge alchemy celestial pavilion elders arrived. On this day, there were streams of people. The alchemy celestial pavilion had 15 elders. Apart from 2 that were currently in terminal seclusion, the other 13 all turned up. Quite a few came a long way from other places, for the sake of today's challenge. Qin Chang looked at Yi Yuan, a rueful look. He did not expect that this day arrived so quickly. Dealing with Yi Yuan, he had no confidence at all. Yi Yuan, you obtained the chance to challenge alchemy celestial pavilion elders. Now, you can choose the alchemy celestial pavilion elders that you want to challenge. Qin Yu looked at Yi Yuan and said. Yi Yuan said, Elder Qin Yu, Yi Yuan has a presumptuous request. Wonder if the alchemy celestial pavilion can permit it or not. Qin Yu was puzzled, but still nodded and said, let's talk about it. Yi Yuan said, the 3 elders that I want to challenge are respectively you, Master Qin Chang, as well as Master Xiao Zhen. I wonder if it's allowed? The moment these words came out, the audience burst into an uproar. Is there a mistake? These 3 are the alchemy celestial pavilion's publicly recognized strongest 3 elders. Yi Yuan is actually going to challenge the 3 of them? This guy is really a madman. Isn't it said that persimmons have to pick soft ones to knead? He's picking a stone to knead. Arriving at the alchemy celestial pavilion for such a long time, Yi Yuan naturally had some understanding of the alchemy celestial pavilion elder's strength too. The 3 people that he challenged were precisely the strongest 3 among the alchemy celestial pavilion's elders. Xiao Zhen came from another great imperial capital. His alchemy Tao strength was not the least bit inferior compared to Qin Chang too. However, Qin Yu felt bitter in his heart. The thing that he did not wish to see the most still happened. Other people challenging the alchemy celestial pavilion, that was all finding the weakest elders. But Yi Yuan failed to show restraint and directly challenged the 3 of them. The most important thing was that he did not have any confidence in beating Yi Yuan. The matter that Qin Chang spoke of, Qin Yu had long already known about it. That level of divine-grade divine pill, he did not have confidence in refining it. The 3 of them were all old fellows who had become famous for 1,000,000 years. Ever since entering the alchemy celestial pavilion, they had never been defeated before. But today, they encountered a troublesome target. If they lost, it would also be Embark. Sing. Either way, Yi Yuan entering the alchemy celestial pavilion was already set in stone. How great would it be to challenge those weak ones? Qin Yu nursed a bitter grudge in his heart. You naturally can. What about the thing you want to ask? Although Qin Yu was not willing to confront Yi Yuan, at this time, he naturally could not say no. Yi Yuan looked at Chunyu and said with a solemn look, "What I want to say is I want to challenge the three of you at the same time." Murmur. With this, below burst into an even greater uproar. Challenging the alchemy celestial pavilion's strongest three people at the same time, what kind of concept was this? Chapter 1936, Battling Three Elders. Chapter 1936, Battling Three Elders. Chun Yu's brows furrowed, revealing an unhappy look. Yi Yuan actually challenged the three of them at the same time. This was also looking down on a few of them too much. As Alchemy Celestial Pavilion's veteran powerhouses, the three of their statuses naturally went without saying. Yi Yuan was unbridled on account of his young age, and also too overweeningly arrogant. There was a series of sighs below the stage, all mocking Yi Yuan's overestimation of his own ability. Yi Yuan, you're extremely talented, your strength being extremely formidable. Concerning this point, this old man admits it, but you want to challenge the three of us at the same time, if it's looking down on others too much, right? Chinyu said in a solemn voice. Clearly, he was unhappy. The Alchemy Celestial Pavilion elders by his side also had unfriendly looks. Their expressions when looking at Yi Yuan was full of enmity. But Yi Yuan had a relaxed look as he said, smilingly, "Elder Chunyu, don't get agitated. Let me finish saying." Chunyu had a black face as he said, "Say." Yi Yuan said, "This he doesn't have the intention of looking down on the elders. The reason why I did so is actually because of another reason. If Yi Yuan can win by chance, I have a presumptuous request." Chun Chong said, "We're not unreasonable people. If you can win, you'll be a member of our generation. Whatever you need us elder brothers to help with, just open your mouth. There's no need to use this kind of method to goad us." Toward Yi Yuan, Chun Chong still quite admired him. Furthermore, he understood that Yi Yuan was not that sort of impetuous and arrogant person. There must be a reason why he did this. But this way of doing things was too provocative. It would definitely push people away. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "If I can win, I wish to challenge Empyrean Flutterfeather. Hope that seniors can fulfill this request." One stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. Everyone's faces changed abruptly, being stunned by Yi Yuan's words. Arrogant. Too arrogant. He actually dares to challenge Empyrean Flutterfeather? How dare he? Ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. Who is Empyrean Flutterfeather? How could he be what a puny little celestial deity realm can challenge? This brat must have lost his mind. There was an uproar at the scene. The crowd was thunderstruck by Yi Yuan's words until they were tender on the inside and crispy on the outside. It had already been no idea how many years no one had ever dared to say that they wanted to challenge Empyrean Flutterfeather. Forget about a puny little 5-star Alchemy G. O. D. Even 7-star Alchemy G. O. DS. Those who dared to challenge Empyrean Flutterfeather were not many either. Chunyu looked at Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile, "Do you know what you're saying?" Yi Yuan nodded and said, "I naturally know. My objective of coming to L.U.S. True's Gold Great Imperial Capital is seeking cooperation on one hand, while on the other hand, it's in order to challenge Empyrean Flutterfeather. Entering the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion had never been Yi Yuan's goal. With his strength, entering the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion did not pose the least bit of difficulty at all. Brat who overestimates his ability. You think that by entering the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion, you have the qualifications to challenge Lord Flutterfeather?" Chinyu said with a black face. Yi Yuan said, "Hence, I propose challenging the three of you at the same time. If I win, it can at least show my strength too. Isn't that so?" Everyone was astonished. Only now did they know Yi Yuan's intention. Even if you really win, you're also not qualified enough to challenge Lord Flutterfeather. Give up on this," said an Alchemy Celestial Pavilion elder with a cold snort. Qin Chong also said, "With your talent, you might not be unable to attain Lord Flutterfeather's height in the future. It's just that challenging him right now, you're not qualified enough yet." Yi Yuan fell silent. Empyrean Flutterfeather had long already had the status of not to be blasphemed, just like G-O-D-S in these people's hearts. A puny little 5-star alchemy G-O-D challenging him was seriously too grossly overestimating his own ability in their eyes. Below the stage, there was also a series of taunting and mocking voices, all ridiculing Yi Yuan for being ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. Yi Yuan heaved a sigh and said, "Since that's the case, forget it then." Finished talking, he actually turned around and walked outside. Chen Yu frowned and said in a cold voice, "Yi Yuan, what do you mean by this?" Yi Yuan said without even turning his head back, "I entered the alchemy celestial pavilion in order to challenge Empyrean Flutterfeather. Since I can't get my wish, entering the alchemy celestial pavilion lost its meaning too. Wildly arrogant, too wildly conceited." The people looked at Yi Yuan and already did not know what to say. In L.U.S., True's gold great imperial capital, the final goal that all of the alchemists strove toward was the alchemy celestial pavilion. But Yi Yuan actually turned his nose up at it. Actually, Yi Yuan was really not arrogant. It was just that his horizons were different from these people. Just like a heavenly emperor powerhouse, would he care about a true G-O-D realms organization? It was impossible to have any interest at all. Although Yi Yuan did not reach the heavenly emperor realm, the strength of alchemy celestial pavilion, these elders was still far too lacking compared to him. "This Empyrean accepts your challenge." Right at this time, a voice suddenly descended. Everyone's faces suddenly changed. Was that Empyrean Flutterfeather? Lord Flutterfeather. Chen Yu and the rest said in surprise. They did not expect that Empyrean Flutterfeather would actually descend personally and agree to Yi Yuan's challenge. "The three of you have a match with him then. Little friend, don't let this Empyrean down." Finished talking, that voice disappeared without a trace. It was as if it had never appeared before. When Yi Yuan heard this, a hint of joy flashed across on his face. Looks like his performance these few days in the alchemy celestial pavilion indeed attracted Empyrean Flutterfeather's attention. Chen Yu sucked in a deep breath and said in a solemn voice, "Stinking brat, don't you get dizzy with success. Our hurdle isn't easy to clear." Yi Yuan cupped his fists and said with a smile, "Please give guidance." On the stage, three great alchemy celestial level powerhouses had fearsome auras cruise. H.I. plussing over towards the Yi Yuan currently in the center. However, Yi Yuan did not have the least bit of panicky look. Three great alchemy celestial level powerhouses joining hands. The commotion was indeed extraordinary. It was far from what Ying, that kind of black-scale level powerhouse, could compare to. It was just that even with three people joining hands, it also could not stop Yi Yuan's momentum. His imposing momentum was akin to floodwaters about to breach the dam, advancing irresistibly. How can this be? These three are the alchemy celestial pavilion's strongest elders. Under their teamwork, even 7-star alchemy G.O.D.S have to temporarily avoid the cutting edge too. But Yi Yuan is actually faintly suppressing them. Too terrifying. Could it be that this guy doesn't have a limit? It can't be that he really has the strength to challenge Lord Flutterfeather, right? Under Yi Yuan's assault, fine sweat beads seeped out on the foreheads of the three great alchemy celestial level powerhouses, appearing very strained. The refinement of rank 5 divine pills competed in the understanding of rank 5 divine pills, the medicinal properties of rank 5 spirit medicines, as well as alchemy Tao realm. In these few aspects, Yi Yuan completely crushed the three great alchemy celestial level powerhouses. This alchemy battle seemed like Yi Yuan was very weak, but actually it was not the case at all. It was at this time that everyone finally saw clearly Yi Yuan's strength. They also finally knew where Yi Yuan's confidence lay in challenging the three great alchemy celestial level powerhouses. Condense. Yi Yuan gave a low cry. The medicinal pill formed. The three great elders were akin to being relieved of a heavy burden, only then slightly heaving a sigh of relief. Very soon, The three great elders also completed the pill refinement. The moment they opened up the furnace to take a look, the crowd was flabbergasted. Void Spirit Divine Pill. Under this kind of brute force confrontation, Yi Yuan actually still refined a Void Spirit Divine Pill. The three elders' medicinal pills were 1 high grade, 2 middle grades. Not that they could not refine high-quality medicinal pills, but it was that they were utterly suppressed by Yi Yuan's imposing momentum, unable to unleash their strength at all. Yi Yuan won again. Chapter 1937. Empyrean Flutter Feather. Chapter 1937. Empyrean Flutter Feather. This Yi Yuan is merely roughly 1,000 years old. Even if he started cultivating in his mother's womb, it's also impossible to suppress 3 great alchemy celestial pavilion elders, right? Really blinded my dog eyes. My many years of living was really in vain. No wonder Lord Flutterfeather personally descended. His elderly self has probably long seen through Yi Yuan's strength. From the initial most mockery to the current astonishment, the audience's understanding of Yi Yuan reached a new height. The most important thing was that Yi Yuan was too young. Being an alchemist was an occupation that ACCU, mulat day in and day out. No matter how a person was talented, it was also impossible to reach this goal in one step. But Yi Yuan subverted their understanding. The 3 great elders looked at Yi Yuan, being shocked speechless. They did not expect that Yi Yuan's strength was actually frighteningly formidable. This kind of strength, he had probably already walked a long way in Tao realm. As for how far, they were unable to estimate it all. When facing Yi Yuan, it made the 3 of them have a feeling like trying to shake a big tree. This kind of feeling, they only had it before when facing Empyrean Flutterfeather. 3 seniors, thanks for giving way. Yi Yuan cupped his fists and said, these 3 people's strengths were indeed very strong. It could even be said that they were the strongest opponents that Yi Yuan had encountered to this date. In alchemy, Yi Yuan was close to invincible. He had always made a clean sweep of his opponents. But these 3 people joining hands indeed caused some impact on him. At least he could not do what he did to Yuing, directly vanquish. Plussing them. Under his powerful pressure, the 3 of them still persisted until the end. Qin Chang looked at Yi Yuan and let out a sigh as he said, give what way? Yi Yuan, time makes it inevitable that in every profession, the new generation Serpa. SES the last one. Your strength is already beyond imagination. Work hard. This is the Alchemy Celestial Token. From today onward, your Alchemy Celestial Pavilion's Elder, on equal footing with us. This is somewhat wronging you, but this 1. Tai can bring you tremendous convenience. As he said, Chun Chang handed over a token that looked like it was studded with stars, being incomparably profound. Thank you, Brother Chun. Yi Yuan received the token and cupped his fists as he said. The other 2 people both fell silent, clearly not quite able to accept this result. The news of Yi Yuan overpowering 3 great alchemy celestial pavilion elders spread far and wide in the U.S. True's Gold Alchemy world. Everyone knew that the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion produced a very young elder. The entire U.S. True's Gold Great Imperial Capital was practically talking about this matter. Roughly 1,000 years old Alchemy Celestial Pavilion elder. This was absolutely an explosive topic of conversation, enough for these people to comment for several years, even several decades. However, what made them discuss even more was Yi Yuan's battle with Empyrean Flutterfeather. The number of years that Empyrean Flutterfeather had been famous already could not be investigated, but his might was absolutely beyond all doubt. 7-star Alchemy G.O.D. This was an insurmountable peak in the first place, let alone that Empyrean Flutterfeather was even an extremely formidable existence among 7-star Alchemy G.O.D.S. Even if Yi Yuan defeated 3 great alchemy celestial-level powerhouses, this action was still overestimating his own ability in their eyes. But sadly, this battle would not be publicized. Those able to watch the battle were only the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion's elders. L.U.S. True's gold great imperial capital was built by the mountains. On the Cloud Dream Mountain, allowed and mist-coiled up all year round, being extremely elegant. It was just that no one dared to go up the Cloud Dream Mountain at all, because they knew that Cloud Dream Mountain was Empyrean Flutterfeather's Dow field. Since ancient times, only Empyrean-level powerhouses could go up Cloud Dream Mountain, and their objectives were mostly in order to request for pills. Thanks to Yi Yuan, the dozen over alchemy Celestial Pavilion elders scaled up Cloud Dream Mountain today. Inside the archaic and magnificent hall, it appeared extremely empty. A faint medicinal fragrance lingered in the air, making people feel refreshed and relaxed. Two little medicine boys were currently fanning the medicinal cauldron's fire. Seeing Yi Yuan come in, their eyes revealed a hint of disdain. The little medicine boy in purple clothing looked at Yi Yuan and said with an unhappy look, "It's you who wanted to challenge, Master? Not much older than us either, truly overestimating your own ability." The little medicine boy in green said with an unfriendly expression, "Oof, one against the alchemy Celestial Pavilion's elders, and you got carried away. They are nothing in front of Master." The alchemy Celestial Pavilion elders by the side had awkward faces, not quite able to maintain their dignity anymore. But it could not be helped that they could not maintain their dignity. These two little medicine boys were Empyrean Flutterfeather's direct lineage disciples. Their statuses were even higher than theirs. They did not dare be insolent. But they also knew that the strength of these two little medicine boys in front of them was extraordinary. If one looked down on them because of their age, then they would definitely suffer a huge loss. Suddenly, they thought of this freak beside them again, and they were actually rendered speechless. Those two little medicine boys were strong because they had a 7-star alchemy G. Oh, D Master, but what about Yi Yuan? Yi Yuan came from a little county and relied on his own efforts to walk step by step until this day. That was truly monstrous. Ziyu, Qingyin, don't be rude. Just as everyone was awkward, a figure appeared. Yi Yuan looked at the arrival and actually could not quite see through clearly. Yi Yuan clearly knew that the person in front of him was Empyrean Flutterfeather, but he was unable to see clearly, as if a layer of fog covered his face. Empyrean Flutterfeather's entire person was like an incarnation of Tao, so fleeting and ephemeral. This was not Yi Yuan's first time seeing an Empyrean powerhouse. He had even killed before Empyrean powerhouses. But that was inside the Immortal Grove world. The Immortal Grove, heavenly Tao, suppressed those people immensely strongly. But in the Heavenspan world, it was still Yi Yuan's first time coming into contact with an Empyrean powerhouse. It was truly illusory and ephemeral to the extreme. When Ziyu and Qingyun, the two medicine boys, saw Flutterfeather, the haughty expression on their faces immediately reigned in. It was just that in their eyes, it was still full of disdain toward Yi Yuan. We pay respects to Lord Flutterfeather. When the group of alchemy celestial elders saw the arrival, they immediately bowed in salute. Yi Yuan cupped his fists and said, "Thank you, Lord Flutterfeather, for acquiescing to my Wisconsin H." Plus, Flutterfeather sized Yi Yuan up and said, "You're at Grand Completion Tao Realm?" Yi Yuan and the group of alchemy Celestial Pavilion elders were greatly astonished when they heard that. Yi Yuan did not expect that Empyrean Flutterfeather actually saw through him with one glance. Tao Realm was different from Martial Tao Realm, unable to see through at a glance. Furthermore, Tao Realm was extremely illusory and insubstantial. Ordinary people could not estimate it at all. But Flutterfeather actually saw through at a glance. The alchemy Celestial Pavilion elders all turned pale with terror. They knew that Yi Yuan was definitely a Tao Realm powerhouse, but they did not think that Yi Yuan was actually a Grand Completion Tao Realm powerhouse. Tao Realm was different from Martial Tao Realm. Initial stage Tao Realm and Grand Completion Tao Realm. Even if ordinary alchemists worked hard for all their life, they could not attain it too. To the vast majority of alchemists, the Grand Completion Tao Realm was the opposite SHORE. But Yi Yuan actually reached the Grand Completion Tao Realm at a young age. It was truly unthinkable, and not up to them to not be shocked. Sizing Yi Yuan up once more, Yi Yuan's figure became extremely stalwart in their eyes. Could it be that Senior Flutterfeather has already reached Ancestor Realm? If that's really the case, this junior was impetuous. Very soon, Yi Yuan regained his nerves and answered with a question. Flutterfeather smiled and said, "How can Ancestor Realm be so easy to attain? However, this Empyrean shouldn't be far away. As for seeing through your realm, when you reach this Empyrean's boundary, it will naturally be clear at a glance." Chapter 1938. Intense Confrontation. Chapter 1938. Intense Confrontation. So that's how it is. Yi Yuan was calm on the surface, but actually extremely shocked inwardly. The meaning in Empyrean realm Flutterfeather's words was that he was only a step away from the Ancestor Realm. Compared to the Tao Realm, the Ancestor Realm was even more vague and insubstantial, and it was even harder to fathom. Although Yi Yuan was already at the Grand Completion Tao Realm, he still did not have the slightest clue about Ancestor Realm. Achieving the Grand Completion Tao Realm at a young age. Your future prospects are limitless, Empyrean Flutterfeather said, with vicissitudes of emotion. Senior Flutterfeather is too kind. Yi Yuan said, "Hoo-hoo, enough talk. Since you want to challenge me, let's begin then. The medicinal pill is up to you to choose," Flutterfeather said coolly. Yi Yuan nodded. He was also somewhat unable to hold himself back anymore. An opponent like Empyrean Flutterfeather could not be encountered randomly. Compared to Empyrean powerhouses, Grand Completion Tao Realm alchemists were harder to encounter. Why don't we refine the Thousand Tribulation Chaos Essence Pill? I wonder what Senior Flutterfeather thinks. Yi Yuan said, "Amen? Thousand Tribulation Chaos Essence Pill is a supreme medicinal pill for 5 transformation body cultivators. Refining it is quite hard. You're sure that you want to refine it?" Empyrean Flutterfeather said. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "This is it." The CLA's classification of medicinal pills was just a general division. Similarly, level 9 difficulty medicinal pills, it was naturally impossible for the refining difficulty to be exactly the same. Just like the cleansing rain dream reverting pill that Yi Yuan refined before, the difficulty level was virtually unimaginable. This Thousand Tribulation Chaos Essence Pill's refining difficulty was considered very high among rank 5 level 9 divine pills already. To Yi Yuan, refining the Sun Moon Azure Sky Pill, exquisite J-Heart Recovery Pill, this kind of commonly seen medicinal pills would naturally be the most suitable. Although Yi Yuan's strength was extremely strong, in terms of pill refining experience, in terms of understanding toward the medicinal properties of spirit medicines, how could he compare to the Empyrean Flutterfeather who had lived for several million years? This choice was not wise for Yi Yuan. Empyrean Flutterfeather nodded his head. Flicking his sleeves grandly, a medicinal cauldron appeared in front of him. Since it's refining a rank 5 divine pill, this Empyrean naturally won't take advantage of you either. This is the medicinal cauldron that this Empyrean used when I was at Celestial Deity Realm. It's called Xianlong Cauldron, which hasn't been used for several million years already. If you win this Empyrean will give it to you, Empyrean Flutterfeather said. Yi Yuan sized up the Xianlong Cauldron in front of him. Waves of profound and inscrutable undulations emitted from it. It was a rare treasure among celestial deity mystic treasures. To 5-star Alchemy GODS, it was absolutely a treasure that they yearned for even in their sleep. Except when Ziyu and Qing Yun, 2 people, saw this scene, they could not help having astonished faces. "Master, this disciple has begged you for 1,000 years already, and you weren't willing to bestow the Xianlong Cauldron to me. Now, you're actually going to gift it to an outsider," Ziyu said with an aggrieved look. These 2 little medicine boys had clearly received Empyrean Flutterfeather's doting favor to actually dare speak to him like this. But one could also tell from his expression that this Xianlong Cauldron was an exceptionally fine medicinal cauldron. Empyrean Flutterfeather smiled and said, "Not giving you is naturally because you aren't worthy of this medicinal cauldron. Although it's already useless to me, This Empyrean has nourished it for several million years. Its spirituality has long already surpassed said ordinary celestial deity mystic treasures. Whoever inherits it and uses it to refine pills, that naturally also represents this Empyrean's face. The two of you are still far away from this step. Qing Yin pursed his mouth and said, I don't believe that this brat can be master's match. Empyrean Flutterfeather waved his hand and said, Don't be impolite. Quickly go prepare the spirit medicines. The two disciples did not dare to dawdle, quickly going to prepare 2 sets of 1,000 tribulation chaos essence pill spirit medicines. These spirit medicines were worth 1,000 gold outside, but in Cloud Dream Mountain, it naturally did not count for anything. Empyrean Flutterfeather's palm brushed past. It seemed to have magical powers. Those spirit medicines actually turned into motes of light, gathering over towards the Xianlong cauldron. Yi Yuan's pupils constricted. Empyrean Flutterfeather actually directly skipped the medicinal embryo refining segment. This technique was simply inconceivable. The pupils of the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion's elders all shrunk, clearly being astounded by this scene. They were also considered to be extremely experienced alchemists already, their statuses incomparably revered. But the workings of this scene in front of their eyes, they had simply never heard of it before. Empyrean Flutterfeather was an extremely mysterious existence. It was naturally impossible to refine pills in front of these people's faces. Being able to come here and watch today was still thanks to Yi Yuan. It also let them broaden their horizons. When Ziyu and Qing Yun saw this scene, their faces revealed smug smiles. Saw that? This is merely the tip of master strength. This stinking brat is totally overestimating his own ability. Z said, even if he's at the grand completion Dao realm, compared to master, he's also worlds apart. Pill refinement isn't competing in just realm. Qing Yin said, seemingly detecting the strange look in Yi Yuan's eyes. Empyrean Flutterfeather said with a smile, this Empyrean has immersed in alchemy Dao for millions of years and has long already understood the medicinal properties of all kinds of spirit medicines like the arm directs the fingers. If I can't even do this, then my reputation is also too undeserved. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Senior Flutterfeather is impressive. This junior really broadened my horizons. Done talking, Yi Yuan's hand was like a wandering dragon. A CLUS, tur of pale white flames emerged from his palm, turning into 9 fire dragons. Under Yi Yuan's control, the 9 fire dragons were akin to living things, suddenly diving into the medicinal cauldron in front of him. Bang! The medicinal cauldron suddenly gave off a sonorous dragon roar, reverberating throughout the hall. Yi Yuan's medicinal cauldron was obtained in the Purple Extreme Hall. It was called Wandering Dragon Cauldron. Even though it was a celestial deity mystic treasure too, it was much worse than a treasure like the Xianlong cauldron. A celestial deity mystic treasure that was nourished by an Empyrean powerhouse for several million years was not what ordinary objects could compare to. However, the Wandering Dragon Cauldron suddenly radiated a brilliant light under Yi Yuan's manipulation. Right at this time, Yi Yuan reached his hand out and beckoned. The spirit medicines flew straight into the Wandering Dragon Cauldron. Ziyu and Qing Yun, 2 people, immediately burst into laughter. Does he know how to refine pills or not? Can throwing the spirit medicines in all together like this refine medicinal pills? This brat isn't here to joke around, right? Ziyu convulsed with laughter as he said, haha, he tried to draw a tiger, but ended up with the likeness of a dog. He wants to follow Master's example, but he also doesn't measure his own capabilities. Can he learn it? Qing Yin similarly burst into laughter and said, when the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion elders saw this scene, each and every one also shook their heads. It seemed like Yi Yuan was arrogant at heart and haughty in manner, and directly had his tempo taken by Empyrean Flutterfeather. That fire-controlling art was naturally extremely formidable, but he could not even refine the medicinal embryo, refine superb medicinal pills. It was just that none of them noticed that a hint of strange light flashed across in Empyrean Flutterfeather's eyes. Brilliant. Truly excellent. Little friend, just based on this move, you're adequate to be this Empyrean's opponent. Flutterfeather had a rare burst of exclamation. His words made everyone's faces change slightly. Ziyu and Qing Yun, two people's smiles immediately turned stiff on their faces. It was clearly Yi Yuan behaving carelessly. So why did their master give such a high evaluation? Was this move brilliant? Why couldn't they tell? Master, how is his move brilliant? Randomly throwing spirit medicines in like this can refine the medicinal embryo? Ziyu was full of puzzlement. Flutterfeather smiled faintly and said, "You guys can't, but he can. This move is extremely brilliant, but you guys can't learn it." Chapter 1939. Twin Dragons Shocking the Heavens. Chapter 1939. Twin Dragons Shocking the Heavens. Empyrean Flutterfeather's words made the hearts of Ziyu and the rest tremble. Yi Yuan's technique was clearly just like a big jumble of mess. So why did it become very brilliant? This move of his seems like a big mess, but actually, there's a well-thought-out plan. He made the medicinal cauldron operate on its own with an extremely brilliant fire-controlling art. As long as these spirit medicines enter the medicinal cauldron, they would automatically be extracted until the divine fire and medicinal cauldron's control, tempered, and formed into medicinal embryo. Of course, wanting to do it to this step, there's an exceedingly high requirement of familiarity with the medicinal properties of spirit medicines, fire-controlling technique, and the medicinal cauldron. This requirement is close to rigorous. Ordinary people can't do it at all. Empyrean Flutterfeather spoke with confidence and composure, but everyone was alarmed when they heard it. Automatically operating to extract the medicinal embryo? How is this possible? Shinyu said in shock and horror. He was a Dao realm powerhouse himself, and naturally knew how difficult this was. Empyrean realm Flutterfeather said coolly, "Nothing is impossible. You can't because your skill isn't up to par. Yi Yuan's fire-controlling art has already attained sublimity, and even this Empyrean dare not say that I can win against him." The sound of cold air being sucked in echoed in the hall. How terrifying Empyrean Flutterfeather's fire-controlling art was, they were completely unable to imagine. But he said that Yi Yuan's fire-controlling art was not the least bit inferior to him. How terrifying was this? One had to know. Empyrean Flutterfeather was an old monster who had already lived for several million years. Having such a profound fire-controlling technique was not unusual. But Yi Yuan? He was only roughly 1,000 years old. Ziyu and Qing Yun, two people no longer dare to speak, their faces being very ugly by the side. The two of them were even much older than Yi Yuan. But in terms of fire-controlling technique, they were not even fit to carry Yi Yuan's shoes. Even though Master doted on them a lot, he had never given them such a high evaluation before. "Ho-ho, I've displayed my ability in front of Senior Flutterfeather," Yi Yuan said. Flutterfeather said coolly, "You and I know it perfectly well, so why is there need to say such things? Next, this Empyrean won't hold back anymore. This Empyrean's alchemy technique is my self-created, soul, heavenly revelation art. You have to be careful." Yi Yuan cupped his fists and said, "Chaos Heavenly Star Art, please give pointers." A strange look fleeted across Empyrean Flutterfeather's eyes, thinking to himself in alarm, Chaos Heavenly Star Art, was it intentional or unintentional? The word chaos was not what anyone dared to use. But very soon, Empyrean Flutterfeather reigned in his thoughts, his entire person becoming tranquil. An aura of Tao that could not be described with words started filling the air in the hall. A thread of flame that was as fine as silk slowly flowed into the Xianlong cauldron like a stream. There were the grace and sereneness of the silent night. Yi Yuan's pupils constricted, being fully aware that he ran into an expert. Refining a rank 5 divine pill, he had yet to encounter such great pressure before. Yi Yuan did not dare to be negligent. The Chaos Heavenly Star Art revolved. A similarly incomparably profound aura spread out from Yi Yuan's body. Two auras collided together fiercely. Yi Yuan's mind was shocked and nearly went limp. What a powerful impact force! Yi Yuan felt that it was like the weight of Mount Tai bearing down on him, being powerful and unstoppable. The alchemy battles previously, no matter how powerful the opponents were, how fierce the impact was, it was unable to shake him in the slightest. But this time, Yi Yuan actually felt like he was unable to confront the opponent. This kind of aura was not the pressure of an Empyrean, but the aura formed from refining medicinal pills. Because of the limitation of rank 5 divine pills, no matter how great your strength was, you could only urge rank 5 divine pills to the limits and would not exceed the scope of rank 5. It was just that the strength of the alchemist, the aura that was released, was totally different. Powerful ones could have their chi surge to the clouds, triggering the power of heaven and earth. Weak ones could only barely manage to hold out, so on and so forth. Currently, after the medicinal pill aura of Empyrean Flutterfeather and Yi Yuan, two people clashed vigorously. They turned into two enormous dragons, spiraling up. Russ. H.I. Plussing straight for the clouds. That imposing momentum could be said to startle the heavens and shake the earth. At this time, Ziyu and Qing Yun, two people, no longer dared to speak up to ridicule Yi Yuan. Although Yi Yuan's medicinal pill aura was inferior to Empyrean Flutterfeather's, the might of its imposing momentum made people tongue-tied. This commotion was absolutely not what the likes of their strength could bring out. They finally understand why Master wanted to battle in alchemy with a puny little celestial deity realm with the body of an Empyrean realm. Yi Yuan indeed had this qualification. On the other side, the alchemy celestial pavilion's elders all revealed shocked expressions. Especially the Chunyu, three people who had exchanged blows with Yi Yuan before. They were even more inexplicably shocked in their hearts. Turns out that this is Yi Yuan's full strength. When he was battling in alchemy with us, he didn't use his full strength at all, Chunyu said with a pale complexion. Qinchan also nodded slowly and said, Grand Completion Dao Realm. This is the strength of Grand Completion Dao Realm. The likes of us can't imagine it at all. Xiaozhan sighed emotionally and said, No wonder he dared to utter wild ravings, wanting to challenge Lord Flutterfeather. Us mortal men can't arouse his interest at all. This boy's talent is truly terrifying, being already at the Grand Completion Dao Realm at a young age. After hundreds of millions of years passed, the heaven-span world might produce another medicine ancestor. When everyone heard that, they were shocked. In these countless tens of thousands of years, only one medicine ancestor emerged. Although the demon race produced a sacred ancestor high priest, the sacred ancestor high priest was still quite a bit worse compared to the medicine ancestor. But Yi Yuan's age determined his future potential. Who could say that he could not reach the medicine ancestor's boundary in the future? While they were talking, Empyrean Flutterfeathers and Yi Yuan's auras grew stronger and stronger. The pill refinement also reached a white-hot degree. Roar! An illusory purple dragon rushed to the sky, directly breaching the Great Hall's constraints, heading for the horizon. Yi Yuan's side was also not resigned to playing second fiddle. Roar! A ferocious dragon similarly rose to the sky, catching up to the purple dragon very quickly. Two illusory, enormous dragons had a great battle at the horizon. The commotion grew stronger and stronger. The Presenel, U.S., True's Gold Great Imperial Capital. The color of the sky completely dimmed down. The clear skies that originally stretched thousands of miles actually had fine rain clouds rain down at present. All the martial artists in the city were drawn by the two enormous dragons high up in the sky. This phenomenon came from Cloud Dream Mountain. Heard that newly appointed alchemy celestial pavilion elder is challenging Empyrean Flutterfeather. Could it be that they are battling in alchemy? Heard that Empyrean Flutterfeather's divine fire is purple wing true dragon fire. That purple enormous dragon is likely transformed by Empyrean Flutterfeather, right? Then the other enormous dragon is Yi Yuan? Really too crazy. Elder Yi Yuan is just a 5-star alchemy G. O.D. He can actually fight with Empyrean Flutterfeather, this 7-star alchemy G. O.D. until they are evenly matched? The commotion caused by Yi Yuan and Empyrean Flutterfeather battling in alchemy was too big. It was hard for the entire city of martial artists to not be concerned even if they did not want to. It was just that at this very moment, what they were shocked by was not how strong Empyrean Flutterfeather's strength was, but that a 5-star alchemy D could actually fight with a 7-star alchemy D until they were locked in a struggle. A 5-star alchemy D could actually cause such a phenomenon. Yi Yuan's strength already far said the people's imaginations. Bang! Right at this time, the two enormous dragons in the sky gave off a fierce collision. The spiritual energy of heaven, stirred up by the two enormous dragons, instantly set off an enormous undulation. In a twinkle, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled as if the end of the world had come. Crack, crack, crack. Bolts of lightning wrapped in horrifying pressure rushed into Cloud Dream Mountain, landing inside the hall. Chapter 1940, Etiquette of a Senior. Chapter 1940, Etiquette of a Senior. Buzz, buzz. The aura of alchemy, Tao, followed by lightning, slammed right into the hall. Empyrean Flutterfeather and Yi Yuan's faces changed at the same time, the seals in their hands changing swiftly and indeterminately like the clouds. The horrifying lightning was actually guided into the medicinal cauldrons by Empyrean Flutterfeather and Yi Yuan. Immediately, countless lightning flashed incessantly on the Xianlong Cauldron and Wandering Dragon Cauldron, looking hair-raising. They are actually S-N-A-T-C. Hing Pill Tribulation. Qin Chang exclaimed in shock. As alchemists, they were clear how terrifying this level of pill tribulation was. In reality, when each alchemist encountered pill tribulation, they would respond carefully, fearful of making the slightest mistake. But these two people actually used pill tribulation to temper the medicinal pills. If it was tempering medicinal pills, fine. The two of them were actually afraid that the pill tribulation was insufficient and desperately vying for the pill tribulation. These two were absolutely lunatics. The group of alchemy celestial pavilion elders looked at this scene in incredible shock and already did not know what they should say. It was only to see bolts of lightning entering the medicinal cauldrons. The energy undulations inside the medicinal cauldrons became stronger and stronger, actually showing signs of losing control. Crack, crack, crack. Yi Yuan's Wandering Dragon Cauldron actually started cracking apart. Chun Chang's expression changed, and he said, "It's over. This pill tribulation's energy is too terrifying. Yi Yuan's medicinal cauldron already almost can't take it anymore. A single slip-up, and the furnace will blow up." When Ziyu and Qing Yun, two people, saw this scene, they could not help revealing a look of wild ecstasy. Haha, this brat lost for sure. Can't even control medicinal cauldron. Refine what medicinal pills? Qing Yun laughed loudly as he said. But those alchemy celestial pavilion elders were silent. They knew that even if Yi Yuan's furnace exploded, it was also not due to lack of skill. Even though Empyrean Flutterfeather only used a celestial deity, Mystic Treasure, this celestial deity, Mystic Treasure, was nourished by him for several million years. Its bearing capacity was absolutely not what Yi Yuan's Wandering Dragon Cauldron could compare to. The aura set off by these two people refining pills practically reached the limits of rank 5 divine pills already. So the pill tribulation brought down was also not what ordinary medicinal cauldrons could withstand. Although the Wandering Dragon Cauldron was decent, it was clearly a little worse in handling such horrifying energy. However, Yi Yuan did not have the intention of giving up. He still controlled the medicinal cauldron with his full attention, refining the medicinal pill. The two enormous dragons were still in a struggle. Pill tribulation continuously poured into the medicinal cauldron. The Wandering Dragon Cauldron's cracking became more and more serious. The cracks on it also became more and more. Qing Yun was long already waiting for the furnace to blow up. But a very long time had passed, and the wandering dragon cauldron still did not show signs of blowing up. What on earth is going on here? His medicinal cauldron has clearly reached the limits it can bear long ago. But why hasn't it blow up? Qingyan said gloomily. The wandering dragon cauldron's cauldron body was already fragmented into little pieces. One could practically say that it had fallen apart. Logically speaking, the furnace should have long blown up, yet it just refused to explode. Chen Chong said. His medicinal cauldron had indeed reached its limits long ago, but Yi Yuan relied on the power of great Tao and forcefully maintained the medicinal cauldron. His control over the medicinal cauldron has simply reached an inconceivable level. Ziyu and Qing Yun exchanged a glance, being shocked speechless. It was still their first time seeing that one's control over the medicinal cauldron could reach such a horrifying degree. Was this really what people could accomplish? Bang, bang, bang. High up in the sky, a purple and a white, two enormous dragons, unfolded a fierce confrontation, the imposing momentum getting stronger and stronger. Bang! Suddenly, after the two enormous dragons had a fierce collision, they fell apart to pieces. The two illusory Civ dragons turned into motes of light. And right at this time, Empyrean Flutterfeathers and Yi Yuan's minds became more agile as luck hit, suddenly opening both eyes. The two originally diametrically opposed auras actually started blending together in perfect harmony. Yi Yuan's aura gradually converged into Empyrean Flutterfeather's aura, while Empyrean Flutterfeather's aura also slowly converged into Yi Yuan's aura. It seemed like the two medicinal pills were going to fuse together. When the group of elders saw this scene, they could not help exchanging glances as they had never seen before such a scene. Aren't they battling in alchemy? Why is it that when they fight until the end, the banners are lowered and the drums are silenced, shaking hands and burying the hatchet? Chen Yu said with a baffled look. What kind of situation is this? Qin Chong was similarly doubtful as he asked. The two auras were like two converging rivers, finally converging into the sea. Very soon, those two auras combined into one. An air billow spread out with the two people as the center, immediately sending the group of elders flying out. The two people's medicinal cauldrons practically gave off a dazzling light at the same time. Condense. Condense. Right at this time, Empyrean Flutterfeather and Yi Yuan gave a sharp cry at the same time. That violent aura, countless energy, was recalled in an instant, entering the two medicinal cauldrons. The pill condensation succeeded. Feels great. Empyrean Flutterfeather's hearty laughter reverberated in the great hall. Indeed, it had already been D knows how many years since Empyrean Flutterfeather had such a satisfactory fight. As an outstanding talent among 7-star alchemy DS, not many people could become Empyrean Flutterfeather's match at all. Yi Yuan was seeking an opponent that could match his strength with. So wasn't he the same too? This battle was to his heart's content. Crack, crack, crack. With the pill condensation succeeding, the wandering dragon cauldron finally could not bear it, falling apart to pieces, turning into a pile of fine powder. It could be seen from this how horrifying the pill tribulation caused by the two people previously was, to actually turn a celestial deity, mystic treasure, to dust. Yi Yuan moved like lightning, keeping the medicinal pill into a small bottle that was prepared long ago. Done with all this, Yi Yuan cupped his fists and said to Empyrean Flutterfeather, "Congratulations, Senior Flutterfeather." Empyrean Flutterfeather was clearly in a great mood currently, as he said smilingly, "Thanks for your congratulations. Without you, this old man couldn't have taken this step either." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Senior Flutterfeather's realm is already there. You were just lacking an opportunity. Now, success comes when the conditions are ripe. Felicitations." Empyrean Flutterfeather reached his hand out and beckoned, putting away the medicinal pill. Then he pushed lightly past plussing the Xianlong cauldron in front of Yi Yuan. This Xianlong cauldron has followed this old man for several million years. Meeting you today, You definitely won't ruin its reputation. I'll give it to you, Empyrean Flutterfeather said smilingly. Yi Yuan was not courteous either, directly keeping the Xianlong cauldron and said with clasped hands, "Thank you, Senior Flutterfeather." With a bout of alchemy battle, Yi Yuan naturally knew about Xianlong cauldron's prowess. Under that horrifying pill tribulation, the Xianlong cauldron was actually unscathed. This could be seen at a glance. Far away, when everyone heard the two people's conversation, each and every one of them was shocked until they could not close their mouths. What Yi Yuan was congratulating, they were naturally well aware. Especially Ziyu and Qing Yun, two people. Their faces revealed a look of wild elation, practically about to jump up in happiness. "Master, you comprehended it?" Ziyu said rather incoherently. Empyrean Flutterfeather stroked his beard and said with a smile, "Yes. Starting from today, Master will begin closed seclusion, so you all don't disturb me. As of today, Yi Yuan will be the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion's head elder. All of you have to show the etiquette toward a senior, understood?" Everyone was stricken with fear, all bowing their heads in salute as they said, "We obey Lord Flutterfeather's Dermic decree." Finished talking, Empyrean Flutterfeather's figure moved, immediately disappearing from the Great Hall. The group of Alchemy Celestial Pavilion elders exchanged glances, akin to being lost in the clouds and mist. This battle, just who won? Chapter 1941, End Spirit Divine Pill. Chapter 1941, End Spirit Divine Pill. Etiquette toward a senior. These words were not just said to Ziyu and Qing Yun, two people, but it was also said to the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion elders that were present. These were all peak 6-star Alchemy DS whose fame shakes a region. They actually had to carry out the etiquette of a disciple to a 5-star Alchemy GOD. If it were before, they would naturally be extremely unwilling to obey this command. But now, they had witnessed Yi Yuan's strength. The group of elders did not have any complaints. Yi Yuan fought with Empyrean Flutterfeather until they were evenly matched in skill and strength. Furthermore, after Empyrean Flutterfeather had the alchemy battle with Yi Yuan, he actually gained enlightenment on Tao, Ancestor Realm. To alchemists, entering Ancestor Realm was their lifelong pursuit. As long as one was an alchemist, they would want to enter the Ancestor Realm, even in their dreams. How difficult was it to enter the Ancestor Realm? It was even harder than entering the realm of Heavenly Emperor. In this Heavenspan world, there were still some Heavenly Emperor powerhouses. But how many Ancestor Realm powerhouses were there? Empyrean Flutterfeather taking this step was equivalent to embarking on the path of great Tao that led to the heavens. Then, the Yi Yuan who could let Empyrean Flutterfeather take this step, how strong could his strength be? Yi Yuan's current realm was still low, but no one out of all the people present doubted his future accomplishments. Lord Yi Yuan. The group of Alchemy Celestial Pavilion elders bowed in salute toward Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "You're all seniors, so there's no need to stand on ceremony like this." Yi Yuan was modest, but how could they really dare to make light of Yi Yuan? In the future, wouldn't Empyrean Flutterfeather still remove their heads to kick like a ball? But, unable to hold back his curiosity, Chun Chong still could not resist asking, "Your Excellency, I wonder just who won and who lost in this alchemy battle?" Yi Yuan knew that these people were curious, but smiled and said, "I lost." Hearing this, everyone's hearts eased up. Empyrean Flutterfeather gifting the Xianlong cauldron. They even thought that this battle, it was Empyrean Flutterfeather who lost. But even if Yi Yuan was defeated, no one present dared to underestimate him anymore. Seeing that Qin Chong still had a curious look on his face, Yi Yuan directly tossed the small bottle over and said with a smile, "Today, Senior Flutterfeather and I battling in alchemy. Only the few of you know the results. If someone divulges it, I won't find trouble with you guys. But in the future, when Senior Flutterfeather comes out of seclusion, he'll naturally come to find trouble with you guys." When everyone heard that, they were shocked inwardly. Although this battle was Empyrean Flutterfeather's win, Yi Yuan did not pale the slightest in comparison to If it spread out, it would have a tremendous impact on Empyrean Flutterfeather's reputation. Chun Chang received the small bottle, sunk his divine sense inside, and was immediately petrified. The other people's hearts were itching unbearable and urged, "Brother Chun, just how is it? Say something." Chun Chang was startled. "Pa-s," said the small bottle to Chun Yu, and muttered, "You see for yourself." Chun Yu was baffled. Receiving the small bottle and taking a look, he was immediately petrified. Everyone was rendered confused by these two, but they also knew that this thousand tribulation chaos essence pill was definitely not ordinary. "Pa-s," sing it over one by one. They were petrified one after another. The expressions on their faces were fascinating to the extreme. When Ziyu and Qing Yun, two people, saw this scene, they were stirred up by it until their hearts itched unbearably. Just what magical powers did this medicinal pill have to make the group of alchemy celestial pavilion elders behave like they saw a ghost? After the two of them saw the medicinal pill, their expressions became no different from the rest. In spirit divine grade, didn't expect that this old man can actually see an in-spirit divine pill in this lifetime. This life was truly not in vain. Suddenly, Chun Chang let out a long sigh. The other elders all nodded, clearly feeling the same as Chun Chang. That was right. The thousand tribulation chaos essence pill that Yi Yuan refined was precisely the extremely rare in-spirit divine pill. The 5 realms above divine grade, purple spirit, void spirit, vast spirit, in-spirit, spirit link, each realm was harder than the last. Vast spirit divine pills, one could still see it if they were lucky. But in-spirit divine pills were almost extinct in the entire Heavenspan world too. Perhaps only Medicine Ancestor, that level of powerhouse, could refine in-spirit divine pills. As for the legendary Spirit Link divine pill, to Chun Chang they did not even dare to think about it. Chun Yu looked at Yi Yuan and said in puzzlement, "Your Excellency, you refined an in-spirit divine pill. So why did you still lose? How hard was it to refine in-spirit divine pills? To alchemists, it was even harder than breaking through to be a heavenly emperor. Yi Yuan refining an in-spirit divine pill that was simply sweeping across the world. He would actually still lose?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Because what Senior Flutterfeather refined is also an in-spirit divine pills. Unfortunately, he saw another scenery in this alchemy battle, so his quality is slightly above mine." Talking until here, Yi Yuan also revealed a trace of regret. In this battle, Yi Yuan naturally gleaned considerable gains too. That fleeting and ephemeral ancestor realm seemed to be a little clearer in front of Yi Yuan. Unfortunately, the time that Yi Yuan immersed in the grand completion Dao realm, this level was still too short. How could he compare to Empyrean Flutterfeather, who already had half a foot stepped into the ancestor realm? But even so, he was also just a hair's breadth worse, barely losing to Flutterfeather. The group of elders exchanged glances. They were incomparably shocked. They were clear in their hearts that although the alchemy battle this time was fair, there was a difference in the end. Qianlong Cauldron quality was clearly far better than Wandering Dragon Cauldron. At the later stages, the Wandering Dragon Cauldron cracked apart. Yi Yuan maintained it from collapsing with tremendously strong control. In between this, he naturally had to expend considerable energy when refining pills. The difference of millimeters was as good as missing by 1,000 miles. This kind of difference would naturally affect the final result. In addition, Flutterfeather was of an Empyrean's body. In terms of divine essence thickness, in terms of divine soul's might, in terms of pill refining experience, it was all far stronger than the young Yi Yuan. Under such a disparity, Yi Yuan only barely lost too. One could say that he had a moral victory. Of course, Yi Yuan would not find this sort of excuse for himself. Losing was losing. He could accept failure. The benefits of this alchemy battle to him far exceeded the significance of winning or losing. Your Excellency, that means you can always refine in-spirit divine pills in the future. Chun Chang could not resist asking. Yi Yuan shook his head and laughed in spite of himself as he said, "How is that possible?" When this alchemy battle reached the end, Senior Flutterfeather and my alchemy, Tao, produced a resonance, merging into one body in the end. He nourished my medicinal pill with his Tao. I nourished his medicinal pill with my Tao. That is how the current results came to be. If let us refine again, it's impossible to refine in spirit divine pills too. Only when everyone heard that did they come to a realization. It turned out that at the final juncture, the two people actually turned from enemies into friends, complementing each other. That was how a miracle was created, refining the end spirit divine pills. A month set in a twinkle, Yi Yuan finally came out of seclusion. During this 1 month's time, Yi Yuan experienced that alchemy battle time and again, obtaining tremendous benefits. And this alchemy battle was also spread until it raised a babble of discussion in the city. But to the vast majority of the people, he naturally lost to Empyrean Flutterfeather. Although Yi Yuan displayed powerful strength, in front of Flutterfeather, this 7-star alchemy God, he was still too unskilled. Toward this, Yi Yuan naturally did not care. His objective of coming to L.U.S. True's gold great imperial capital was also achieved. He naturally planned on returning to Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. Your Excellency, with your talent, staying in an imperial city is seriously too unworthy of your talents. Why don't you remain in the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion? Chen Chong said. Chapter 1942, by Chun Breaks Through. Chapter 1942, by Chun Breaks Through. Oh, does Brother Chun feel that Senior Flutterfeather hoped for me to stay or not? Yi Yuan looked at Chen Chong and answered with a question. A hint of uncertainty flashed across Chun Chang's face, and he said, "Yeah, fine talents and beautiful jades. Lord Flutterfeather shouldn't let you go." "But why?" "Because he knows that I won't say, so he naturally won't open his mouth," Yi Yuan smiled and said. Chun Chong was startled, suddenly discovering that he was somewhat meddlesome. How wise was Empyrean Flutterfeather? He naturally knew that Yi Yuan staying was an immensely good thing to the Myriad Treasure Tower. But he did not open his mouth all the way until he went into close seclusion. Clearly, Empyrean Flutterfeather had long seen through Yi Yuan, knowing that he would not stay. So he also saved his breath. Opening his mouth would definitely ask for a rebuff, so why bother? Brother Chun, rest assured, even if I don't stay, I'm also the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion's elder. My relations, H.I.+P. with Myriad Treasure Tower can't be cut cleanly, Yi Yuan said with a smile. Returning to Heavenly Eagle, Yi Yuan directly chose to go into close seclusion. He brought back a large pile of spirit medicines from the L.U.S. True's gold great imperial capital and started to devote himself to researching the soul-driving Tao fusion pill. Experiencing a battle with Empyrean Flutterfeather, Yi Yuan had a deeper understanding of sacred ancestor high priest inheritance, and his understanding of pill refinement also grew deeper. Although it did not reach the ancestor realm for the time being, his pill refining strength was more than a notch stronger than before. But even so, wanting to find the soul-driving Tao fusion pill's pill formula was absolutely not an easy thing, too. Yi Yuan immersed inside the world-suppressing steel's S.P.A.C., deducing the pill formula daily, experimenting nonstop. On this day, the clouds and wind suddenly changed in the Marshall Tower. Countless spiritual energy gathered over here. The entire city was alarmed. Such a large commotion. It seems like there's someone going to break through. No way, right? What realm is he breaking through to actually cause such a big commotion? Even breaking through to the 9th firmament celestial deity realm also won't be like this, right? Even the 9th firmament celestial deity realm won't have such a big commotion. Could it be the true G.O.D. realm? Below the Marshall Tower, the people jumped in fright from their own guesses. Everyone knew that there was currently only a peak 9th firmament celestial deity powerhouse in the city. Even Lord Yi Yuan was also merely at the 8th firmament celestial deity realm currently. In but a few days of close seclusion, could it be that he was breaking through to the true G-O-D realm? But thinking about it, everyone also felt that there was nothing impossible. After all, anything happening to Yi Yuan did not seem to have any peculiarity. The commotion grew more and more massive. The people increasingly believed that this was breaking through to the true G-O-D realm. No matter what, Heavenly Eagle Imperial City never had a true G-O-D realm powerhouse be born before. Bai Tong had always been very low profile and did not reveal himself outside. So the city still did not know that there was already a fourth firmament true G-O-D powerhouse holding down the fort. Now, a true G-O-D realm powerhouse actually appeared. This was an important matter that rocked the whole city. From today onward, Heavenly Eagle Imperial City would also have a true G-O-D realm holding down the fort. Finally, the Storm Pa-S said, a figure slowly walked out of the Marshal Tower. It's him. It's actually him. How is this possible? Isn't that Lord Yi Yuan's disciple, Bai Chun? Heard that he refined a celestial deity, Tao fruit. So how can he possibly break through to the true G-O-D realm? Could those all be rumors? How can people who refine celestial deity, Tao fruits, possibly break through again? There were no walls in the world without any cracks. The matter of Bai Chun refining a Tao fruit was not a secret in Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. After all, the people who followed Yi Yuan, even the likes of city lords with Shujia, their strength all advanced by leaps and bounds. Only Bai Chin's strength never had any change. In the course of time, this rumor naturally became even more confirmed. One had to know Yi Yuan destroyed a vast spirit sun-moon azure sky pill in front of Lin Chongqing back then. If Bai Chan could break through to the true G-O-D realm, Yi Yuan also would not possibly be so wasteful, right? But now, this person who refined a Tao fruit destined to never break through again in this lifetime actually broke through. People thought of many kinds of possibilities and even guessed Lung Qiuling, Ning Tianping, and the rest. The only person they did not think of was Bai Chan. No one would have thought that Heavenly Eagle's first true G-O-D realm was actually Bai Chan. Bai Chan just broke through, so his realm was unstable. The aura of true G-O-D realm on his body could not be concealed no matter what, giving people a soul-stirring feeling. For an imperial city, the deterrent force of a true G-O-D realm powerhouse was too great. Everyone looked at the Bai Chan high up in the sky. All wars. H-I plus ping from the bottom of their hearts. Powerhouses were always respected by people. Bai Chan looked at the top of the Marshal Tower. He could feel the idolizing hearts of the people below. At this moment, his heart became infinitely grand and heroic. Bai Chun could not hold back and let out a long cry. All along, the depression and pressure that was piling up in his heart were finally fully released at this moment. Mockery that was everywhere, disdain that was pervasive, finally dissipated into thin air at this moment. Bai Chun never dreamed that he would actually have a day where he could really break through to the true G-O-D realm. Recalling back then, he was still just a puny little grotto, profound martial artist. Who could have thought that 1,000 years later, he could actually break through to the realm of true G-O-D? This was a realm that the powerhouses of the heaven-span world yearned for in their sleep. And all this was bestowed by his master. His master really transformed the rotten into something magical. Even this kind of impossible thing, he accomplished it. Several figures rose to the air, flying toward Bai Chun. Haha, congratulations to younger brother Bai for breaking through to the true G-O-D realm in one stroke. Really envying us to death. I didn't expect that His Excellency actually really succeeded. Ning Tianping clasped his hands and congratulated him. Ning Tianping had blind faith in Yi Yuan. But regarding this matter, he was still somewhat lacking in confidence. It was just that he did not expect Yi Yuan really accomplished it. The soul-driving Tao fusion pill could be said to have blazed another era. From now onward, refining Tao fruits might become a shortcut of cultivation. To those martial artists who had already lost all hope, this was a tremendous glad tiding. The impact of this medicinal pill was too far-reaching. Ning Tianping was unable to imagine it. White Light, Zuikishujia, Cold Feather, even Lung Qiuling and the rest of the celestial deity realm powerhouses all came up to give their felicitations. Bai Chan responded to them one by one. The gloominess in his heart swept away clean. Inside the secret chamber, Bai Tong sized Yi Yuan up with a strange look. Just what kind of freak are you? To actually be able to even figure out a pill formula like the soul-driving Tao fusion pill. But next, how do you plan on handling this pill formula? Bai Tong asked. Yi Yuan smiled and said, for the sake of the soul-driving Tao fusion pill, I expended considerable effort. I naturally have to use it to earn more. I plan on letting the Myriad Treasure Tower act as my representative to sell the soul-driving Tao fusion pill and split the profits with them. After all, doing business this kind of thing isn't what I'm skilled in. Bai Tong nodded and said, that's for the best. But once this soul-driving Tao fusion pill comes into being, most likely, the Heavenspan world's various major forces will all go crazy for it. You and the Myriad Treasure Tower will be hauling in huge profits this time. Yi Yuan was also proud of himself. For this soul-driving Tao fusion pill to be able to be developed, he also felt very honored himself. After all, this medicinal pill was unprecedented. I've already said the news to the Myriad Treasure Tower. Before this, I should also break through. As he said this, Yi Yuan took out a small bottle. Inside the bottle was precisely the End Spirit Thousand Tribulation Chaos Essence Pill. Chapter 1943, Roaring into Existence. Chapter 1943, Roaring into Existence. This is impossible. Inside the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion, when several Alchemy Celestial Pavilion elders listened entirely the news that Chen Chong brought, their first reaction was that it was impossible. Brother Chun, did you make a mistake? How can there possibly be someone in this world who developed a medicinal pill that lets martial artists who refine Tao fruits continue cultivating? Chen Yu said, yeah, this is also too ludicrous. People who refine Tao fruits can't cultivate. This is an ironclad law. So how can someone possibly break it? Said another elder. All in all, everyone refused to believe it. This kind of thing was seriously too absurd to the ear. Chun Chong smiled bitterly and said, not hiding from everyone, but when this old man got this news a few days ago, my reaction when I just saw it was exactly the same as yours. But this old man confirmed the intel over and over again. I absolutely didn't see wrongly. That's why I convened everyone to discuss it. Furthermore, Lord Ye's disciple, Bai Chun, already broke through to the true D realm after consuming the soul-driving Tao fusion pill. Hearing this, everyone's faces changed abruptly, all falling silent. A disciple who consumed a celestial deity Tao fruit followed by Yi Yuan's side. They were aware of it. Now, he actually broke through to true D realm. This news was simply a bolt out of the blue. The Alchemy Celestial Pavilion elders present were all scheming and far-sighted people. They were naturally clear about it. If the soul-driving Tao fusion pill was announced to the world, they clearly know how big of a commotion it would cause, and also how Siva profit it would bring to the Myriad Treasure Tower. In the Heavenspan world, encountering Tao fruits was indeed an extremely difficult thing. But that was relative to the extremely Civ martial artist population. Since ancient times, how many powerhouses had fallen and how many powerhouses rose up? It could not even be counted clearly. Some Tao fruits slowly dissipated along with the Sage of Time. But some Tao fruits were obtained and consumed by present powerhouses. There were even some major factions who preserved many Tao fruits in their inventory, using it to reward disciples under them who had no hopes of breaking through. To a heavenly Emperor Bodhimanda, celestial deity Tao fruits were no big deal. They even had quite a number of true Tao fruits. These Tao fruits originally did not have much use to Heavenly Emperor Bodemandas. But the soul-driving Tao fusion pill's appearance would let the value of these Tao fruits increase several times over. A disciple who did not reach Divine Lord realm, as long as they let him swallow a celestial deity Tao fruit, they could let him grow into a peak celestial deity powerhouse in a few hundred, even within several dozen years. This way, how much cultivation time would it save? If this matter is real, our myriad treasure tower shall become a major force at the peak of power and influence in the entire heaven-span world. The function of this rank 5 divine pill is a little small, but once this soul-driving Tao fusion pill is released, the significance is too great. When Lord Yi breaks through to the true G, D realm and develops the rank 6 divine pill, then it will be able to directly groom true G, D powerhouses. This, even thinking about it, is frightening. Chun Yu said with a look of astonishment. The celestial deity realm was no big deal with heavenly emperor factions. But reaching the true G, D realm, that was different. Even for heavenly emperor Bodemandas, true G, D realm powerhouses were also not existences that could be overlooked. After all, reaching Empyrean this level, those were all powerhouses whose name shook a region already. They were not willing to be subordinate to any heavenly emperor powerhouses. Either they occupied a great imperial capital and crowned themselves as kings, or they would become itinerant cultivators, seeking opportunities to climb to the summit of great Tao. Being able to nurture a true G, D realm within a few hundred to 1,000 years, this speed was simply terrifying. More importantly, he could still continue cultivating in the future, saving several tens of thousand years of cultivation time. The chance of stepping in Empyrean would also be much greater. Chun Chong said, the implications of this matter are too serious. Lord Flutterfeather is currently in close seclusion right now, so we can't arbitrarily make the decision. My intention is to highlight this matter to Lord Myriad Treasure and let his elderly self make a final decision. Chin Yu nodded when he heard that and said, indeed, once this matter spreads out, that's facing the entire heaven-span world. Our tiny little alchemy celestial pavilion can't bear this kind of heavy burden. Inside a remote imperial city's secret chamber, an old man emitting a rotting scent suddenly snapped open both eyes. Ha! Truly, heaven doesn't want me to perish. Plus, I really didn't expect that there's actually someone capable of refining a miraculous medicinal pill like the soul-driving Tao fusion pill. Back then, when I swallowed the Tao fruit, I thought that there wouldn't be the possibility of cultivating again in this lifetime. I didn't expect that I could actually still wait it out. With my ACCU, mulations, as long as I can cultivate again, I'll definitely be able to break through to the true G, D realm in one stroke. This time, this old man has to buy the soul-driving Tao fusion pill at all costs. When the old man got the news of the soul-driving Tao fusion pill, his entire person fell into madness. Very soon, he gave the orders to check all of the Imperial City's reserves and went to the Myriad Treasure Tower to purchase the medicinal pill. Inside an imperial capital, 2 celestial deity realm youngsters were currently standing opposite each other. One of them said with a look of shock, "How come you cultivated so quickly? A few days ago, you were clearly just first firmament celestial deity." The other person laughed loudly and said, "I swallowed a celestial deity Tao fruit. With my talent, I'll be able to break through to become a 9th firmament celestial deity before long. Weren't you always very KY, feeling that your cultivation speed is fast?" When the other party heard that, his alarm and horror became mockery as he said, "Fool, you actually refined a celestial deity Tao fruit in order to Serpa. Me really foolies. Plus you won't have the chance to break through to true G, D realm in this lifetime anymore. The stupid one is you." My father already bought the soul-driving Tao fusion pill from the Myriad Treasure Tower. As long as one consumes this divine medicine, they can cultivate all the same after refining a Tao fruit. But you don't need to give it any further thought. There's only this one pill in the entire imperial capital. It was already bought by my father. Ha ha ha. When the other party heard this, he immediately had a stunned face. The network of the Myriad Treasure Tower was indeed very vast. Once the news spread out, the soul-driving Tao fusion pill immediately swept throughout the entire heaven-span world like a fierce gale. The soul-driving Tao fusion pill, roaring into existence, immediately let everyone realize the incredible aspect of this medicinal pill. The various major forces started S, N, A, T, C. Hing soul-driving Tao fusion pills frenziedly. Furthermore, the medicinal pills were all refined by Yi Yuan. The quality was all extremely high. All were above divine grade. Hence, the price of the soul-driving Tao fusion pills was set to be extremely high. But even so, it was still hard to request for a single pill. One had to know, Yi Yuan was only one person. Even if he refined day and night, it was also impossible to satisfy the entire heaven-span world's demand. Of course, the Myriad Treasure Tower did not plan on satisfying the entire heaven-span world's demand either. The logic of rare commodities being sold at a high price was something they all knew. So how could the Myriad Treasure Tower, these business experts, not know it? In many places, the price of one soul-driving Tao fusion pill was even hiked up to a sky-high price. Even the prices of some extremely high-quality rank 6 divine pills could not compare to the soul-driving Tao fusion pill. Firstly, the medicinal pills that Yi Yuan refined, the quality was superb. No one else could refine it. Secondly, one medicinal pill could save thousands, even tens of thousands of years of cultivation time. So who would not be willing to buy one? How much divine essence stones could be earned in the time saved? And also what realm could be cultivated until? This matter, as long as one was not a fool, they would know how to calculate it. Therefore, the Myriad Treasure Tower had its fame soared unprecedentedly in the entire heaven-span world because of a soul-driving Tao fusion pill. Chapter 1944, Nirvanic Tribulation. Chapter 1944, Nirvanic Tribulation. Inside the secret chamber, Yi Yuan opened the small bottle lightly. A medicinal fragrance that gladdened the heart and refreshed the mind instantly filled the entire secret chamber. End Spirit Thousand Tribulation Chaos Essence Pill. I reckon that it's still unable to let me reach the perfect 6th transformation golden body. If I add in the true dragon's blood, I wonder if I can achieve it or not. Yi Yuan did not hesitate either, swallowing the Thousand Tribulation Chaos Essence Pill in one gulp. When the medicinal pill entered his abdomen, Yi Yuan's both eyes suddenly went wide, an intense pain spreading throughout his whole body instantly, all the way to the top of his head. Yi Yuan contorted his face in pain as he muttered to himself, "Indeed, well deserving of being the Thousand Tribulation Chaos Essence Pill, remolding the physical body, nirvanic rebirth." Thousand Tribulation Chaos Essence Pill was renowned for the 2 words, thousand tribulation. Swallowing this pill was equivalent to suffering 1,000 tribulations, overwhelming to the extent where one wished that they were dead. Even peak 5 transformation golden body powerhouses also would not dare to swallow this kind of strong medicinal pill without careful consideration. A momentary slip-up, and it was the outcome of Paris. H.I. Plusing, one's Tao dissipating. Peak 5 transformation powerhouses, their fleshy bodies rivaled peak celestial deity mystic treasures. It could be seen how powerful their physical bodies were. But even so, they might not be able to withstand the medicinal impact of this Thousand Tribulation Chaos Essence Pill too. This pill was too fierce. Of course, the medicinal effect was also extremely strong. And the End Spirit Divine Pill that Yi Yuan consumed was specially prepared for himself by him too. It was just that even he did not expect that he actually refined an End Spirit Thousand Tribulation Chaos Essence Pill. Cultivation techniques had differences in power. Martial artists in the same realm. The purity of divine essence was different. The power of the martial techniques displayed was also not necessarily the same. The 9 transformations golden body was similarly like so. But each transformation of the 9 transformations golden body had a legendary level. Perfect grade. 9 transformations golden body. Each transformation was equivalent to a nirvanic birth. Rumor had it that when this 9 transformations golden body was created back then, it was a life and death calamity. Martial artists needed to shatter the physical body and absorb the power of heavenly Tao to remold their golden body. This was a very dangerous cultivation method. It was naturally also a cultivation method with tremendous power. Except this cultivation method of 9 cycles of nirvanic rebirth was too dangerous. The death rate was extremely high. Furthermore, the higher the number of transformations, the more perilous it got. Reaching the 6th or 7th transformation, there were basically very few people who could pull through. As for the 8th transformation, the realm of Heavenly Emperor, those able to reach it were even rarer. Later on, people gradually found the 9 transformations method that did not need a nirvanic rebirth. This method sought after what was less attractive than the original choice, but could also obtain powerful strength. It was just that compared to the perfect golden body, it was clearly much worse. Yi Yuan only obtained this cultivation method from his true dragon memories after breaking through to the 5th transformation too. True Dragon Dharma Body, this cultivation method, was the dragon race's supreme cultivation method. It was just that the perfect golden body's cultivation method was not mentioned in the method previously. It was only comprehended after Yi Yuan reached the 5th transformation. Yi Yuan, you have to think clearly. Your disciples hid this cultivation method because they were afraid that future generations of disciples lose their lives from cultivating carelessly. Furthermore, you never tempered before a perfect golden body before the 5th transformation. This 6th transformation, you'll have to transcend the previous 5 tribulations one after another at the same time. Dustless urged. Yi Yuan broke out in cold sweat. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Great Tao is difficult. If one doesn't even have a heart that seeks Tao, why talk about climbing to the summit?" Finished saying, Yi Yuan took out the jade bottle and poured all of the true dragon's blood into his mouth. Bang! The berserk to the extreme energy instantly exploded within Yi Yuan's body. The 1,000 Tribulation Chaos Essence Pill and 1,000 Tribulation Chaos Essence Pills horrifying energy mixed together, practically about to burst Yi Yuan's physical body apart. Yi Yuan did not hesitate in the slightest and started circulating according to the perfect golden body technique recorded into the true Dragon Dharma body. Yi Yuan kept sucking in cold air from pain and already could not even cry out. He was revolving the cultivation method with a powerful will. The 1,000 Tribulation Chaos Essence Pill indeed lived up to its reputation. Yi Yuan felt like he had already died no idea how many times. Those life and death tribulations experienced in the past appeared so feeble in front of the one this time. My hand! Suddenly, Yi Yuan screamed miserably. It was only to see the muscles on his hands actually dissipate inch by inch, leaving behind just white binds. Very soon, Yi Yuan was only left with a golden skeleton, looking incomparably sinister. Under this kind of agony, Yi Yuan's divine soul was virtually being torn apart. If not for the soul-suppressing pearl's power, Yi Yuan would likely have his soul disintegrate already. Yi Yuan also did not expect that this nirvanic tribulation was actually so terrifying. Very soon, Yi Yuan's golden bones also fragmented, turning into a powder state like it was weathered. Logically speaking, the current Yi Yuan already disappeared without a trace and should not feel pain. But his pain did not diminish the slightest bit and became stronger instead. Yi Yuan's divine soul was very clear. He could feel the medicinal effects of the 1,000 Tribulation Chaos Essence Pill starting to take effect. Each of his bone marrow was being remolded. No idea how long had passed, said either Yi Yuan felt those weathered bones piece together again, forming into a human-shaped skeleton. Following that, flesh and blood started growing on the skeleton. A living Yi Yuan reappeared. Yi Yuan sucked in a deep breath, his entire person feeling like he already died once. Oh, this is nirvanic tribulation? It's also too frightening. Yi Yuan wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and said with lingering fear in his heart. But Yi Yuan could feel that his physical body was indeed much stronger than before. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's face changed. An even more intense pain rushed over as raging as tidal water. His physical body dissipated once more. Yi Yuan knew that the second nirvanic tribulation was about to start. Yi Yuan was clear that he still had to go through it 5 more times at the back. Furthermore, each one was more painful than the last, and each more dangerous than the last. Just as Yi Yuan was walking along the borders of life and death, as long as several years already pass, said in the outside world. Before closed seclusion, Yi Yuan concentrated on refining a batch of soul-driving Tao fusion pills, then washed his hands off it. On this day, above Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's sky, a horrifying aura suddenly descended. In the city, Bai Qin's expression changed, immediately flying up to meet that aura. Who is your esteemed self? I wonder what you came to my Heavenly Eagle Imperial City for? This person in front of him had black gas revolving around, the evil energy on his body extremely heavy. Furthermore, his aura was not weak. Bai Qin did not dare to slight him. You're that kid who ate the soul-driving Tao fusion pill and broke through to true G. Oh, D-realm, right? I didn't expect that the rumors were actually true. People who swallow Tao fruits can actually really cultivate further. The person in black sized Bai Qin up and clicked his tongue in wonder. Bai Qin was startled inwardly and said with a frown, I don't understand what you're talking about. We're just a tiny little imperial city. Where is there any soul-driving Tao fusion pill? Yi Yuan collaborating with the Myriad Treasure Tower, they only said to the outside world that this medicinal pill was refined by the Myriad Treasure Tower. Heavenly Eagle was merely a tiny little imperial city. It had no ability to protect the pill formula at all. Once observant and conscientious people cast covetous eyes on it, it naturally could not avoid trouble. It was just that Bai Qin did not expect that this person in black actually still came. The man in black chuckled and said, Kid, stop pretending. Our Death Soul Gate got the intel that this medicinal pill is refined by a punk called Yi Yuan. That punk should be your master, right? Call him out. Otherwise, don't blame me for going on a killing spree. One, not sure if this is a different method from Heavenly Dragon Dharma Body, or author remembered wrongly and keyed in the wrong name. Chapter 1945, Crushed. Chapter 1945, Crushed. Death Soul Gate. Bai Qin's brows furrowed. Clearly never heard of this name before. But below, Lung Qiuling's expression instantly became deathly pale. Bai Qin, this Death Soul Gate is notorious in the Heavenspan world. Raping and looting, committing arson and murder, their evil doings knows no limits. Ordinary martial artists tremble with fear when they see them. This Death Soul Gate is incomparably mysterious. No one knows where they are hiding at. But places that they pass through is like locusts pass. Sing through, the people will definitely be plunged into misery and suffering. Lung Qiuling's voice transmission made by Qin's expression changed. Haha, looks like there are still some knowledgeable people in this city. You already know that my Death Soul Gate isn't to be trifled with. Hurry up and call Yi Yuan out. Otherwise, don't blame me for not being courteous, said the black-clothed man. Master has already been in seclusion for several years and isn't able to meet you. If you want a request for pills, come again after some time. Bai Qin's expression was slightly dark as he said. The black-clothed man gave a cold laugh and said, People that my Death Soul Gate wants to see, even if he's inside a coffin, he'll also have to come out. That appearance was incomparably arrogant, not taking Bai Qin, this true D-realm, seriously at all. Bai Qin's brows furrowed, and his tone also became cold as he said, Disturbing people's close seclusion is akin to killing their parents. Your esteemed self is a little too overbearing. But the black-clothed man said in derision, killing people's parents, IMO Ching, have done it no idea how many times. What's the harm in killing one more time? Since he's not coming out, then I'll kill until he comes out, starting from you. Finished talking, Mo Ching released his aura. The world power of a true G. Oh. D-Realm suddenly released, clouds of black energy coiling up, giving people a soul-stirring feeling. Peak first firmament true God. Bai Chen's expression changed as he cried out in surprise. He broke through to the true G. Oh. D-Realm for less than 10 years and just barely managed to stabilize his realm. It was clearly somewhat taxing to deal with this Mo Ching. The disparity of a minor realm of true G. Oh. D-Realm was even greater than Celestial Deity Realm. Even within the same small realm, the gap would also be Ma. S. Civ. G. Just the likes of you. This little baby who just entered the true G. Oh. D-Realm. Also dare to oppose me? 5 ghosts open gate. Mo Ching spread out both hands. 5 skulls flew out of his sleeves, turning into 5 streams of flowing light and flowing over toward Bai Chen. Bai Chen's face fell. A pitch-black long spear suddenly appeared in his hand. This long spear was a middle-grade true G. Oh, D mystic treasure that Yi Yuan spent a huge price to get for him when at the U.S. True's gold great imperial capital. With a spear in his hands, Bai Chen's entire imposing aura suddenly erupted. The 5 skulls emitted sobbing sounds, lingering around Bai Chen's ears. Bai Chen was alarmed inwardly and hurriedly revolved his state of mind, wanting to resist this voice that struck the divine soul directly. But the noise that these 5 skulls emitted seemed to be magical, making him unable to focus. Bai Chen was unresigned to fold his arms and wait for death. The tip of the spear shook, world power suddenly unfurling. That bone-infesting sound immediately diminished significantly. Clank, clank, clank. Spear unleashed. Plussing like rain, Bai Chen's spear danced impenetrably, not giving the 5 skulls any chance. Mo Ching gave a cold snort and said, Brat, what capability does it count as to rely on the advantage of weapons? Since you want to court death, then I'll send you off. Finished talking, the spell in his hand changed. The 5 skulls actually opened their mouths one after another, spitting out wisps of black fog towards Bai Chen. Bai Chen's expression changed greatly, immediately feeling like his spear technique sunk into a bog. Swus. H. Plus swus. H. Plus swus. H. Plus the 5 skulls were connected in heart and mind. Under Mo Ching's control, there was virtually no dead angles. Netherworld 5 Ghost Slaughter. The speed of those 5 skulls suddenly became incomparably fast. Bai Chen's 2 eyes could not keep up at all. Bang! It was only to hear a loud bang. A skull directly breached Bai Chen's world domain, SMAs. H.I. Plus ing onto his protective divine essence, SMAs. H.I. Plussing him flying out. Bai Chen tasted sweetness in his throat, spurting out a mouthful of blood. Except, it was not over yet. Those 5 skulls all arrived in quick succession, not giving him the slightest time to catch his breath at all. They were actually going to drive him to his death. Bang! Another blow. Bai Chen felt like his entire chest was rupturing. Even if he had the advantage in weapons, he was still not this Mo Ching's match. In the city, inside the Marshal Tower, Bai Tong let out a slight sigh, his figure about to dash out. It was naturally impossible for him to watch Bai Chen get killed by the other party. But right at this time, a voice came over. No need, let me. Bai Tong's gaze turned sharp, his eyes revealing a look of astonishment. In the city, everyone looked high up at the sky, anxious looks on their faces. This Death Soul, Gates, true G. Oh, D-Realm powerhouse was too strong. Bai Chen, who just entered the true G. Oh, D-Realm was not his match at all. Right at this time, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Bai Chen. Bang! Yi Yuan threw a punch casually, directly sending the 5 skulls scattering everywhere. When Bai Chun saw Yi Yuan, he said with a look of pleasant surprise, "Master, you finally came out of seclusion." Yi Yuan turned around and said, "Swap with me. You go and rest." When Bai Chun saw Yi Yuan, his 2 eyes became wide saucers as he said in surprise, "Master, the current Yi Yuan was much taller, face as fair as jade, skin like condensed snow, valiant and heroic in bearing, looking like he returned to 17 or 18 years old, like he returned to boyhood from old age. The present Yi Yuan was absolutely a handsome to the extreme pretty boy. If not for that the contour profile of the face was still similar to Yi Yuan, Bai Chun virtually did not dare to recognize him. Below, when everyone saw Yi Yuan's face, each and every one of them was also incredibly surprised. Did His Excellency also cultivate Senior Bai Tong's cultivation method, returning to boyhood from old age? TSK. Lord Yi Yuan's current face is really handsome until it makes people despair. You look at those female cultivators. Each and every one of them are becoming love-crazed. They did not know why Yi Yuan would have such a big change when he came out of seclusion this time. They were even more unaware of how terrifying of an agony Yi Yuan suffered to be able to have his current transformation. Only the Bai Tong inside the martial tower. His face revealed an astonished look. He knew that Yi Yuan succeeded. The current Yi Yuan looked just like a tender youth who was inexperienced in the ways of the world, looking harmless to man and beast. No matter how one looked, Yi Yuan was like a scholar without the strength to bind a chicken. But Bai Tong knew that Yi Yuan returned to his original simplicity. His physical body was already cultivated to a flawless realm, all of his power fused into the bones and muscles. Una, S, summing if not released, Astonies. H, I, plussing people once it was unleashed. Your Yi Yuan? Looks very weak. Boy, take a trip with me. Mo Qing looked at Yi Yuan and asked coolly. The realm that Yi Yuan currently displayed was just 9th firmament celestial deity. In Mo Qing's view, it was naturally too weak. Swaz. H. Plus Yi Yuan's figure suddenly disappeared on the spot. Mo Qing's 2 eyes went wide, his hair standing on end. A feeling of incredible danger welled up in his heart. Without the slightest hesitation, he instantly summoned the 5 ghosts and compressed world power to the limit. Bang! Mo Qing's figure immediately flew several miles away. The 5 skulls directly fell apart to pieces, shattering into a pile of dust. Mo Qing barely managed to stabilize his figure. Looking at Yi Yuan like he saw a ghost, he said in horror, "What powerful fleshy body strength. You're at the 6th transformation golden body." No, wait. Even if it's the 6th transformation golden body, it's also impossible to shatter my 5 ghosts open gate with one punch. Injure my disciples, you are courting death. Yi Yuan could not be bothered with him, as he said coldly.